Chapter 61. Thanks for the gift. Chapter 61. Thanks for the gift. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. Feng Jun arrived late to the party with his team of fully equipped field agents. When he saw the blood on Han Xiao's mask, his first reaction was to feel Han Xiao's chin for any wounds. "Are you hurt? Are you blind?" snapped Han Xiao, pointing to the graze on his cheek. "That's good." Feng Jun heaved a sigh of relief before looking at Han Xiao apologetically. They had failed in their duty to keep him safe. "It's not your fault," consoled Han Xiao. "This man is the Germinal Organization's executor," he explained, pointing toward Norsa's corpse. "He's an assassin who has never failed. Norsa Connor." Norsa was widely feared even among the Six Nations. Once, he had gunned down a high-ranking Star Dragon official in broad daylight despite tight security. Upon confirming the identity of the corpse, Feng Jun's shock turned into amazement. "Hold on, he came to assassinate you, but you killed him instead. Are you really that strong? You only realized that now?" Han Xiao glared at him as he checked the interface for the quest reward. Character summoning card. You are able to use this character's ability once. Character, Norsa Connor. Ability, Illusory Power, E. Only targets with more than 50 INT can resist this ability. Usage count, 0 to 1. Character summoning cards were quite uncommon in Galaxy. They only dropped from special quests, and their function was to allow the player to use the ability of the NPC character stated on the card. In Galaxy, people farmed and sold these for money, but it was only the rich players who could afford to indiscriminately use them who bought them. Although not Han Xiao's style, it was always better to have more tools at one's disposal. Fortunately, Han Xiao had assigned all his stat points to INT beforehand, otherwise things would have played out very differently. Germinal Organization. Thanks for the gift. Do you wish to accept your reward now? Y/N. Yes. It was a use item that could be stored within the interface, allowing Han Xiao to pull it out whenever he needed it. Meanwhile, Frenzied Sword was still trying to comprehend the situation. When he used the examine function to learn that these mysterious men in black were aligned with the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Initiative, he couldn't help but look toward Han Xiao in wonderment. "You know this guy?" Feng Jun asked Han Xiao curiously as he pointed at Frenzied Sword. "Just ignore him." As Han Xiao wiped the blood of his face with a handkerchief that Feng Jun passed to him, he frowned. "If Norsa has found me, then it means the Germinal Organization must know exactly where I am." "Not necessarily," replied Feng Jun. "The intelligence department has the network locked down. Any mention of you is blocked from being transmitted out." Han Xiao's spirits immediately lifted. "Are you sure?" Feng Jun nodded. "But Norsa definitely wasn't operating alone. He must have passed the intel on to Germinal spies hiding within the capital. It'll probably be a matter of time before they relay the information." Han Xiao abruptly started to run out of the alley. "Hey, where are you going?" called out Feng Jun hastily. "I still have to take you back to HQ for debriefing." "No time to explain. Quickly request for permission to seal all of the city's exits." It was possible that Norsa had learned of his whereabouts from the spies in the city, and that he had come straight for him right after. In that case, it was not too late to take action. Han Xiao knew exactly who the head honcho of the spy network was. The reason he had not taken action against him so far was that the Germinal would simply send a replacement to take over. On the contrary, leaving him alive had its advantages. Norsa's death would confirm Han Xiao's presence in the western capital, but if he could stop the intel from getting out, the Germinal would not be able to pinpoint his location. Of course, all of this was simply guesswork. It was possible that a spy had already left the city to deliver the intel. Nevertheless, it was worth a shot. "Li Lin, tell the others to meet up with me at District 8. These are the coordinates. Remember to drive a car. Of all places, the slums. I was expecting at least a fancy restaurant. There's no time, just do as I asked." After hanging up, Han Xiao smashed the window of the nearest car by the roadside and jumped in. The owner was making a phone call right beside his car when the sudden sound of shattering glass gave him a fright. He immediately ran over to the driver's side and grabbed Han Xiao by the collar. "You! Get out now!" The next second, he found himself yanked halfway into the car with his head pinned against the steering wheel, causing the car horn to bellow noisily. Nice timing! Han Xiao immediately began to search the poor car owner's body for the car keys. Upon finding them, he ungraciously shoved him out of the window and sped off into the distance. As the car owner sat dazed on the floor with a big bruise on his face, he wondered aloud, "Damn, since when were car thieves this brazen?" As Han Xiao weaved through traffic at high speed, he soon noticed the wail of a police siren. "The car in front! Stop right now!" yelled the traffic police officer on his motorbike. Han Xiao tossed the car owner's driving license out of the window and yelled back, "Deduct as many points as you like." The officer ended up tailing Han Xiao all the way to District 8, where Han Xiao quickly got off and began to stride off in big steps. The persistent police officer ran up to him to block his path. "You! Stop right now!" Han Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. With a quick chop that the police officer could never have seen coming, he knocked him out cold. Through a series of twisting alleys, in the process, disposing of 3 muggers, Han Xiao soon arrived at a small, dilapidated church building. It was now used as a means of shelter by some homeless people. In the warring period of the old era, religion had served as a means of mental support for many. At one point, this church in particular had managed to amass millions of believers. However, the savior that they believed in never appeared, so eventually, people stopped believing. There were a number of vagrants in the building, but when Han Xiao could not see the one that he was looking for, he abruptly grabbed the nearest one up and questioned, "Have you seen a tall, bearded man with the tattoo of a red wolf on the back of his hand?" The vagrant shivered at the sight of the blood covering Han Xiao. "You mean Lu Gaoen?" he answered meekly. "We call him tongueless because he never seems to speak. I think he went somewhere in the afternoon." Afternoon? Even regular citizens needed to go through lengthy checks at one of the 3 guard posts in order to leave the western capital. As it was currently only 2 p.m., there was still a chance for Han Xiao to stop him. He could not count on Division 13 to pass a restriction order. Even if they were willing to, it would take some time for them to come to the decision. By then, Lu Gaoen would most likely have left the capital. Han Xiao furrowed his brows. Which of the 3 exits was Lu Gaoen at? Time was ticking. Chapter 62, Interception. Chapter 62, Interception. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. Lu Gaoen left less than 2 hours ago, meaning that he must have received Norsa's intel just then. Since Norsa had come directly to assassinate him, he must have tasked Lu Gaoen with reporting the information back to their organization. Lu Gaoen would definitely not have expected Han Xiao to know of him, so he would not see a need to deliver the intel with haste. Under such circumstances, the city pass that he would use would most likely be the one nearest to him, the Northwest Pass. However, it was still possible that he would choose to use either of the further passes. There was no way to tell. "I, Han Xiao, were here. What did you call us here for?" Li Yilin, Zhang Wei, and Lambert arrived. They had managed to come on time thanks to Li Yilin's ride, a yellow convertible sports car. An emergency mission. One of Germinal's spies here acquired some important information. There's a chance that he hasn't left the city yet, but he could be at any of the 3 passes. Li Yilin wiped the playful smile off her face upon hearing the severity of the situation. "Do you have a picture of him?" she asked. "Fga iwabnavio el. Com." Han Xiao picked up some scraps of newspaper around him and began to draw out a rough image of Lu Gaoen from his faded memory. He then yanked the homeless guy from earlier on up and barked, "Look at this. Does it look like Lu Gaoen? The eyes should be lower. His nose is a little crooked. Hair is shorter." With the man's help, Han Xiao was able to produce sketches of Lu Gaoen with a 70 or 80% resemblance. He then passed them to the trio and instructed, "Let's split up and get the security officers to keep an eye out for this person. Li Yilin and I will take her car to the furthest city entrance, while each of you will go to the other 2. Zhang Wei's face twitched as Han Xiao gave them the orders. Am I still the leader of this team? Nonetheless, he let it slide as it was an emergency. As they set off, Han Xiao immediately hopped into the driver's seat of Li Yalin's car. "Hey, it's my car," grumbled Li Yalin immediately. "I'll drive." "You drive too slow. You don't trust the driving skills of a top agent." Li Yalin was so outraged that her eyebrows were almost contorted upside down. Unfortunately, she knew that there was no time to argue, so she grudgingly got into the passenger's seat. "Tighten your seatbelt," reminded Han Xiao. Li Yalin rolled her eyes at him, replying, "You must be joking. I'm a pugilist. I'll be fine no matter how fast you go." "Suit yourself," replied Han Xiao with a plain nod as he stamped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, a yellow sports car appeared at the south entrance. Spinning almost full circle, the car left 4 sizzling, black tire marks on the road as it came to an abrupt stop. "Blurg! Hey, I thought you were a pugilist? You, don't talk to me en blirarg." Li Yalin puked nonstop as she leaned on the car door. Half an hour and 27 car accidents. Or was it 28? My head's spinning so much that I can't even count. "Who taught you to drive?" Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Does driving have to be taught? Doesn't it? The first driver didn't have anyone to teach him, did he?" Li Yalin gaped in the face of Han Xiao's perfect logic. She was about to shoot back at him when, suddenly, the urge to vomit kicked in again, causing her to throw her head back to the side. "Really? I only drove a little fast, that's all." "A little fast? I doubt the word break even exists in your vocabulary." Fine. Let's stop wasting time." As Li Yalin tried to get back on her feet, she lost balance and almost tripped into her own pile of vomit. Fortunately, Han Xiao was able to provide support in time. Shaking his head, he began to drag her along with him toward the sentry post. As they neared the post, the station troop yelled out, "Stop! Show your ID." As Han Xiao reached into his pockets to take out his ID card, his expression froze as he realized that he had forgotten to bring them along. Without asking, he directly reached into Li Yalin's pockets to find hers. "Top pockets? None. Bottom pockets? None. Where's your pass?" he asked. As Li Yalin still seemed too dizzy to think straight, Han Xiao continued feeling around that dynamite body of hers for it. I'm being taken advantage of." "Ah, I found it," rejoiced Han Xiao. He then held the pass up toward the guard, who had been gulping at the show. "Oh, you guys are agents. Come on in." As Han Xiao took a few steps forward, he discovered that Li Yalin was still rooted to the spot, giving him a deathly stare. "What's wrong? Hurry up." Li Yalin took a deep breath to compose herself. "Give me my ID back," she said stiffly. "Why so fussy?" replied Han Xiao impatiently. He then casually walked back toward her and slotted the pass back into her rear pocket. Li Yalin's eyes widened. I'm being taken advantage of again." Han Xiao then strode toward the sentry post to give the military officer in charge of security the sketch of Lu Gaoan. "Please wait a moment as the system performs a footage scan." Li Yalin entered the sentry post, still biting her lips. The way that Han Xiao had felt her up did not seem to contain any ill intentions at all. As such, she was having a hard time even getting angry at him. She was just very unhappy, for some reason, and she continued glaring at him. Lu Gaoan worked for an intelligence organization known as Storm I, one of the many subgroups that were secretly under the wing of the Germinal Organization. In most cities, Storm I had one head contact in charge of relaying information back to the Germinal Organization, as well as a few covert agents who gathered intel and only reported back to the head contact. One of Lu Gaoan's agents had reported seeing someone matching Zero's description in District 7. While at first unclear of Han Xiao's location, Lu Gaoan had discovered, after repeated investigations, that there was an area in District 7 that seemed to be cordoned off and watched closely by Division 13. It was most likely where Zero was hiding. Upon finding out that transmissions leaving the city were being blocked, he realized that Division 13 must have gotten wind of him somehow. Hence, he decided to go offline and take his computer apart in order to prevent being traced before heading toward the city entrance to leave. At present, Lu Gaoan was blended in with a crowd of people approaching one of the city's entrances. Norsa must have completed the assassination by now. Suddenly, the great metal-fenced gate before him closed up. What happened? Why are we being stopped? We have orders to temporarily seal the exits, announced a soldier, starting a commotion among the crowd. Why would they close the gates? Lu Gaoen was shocked. Did Norsa fail? Still, as he had been extremely careful for the past 2 to 3 years, he was not worried of being discovered. He's the one. The sudden shout from behind caused Lu Gaoen to turn around. There was a bunch of troops walking menacingly in his direction. They were obviously after him. Impossible! Lu Gaoen immediately looked around him to find an escape path, but it was too late. Not only was he surrounded by the crowd, there were simply way too many troops in the vicinity. As despair filled him, he allowed a soldier to pin him onto the ground without resistance. As Han Xiao appeared at the scene, he sighed a breath of relief. We made it in time. You really did. Li Yilin was amazed. How did you guys know it was me? Asked Lu Gaoen as he raised his head to look up at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked back at him plainly. In Galaxy, Lu Gaoen was the primary contact for all Germinal Allied players in the Western capital. As Lu Gaoen resigned to his fate, he decided to activate the poison sac stored in his tooth. He would rather die than divulge any information regarding the organization that he had dedicated his whole life to. Suddenly, Han Xiao pulled out his handgun to fire a shot at Lu Gaoen's head, sending a trail of blood and brain matter spurting out. You have killed Lu Gaoen, LV.12, gaining 3,500 experience. Han Xiao raised his gun up to blow off the smoke from its barrel. If you want to die, at least give me the experience. Why did you kill him? Li Yilin was stunned by Han Xiao's sudden action. Division 13 could obviously have extracted a lot of vital information from him. There's poison stored in his teeth, his nails, and he even has some needles concealed in his clothes. We wouldn't have been able to stop him from killing himself. Han Xiao shook his head. In any case, Lu Gaoen's death was truly insignificant to him. He already possessed all the information that he needed. Nonetheless, things were getting a bit dicey. Looks like I'd better speed things up, he thought. Chapter 63, End of the Beta Test. Chapter 63, End of the Beta Test. Translator, MJ_editor, Milman 97. In Black Raven Valley Base, the Throne of God's Guild had gathered together for a meeting in-game. Things had not gone according to plan. As the other beta testers were all preoccupied with leveling up, their call for information had gone unanswered. Just as Jupiter was fuming over what to do, someone shouted, "Leader!" The quest hint changed. Jupiter gave a start. Upon checking the quest tab, he discovered that the quest location had actually been updated. It now stated that Zero was inside the Western capital. The mission was updated. Jupiter scratched his head. However, while he was confused, he was not upset. It was the 12th and last day of the beta test, and they had barely made any progress thus far. We'll send members to search the Western capital after the official launch. Once the game launched, the guild would be able to make full use of its advantage in numbers. With so many members, there was no way that they would not be able to find him. Jupiter clenched his fists. This B-class quest is ours for the taking. This was their chance to take a step ahead of their rivals. In Germinal's headquarters, a report was being read out to the boss. Commander Rosa was last heard from in the Western capital. Another man also disappeared along with him, Lu Gaoen, our head contact in Storm Eye. Li Rua has said that he will find a replacement for him immediately. It's Zero, said the boss abruptly. He silenced Rosa and Lu Gaoen in order to keep his exact location a secret. Humph, so you are in the Western capital. Stardragon's Division 13 must be keeping him under their protection. Rosa was the ace assassin of the Germinal Organization, while even Lu Gaoen had given the boss a favorable impression. It was a huge loss. That blasted Zero. The boss was furious. Zero, did you think that you would be safe as long as you found protection? While he had at first belittled Han Xiao, over time, he had come to recognize the threat that he posed. According to the analysis of the security footage from the Valkyrie laboratory, Zero had never displayed any unusual behavior. where he had gotten hold on their intel from remained a complete mystery. Order Storm I to pinpoint Zero's location. I don't care if he's hiding within Division 13's HQ. Find him no matter what it takes. The boss voice was filled with murderous intent. As there was no way to know exactly what other vital information Zero possessed, getting rid of him before he caused further damage was the only option. Get 5 commanders and 200 night owls ready to take action as soon as he is found. I will permit the use of guided missiles. Zero, you're dead meat. The beta test is ending. 00:00:00:30. Frenzied sword sighed as he watched the countdown timer. If only he could have just a bit more time to train. Of course, he was overall still quite happy with the progress that he had made. Han Xiao's quests might have been very unseemly, but they sure did give a ton of experience. Furthermore, all the equipment that he had purchased from him helped to boost his combat power significantly. Although the skill set of the mechanic class revolved largely around crafting, which he disliked, seeing Han Xiao's strength had given Frenzied Sword all the affirmation that he needed. I, too, will gradually become that strong. There will be a spot among the pros for me. Beta test concluded. Countdown to game's launch. 122 days. 1 hour, 23 minutes. Han Xiao shook his head upon discovering that the discussion board button had been grayed out. Looks like I was right. The amount of time between version changes in the real world is not synced with my current time. Why are you shaking your head? Asked Gu Hui suddenly. I wonder what other information you possess. Han Xiao was currently inside a conference room back at Division 13's headquarters. There were 3 big shots seated in front of him, Gu Hui, the division director, as well as the 2 heads of the intelligence department and the secret ops department. Division 13 had known all along that Han Xiao must possess some degree of combat ability, but he had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Yet, what was more perplexing was the degree of ease at which he had been able to single out Lu Gaoan. Lu Gaoan had been operating from within the city for over 2 years without ever leaving a trace. Division 13 had attempted to look for him many times, but they had all ended up in failure. The fact that Han Xiao could so easily locate him served as solid proof that he knew way more than even they themselves. And so, this meeting had begun. Simply put, Gu Hui wanted to learn more of Han Xiao's intel. Breaking out of his daze, Han Xiao stroked his chin as he evaded the question. My location is now exposed. Germinal might not know exactly where I live, but they will definitely send even more killers into the city. Gu Hui furrowed his brows. Although unsatisfied with Han Xiao's reply, he followed Han Xiao's lead. Then what do you intend to do? There's no more need for hide and seek. I want to participate in the next operation. It's too dangerous, protested a livid Gu Hui. If you show yourself, that will only give them the chance to take action. Han Xiao faked a cough. Can we talk alone? The 2 department heads exchanged exasperated glances. Do we seem that untrustworthy? Han Xiao glanced at his surroundings before whispering, I can change my appearance. Gu Hui was visibly shocked. You have superpowers. Han Xiao shook his head. I can create a gadget that allows me to alter my looks, so there's no way that they will be able to find me. A skin mask? Not a bad idea, thought Gu Hui. However, Han Xiao sounded as though he meant something more advanced than a simple skin mask that Division 13 already employed. Even if you use a mask, it's still too risky. You will have to take it off eventually. The corner of Han Xiao's lips curled up. My mask is more convenient than that. All right, then show it to me before I approve. There were 2 reasons behind why Han Xiao wanted in on the action. The first was, of course, for the experience. The second was that he did not want to remain cooped up inside the Western capital. This was the only way that he would be able to participate in more incidents. Ever since the assassination attempt, Han Xiao had been spending a lot of time thinking about his next move. The Black Raven Valley base was situated near the border of Hesla, one of the 6 nations. It was a major base on a completely different scale from the 3 sites that Division 13 had taken action on previously. Not only were the security and defenses extremely tight, the commander of the base was a superhuman. He was known as the Sword Phantom Pan Kuang, a pugilist close to reaching D-level. Near Black Raven Valley was a gathering spot for many wanderers known as Black Raven Village Town. It was a beginner starting zone. Han Xiao planned to destroy Black Raven Valley base as it would prevent a substantial number of new players from joining the Germinal Organization simply because of the base's proximity. This idea had occurred to him upon discovering the Throne of God's post, after which he had given it some proper thought and became fond of it. It was not only an act of revenge toward the Germinal boss, but it was also a preemptive strike that would have unseen but deadly impacts. Han Xiao grinned with glee at the prospect. Chapter 64. Accelerated Learning. Chapter 64. Accelerated Learning. Translator. MJ_editor. Milman 97. Near Hesla's border? Gu Hui slammed the desk. We will need to get in touch with them before making a decision. I await your decision, declared Han Xiao as he took his leave. Feng Jun was waiting for him outside with a gloomy face. Why didn't you tell me about the assassin immediately? Because of that, I had to endure a yelling from my superior. Why would I inform you? It's not like you could have helped, teased Han Xiao, causing Feng Jun to become enraged. We might be buddies, but I'll still get angry if you insult me. Han Xiao smirked. Perhaps I should have a talk with the director over how my location got exposed. Oh you, ha 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 ha. You little devil. I was just kidding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Under Feng Jun's subservient escort, Han Xiao left the headquarters to return to the workshop. Altering his appearance was an idea that he had thought up a long time ago. He had known all along that the Germinal would resort to drastic measures against him once his location was discovered. As it was more likely than not that the operation would be passed, Han Xiao also needed to prepare new equipment. The mecha arm and the retractable knife would not allow him to keep up with the level of the opponents they were about to face. It would also be nice if his current team was able to participate in the operation. Thinking about his team reminded Han Xiao of the need to upgrade Zhang Wei's power suit. The cost of the upgrade would not come cheap. As Han Xiao stroked his eyebrows, he searched through his memories for blueprints suitable for this mission. Looks like it's time to learn a bunch more stuff. Suddenly, someone knocked the door. It was old Lu with a chicken leg in one hand and beer in the other. Little brat, what are you doing here? I want to borrow a few mechanic knowledge books, replied Han Xiao as he turned his attention back to the bookshelf, expecting old Lu to chase him out. To his surprise, he instead said, "The key is in the drawer. Just remember to return it when you're done." Han Xiao's jaw almost dropped. You actually agree? Since when had they been on such good terms? Old man Lu put down the chicken leg in his mouth and snorted. Treat it as a show of thanks. Thanks? Han Xiao frowned. Are you still trying to promote your granddaughter to me? Old Lu's face immediately stiffened. What's so bad about my granddaughter that's stopping you from falling for her? But that wasn't why he wanted to thank Han Xiao. Instead, it was because the tall old man had told him that back then, Han Xiao had lured the assassin away from the workshop in order to prevent Lu Qian from getting involved. This alone had changed old Lu's impression of Han Xiao considerably. Not bad, kid, praised old Lu with a satisfied smile. He gave Han Xiao a pat on the shoulder before leaving him to his own devices. As he left, Han Xiao noticed an oily handprint on his shoulder. That old imp. He proceeded to unlock the cabinet with the key in the drawer, picked out 7 books, and headed back to his room. Back in his room, Han Xiao took a deep breath as he prepared to learn all of them at once. Do you wish to spend 1 talent point to learn the energy talent? Basic energy theory? Energy talent. Basic biochemistry? Energy talent. Basic optics? Yes. Large streams of information began to fill up Han Xiao's mind, causing him to feel like his head was about to explode. After a short period of recovery, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and continued with the other books. Manipulation talent. Basic electromagnetism? Manipulation talent. Basic mechanics? Manipulation talent. Basic quantum electronics? Manipulation talent. Basic spatial sense? 7 sets of basic knowledge. However, the process did not stop there. Han Xiao decided to level up these new talents. Basic energy theory has been raised to LV 3. Basic electromagnetism has been raised to LV. 2. Basic digital electronics has been raised to LV. 2. Basic mechanics has been raised to LV. 2. As well as some previously learned talents. Freebnovel.cm. Basic weaponry has been raised to LV. 3. Basic material composition has been raised to LV. 3. Basic assembly has been raised to LV. 2. Advanced material synthesis has been raised to LV. 2. Just like that, Han Xiao spent 20 of his 21 talent points. You have learned a new technique. Novice programming. You have learned a new technique. Energy, magnetism strengthening. Novice programming was unlocked from learning basic digital electronics. Like basic assembly or basic enhancement, it was an integral technique for a technician, necessary for the making of both chipsets and system interfaces. Energy magnetism strengthening, on the other hand, was a passive ability that unlocked upon learning an energy manipulation talent. It did have a prerequisite, which was, of course, for the player to possess affinity with magnetism. On top of strengthening the user's control of magnetism, it also gave a boost to machinery crafting speeds and machinery damage output, 3% per level. Han Xiao was currently sitting on 38,000 experience, accumulated from mass-producing incendiary bullets. His daily experience gain was about 2,000 to 3,000. As for money, that was the least of Han Xiao's concerns. He had earned a whopping $3,600,000 thus far. It's time to try and get the disguise blueprint. Before he started, Han Xiao invested a few thousand experience to raise basic programming to level 3. Proceed with fusing of LV. 1 basic biochemistry, LV. 1 optics, LV. 3 material composition, and LV. 2 digital electronics. 20,000 experience will be consumed. Talent combination, also known as talent fusing, was not only limited to the fusing of 2 talents. However, the cost for adding additional talents was extremely high. Adding a third would only cost 5,000 experience, but the cost of subsequent ones increased exponentially. A fourth one would cost 40,000 experience. Generally, lower-leveled mechanics would perform talent fusion with only 2 talents because fusing more was not guaranteed to give better results. However, some blueprints, like the one that Han Xiao was aiming for now, could be crafted easily with the correct talents. Fusion successful. Congratulations on inventing Smart Optical Mask. The Smart Optical Mask made its first appearance in version 3.0, when players had just stumbled upon multiple talent fusing. Not only did it require the leveling of 4 talents across all 3 talent trees, it also required intermediate machinery affinity 55 INT LV 3 basic programming, and last but not least, for the player to be a technician. Nevertheless, the Smart Optical Mask's usefulness befitted the effort needed to obtain it. Chapter 65 Smart Meta Optical Mask. Chapter 65 Smart Meta Optical Mask. Translator MJ_editor Milman 97. Han Xiao passed a list of items to Feng Jun. Oh my god! BOK Recombiner, Ferrer 4 solvent, and 12 microchips. Do you know how expensive these things are? I'm paying, replied Han Xiao plainly, instantly reminding Feng Jun that they were not on the same pay scale. 1 hour later, he arrived at Han Xiao's workshop with 3 briefcases in hand. The first briefcase contained 3 10-centimeter-long transparent tubes that were filled with an opaque white, sticky fluid. This was the BOK Recombiner. The second briefcase contained a small vial of pale blue solution. This was the Ferrer 4 solvent. These 2 materials could only be made within an equipped laboratory and were extremely valuable. These 2 tiny vials had cost Han Xiao $120,000. The third briefcase contained the 12 microchips. Each one was only about the size of a fingernail, and they were extremely thin. Upon closer observation, one would find that they were jam-packed with circuit lines. They were commonly used for small and complex gadgets, and the set of 12 cost $60,000. Han Xiao immediately began working on the mask. He started by opening holes on the thin plastic mask for his eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, he carved out 12 small holes on various locations of the mask for embedding the microchips in. Before putting the microchips in, Han Xiao uploaded the data from a scan of his own face to his computer. Using a library of over thousands of faces, he then spent 2 to 3 hours linking them up to a simple facial recognition and projection program on his computer. When he was done, Han Xiao retrieved some laboratory apparatus and began to work at mixing the Bioke recombiner and the ferro-4 solvent together. After some time, he managed to produce a composite material that was neither white nor blue like its constituents, but instead, the color of flesh. This was the key material for making the smart meta-optical mask. Not only did it possess some of the useful properties of the Bioke recombiner and the ferro-4 solvent, it had, most importantly, good conductivity. Han Xiao proceeded to embed the microchips beneath the mask before pouring the flesh-colored mixture over it. After a few more finishing touches, he left it to set within a special freezer. A short while later, Han Xiao opened the freezer and reached in to retrieve the mask. Apart from where the microchips were located, the mask was extremely smooth. On its thin surface, Han Xiao had installed an advanced crystal display that, upon being pressed, caused a spectrum of colors to appear on the spot. You have crafted Smart Meta-Optical Mask, gaining 5000 EXP. Smart Meta-Optical Mask, Face Equipment. Allows the user to change the appearance of his face when worn, concealing his identity. Charge 5 minutes for 10 hours of usage. This mask had cost a whopping close to $200,000 to make. Han Xiao picked up the mask and walked over to the mirror to test it out. A cool sensation enveloped his face when he put it on, and he pressed gently onto the microchip on the cheek area to activate it. The appearance of his face immediately transformed, and it continued to change into a different face with each press. This was by no means an ordinary mask of disguise. It was a godly piece of equipment that allowed the user to change his appearance at will. The Smart Meta-Optical Mask would only transform into the faces of humans, as Han Xiao had only fed the program data of human faces. Apart from randomly changing, it was also able to store up to 3 different faces for the user to access and could revert back to the last 3 faces used. It also had an additional function that allowed it to scan a target's face and transform to it with a 70 to 80% accuracy. After playing with the mask a bit more, Han Xiao removed it and headed back to headquarters to look for Gu Hui. "You've created your mask?" asked Gu Hui. Han Xiao smiled and put the mask on. As Han Xiao did not intend to reveal the mask's transformation capabilities just yet, he had prepared it to display the face of an ordinary-looking young man beforehand. To Gu Hui, it simply looked like an extremely realistic mask. However, while Division 13 could already make such masks, none of them were as realistic as Han Xiao's. Furthermore, not only did it seem to be extremely portable, it was clearly very easy to wear. "Interested in selling the blueprints to us?" Han Xiao faked a burst of laughter. "It's just a simple mask. Why would I need a blueprint to make it? You guys can make them too, right?" "That's true," thought Gu Hui to himself. Inwardly, Han Xiao let out a breath of relief upon seeing Gu Hui give up the idea. "I managed to fool him. Then," continued Han Xiao, "can I join the operation?" Gu Hui thought for a moment before nodding. "The Hesla Intelligence Service has decided to join us for this operation. You will come along with your team." Han Xiao had known that Hesla would agree to taking action. It was the Germinal Organization, after all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xiao asked, "When do we depart?" "There's no rush. It will take some time to arrange our forces, plus we will both have to work on a proper strategy first. It'll most likely be half a month before deployment." "Half a month," thought Han Xiao. "That will be enough time for me to finish up my equipment." Back in his workshop, Han Xiao wrote his goals down on paper. 1. To obtain even more rare blueprints. 2. To purchase a vehicle for his team. As a logistics personnel, a vehicle equipped with all the maintenance and crafting tools he needed would be invaluable. 3. To upgrade the fighter suit. So much to do. One at a time, I guess. Han Xiao shook his head. The most important thing was still to raise his own combat ability. There were a few ways to do this. The first and most important way, in Han Xiao's opinion, would be to improve his defensive capabilities. After all, survival was key. The second was to enhance his long-ranged offensive capabilities. For this, Han Xiao planned to enhance his Berserk Eagles. While Han Xiao did prefer fighting from a distance, close combat ability was still important on the battlefield, so he also planned to upgrade the Mecha arm. As for mobility, the Swallow gliders that had been collecting dust in his inventory were finally going to see use. As the terrain around the Black Raven Valley base was extremely rough, they might end up proving invaluable to have. Han Xiao also decided to prepare a little something in the event that the battle did not go their way, a little something explosive. After giving it quick thought, Han Xiao scribbled down another list of materials for Feng Jun to help him procure. The total cost of the items on the list cost around another $300,000. Feng Jun found himself growing more and more exasperated at Han Xiao, but fortunately for him, the higher-ups had known before that Han Xiao would be a pain to deal with, so they had given him a raise. For the sake of his $25,000 monthly wage, plus insurance, he relented to act as Han Xiao's errand boy. Feng Jun sighed as he looked up to the sky dramatically. With great power comes great responsibility, I guess. Chapter 66, Upgrades, Part 1. Chapter 66, Upgrades, Part 1. Translator, MJ_editor, Milman 97. Feng Jun immediately got the items delivered to Han Xiao, prompting Han Xiao to sarcastically praise him for being an exemplary worker. He joked that he would shower him with a pennant, among other rewards, causing Feng Jun to roll his eyes. After teasing him, Han Xiao returned to his workroom to begin work on his equipment. Having leveled up both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering, the effectiveness of Han Xiao's enhancement was now much higher than before. He took out the 2 Berserk Eagles and began to perform modifications on them, upgrading them with better materials and spare parts. My days of poverty are long gone. I'm a rich man now. With Han Xiao's proficiency in modifications, the process was completed in no time. Berserk Eagle, Enhanced. Grade, Uncommon. Base stats, Damage, 74 to 87. Fire rate, 1.5/s. Magazine capacity, 8. Range, 50 m. Power output, 45. Prerequisites, LV, 3 precise shot. Stat bonus, +2 dexterity. Length, 0.21 m. Weight, 1.9 kilograms. Additional effect, backfire. The recoil of this gun is extremely powerful, requiring 30 STR to overcome. Additional effect, high impact. When attacking, 10% chance to deal bonus 15 damage if the target is within effective range. Additional effect, dual shot. This gun has been modified with the capability to fire up to 2 bullets per shot, 20% damage penalty. Tooltip. Come on, we all know what gun this is based on. Desert Cough. With Han Xiao's current skill levels, there was a 30 to 40% chance of upgrading a common equipment to uncommon when performing enhancement. Although Han Xiao was now the proud owner of 2 uncommon guns, they came with the prerequisite of LV, 3 precise shot. Even though this prerequisite did not prevent Han Xiao from wielding them, it would cause their effectiveness to be greatly diminished. Shaking his head in exasperation, Han Xiao inputted some experience to raise precise shot to LV 3, which gave him an additional 3% accuracy and 4% critical chance. As you have achieved LV 8 in basic shooting and LV 3 in precise shot, you may learn one of the following 3 advanced skills: sniping, gunfighting, suppression. For the first time, Han Xiao found himself in a dilemma over which skill to pick. Although shooting skills were essential to cannon masters, they were also important for technicians. The 3 abilities displayed before Han Xiao clearly represented different styles of combat. As the Berserk Eagle was made for close combat, gunfighting would make for a logical choice. However, Han Xiao also needed to think further ahead. At endgame, technicians were strongest at long-ranged combat, so they rarely had use for risky, close combat skills. Suppression would aid in sieging or holding forts, but it would only be effective with a partner to provide tactical support. In contrast to these 2 skills, sniping was far better suited for solo action. Han Xiao scratched his head as he thought about it. I'll have to work alone sooner or later anyway, plus it's better for me to keep myself far from danger. unlike a player who doesn't have to worry about his life. For me, sniping is the best option. In Han Xiao's previous life, the dazzling and breathtaking style of gunfighting was a popular choice among players, and even professional cannon masters would learn it just for the cool factor. However, as a pragmatist, Han Xiao could hardly give two hoots. Who cares about looking good during combat? It's not like I'm doing this to see the stream chat praise me. At this thought, the great technician Han finally made his decision. You have learned an advanced skill. Sniping LV. 1. Plus 4% fatal shot. Plus 5% shooting range. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Done. Next, Han Xiao crafted the Swallow gliders, earning 1,500 experience in the process. He also modified them to give them the retractability of the retractable knife. Indeed, the good thing about being able to actually learn knowledge in this life was that Han Xiao could implement concepts and technology from his blueprints into other inventions. With the added retractability, they could now be worn on the back like a parachute before deployment. Once activated, the two 1.2 m long wings would extend out to allow the user to freely glide in the air. After the gliders, Han Xiao proceeded to work on his close combat gear. The mecha arm actually formed a set with the mecha leg, and their blueprints were obtainable through the same combination of talents. They were also necessary parts for creating an exoframe. However, that would require advanced knowledge, and Han Xiao did not even have the necessary skills to craft a proper mecha leg yet. At best, he would be able to craft one that could travel long distances, but it would lack the mechanisms that allowed for nimble movements. Han Xiao planned to upgrade the mecha arm by making it lighter and smaller. While making it smaller would cause it to lose some power, Han Xiao had something in mind to compensate for it. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV. 3 basic weaponry plus LV. 2 basic assembly plus LV. 2 basic mechanics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 experience. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered air motor. Wow, first try. Han Xiao rejoiced. This particular combination of talent could yield quite a number of different blueprints, and he had not expected to obtain it using so little experience. The air motor converted compressed air into vibrational kinetic energy that, when harnessed as a weapon, could essentially bypass the armor of normal armor to cause direct damage. Han Xiao spent a good half a day working on the mecha arm. He refitted it to slim it down but also lengthened it to cover the entire arm. He also reinforced its casing with platinum to cover up its internal mechanics, giving it a huge durability boost. When he was done, the mecha arm looked vastly different from its crude form from before. It was now a shiny silver metallic arm. Lightweight mecha arm. Left. Motor enhanced. Grade. Average. White. Base stats. Damage. 30 to 48. Defense. 10 to 13. Power level. 33. Durability. 470 of 470. Prerequisites. 24 STR. Bonus stats. -2 attack speed. Length. 0.87 m. Weight. 5.2 kilograms. Additional bonus. +7 STR. Additional effect. Vibration. Every 15 seconds. Your attacks inflict an additional 23 to 45 direct damage onto the target. Ignores defense. Additional effect. Increased durability. Tooltip realistic looking. Although it was only an average ranked piece of equipment, Han Xiao's modifications had given it 3 useful additional effects. So far, all the upgrades that Han Xiao had given his gear were nothing too fancy. But now, he was about to craft something special, something specialized for a technician. Han Xiao took a deep breath. Amitabha. God, please let me get that blueprint in one try. This fusion is just too expensive. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV. 2 advanced material composition plus LV. 2 basic magnetism plus LV. 2 basic assembly. This fusion will cost you 70,000 experience. Chapter 67 Upgrades. Part 2. Chapter 67 Upgrades. Part 2. Translator. MJ_editor. Milman 97. The amount of experience required for fusing higher-level talents did not simply increase linearly. An advanced talent or knowledge cost 50,000 more experience to fuse than a basic one. Moreover, fusing a basic talent with an advanced talent also caused the base cost of the basic talent itself to increase, rising from 5,000 to 10,000. If even higher-level talents were to be used, the fusion costs would skyrocket further. Confirm. Han Xiao stared at the fusion window with bated breath. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered magnetism armor. Han Xiao jumped up with joy. This was the blueprint that he had been aiming to get, and it was actually something that a player at Han Xiao's current level should not be able to possess. Indeed, it was a high-level piece of armor. This would help to guarantee his safety. Of the $300,000 that Han Xiao had spent on upgrade materials, $250,000 alone went into the making this armor. As it was an advanced blueprint, it was much more complex to craft than a basic one. So even Han Xiao, who possessed the required knowledge to craft it, needed to spend an entire hour just to fully understand the blueprint's contents. After learning it, Han Xiao lifted his head to reveal a bitter smile. By his estimations, it would take at least 3 days of non-stop work to craft it. He quickly got started. 3 days later, the doors to Han Xiao's workroom opened. Out came a tired Han Xiao with listless eyes and dark bags under his eyes. He looked as though he were in a daze, as if he didn't even know who or even where he was. In fact, looking at him, one might wonder if he had just woken up from a beating. Han Xiao received a call as soon as he turned on his phone. It was Li Yilin, and she did not sound pleased at all. Han Xiao, why were you unreachable for the past few days? You have dozens of overdue orders. You'd better not take the cash and run away when I'm putting my own reputation on the line for your business. Also, don't forget that you promised to make a set of specially tailored equipment. Oh, right, we've been given a mission. We have to leave for Hesla in 10 days. Leader is furious that you didn't show up for the meeting yesterday, so you'd better keep that in mind. Han Xiao could barely open his eyes, ignoring her as she rambled on. He climbed into his bed and curled up under his blanket to fall asleep instantly. Hey, why are you not saying anything? Ugh. Don't think I've forgotten how you took advantage of me the other day. What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? Open your eyes? When Han Xiao finally woke up, the first thing he did was to make his way to the toilet in his dreamlike stupor. After washing his hands, he stretched, yawned, and proceeded to brush his teeth. Afterwards, with eyes still half closed, Han Xiao went over to the kitchen in the main workshop where he pushed Lu Qian off her seat at the dining table with his butt and helped himself to the remainder of her breakfast, all the while ignoring her feeble protests. When he was done, he simply cast her an unapologetic glance before strolling out as though nothing had happened. Ah, such carefreeness reminds me of when I was young, reminisced old Lu aloud as he stroked his head. Ah, I want to change the keys. Perhaps this is love, remarked old Lu with a profound look on his face. It is not, Lu Qian yelled out in exasperation. Back in his workroom, Han Xiao opened up a small box. Inside were the fruits of his labor, what appeared to be numerous thin scales of metal. They looked black, but on closer observation, they were actually an extremely deep shade of blue. Although they resembled nothing like armor, these tiny pieces of metal were, without a doubt, the magnetic armor, well unassembled and still quite incomplete, to be exact. Han Xiao took a deep breath before placing his hand an inch above the case. He then began to summon the energy of magnetism within his body toward his arm. What happened next was quite a sight to behold. The metal scales began vibrating in response to Han Xiao's magnetism, and in the next second, they actually started flying toward his palm as though they were being sucked in. Upon coming into contact with Han Xiao's skin, they seemed to come alive and began dancing up and around his arm energetically, as though they were live fish. Form, commanded Han Xiao, and the metallic scales instantly spread along his arm to form a thin, scale-patterned sleeve of armor. It was perfectly smooth and uniform. The armor appeared to be skin-tight, but as it was controlled by magnetism, there was actually a gap of a few millimeters, allowing its user complete freedom of movement. Han Xiao drew his platinum retractable knife out and viciously slashed upon the sleeve. It produced a crisp ring, but there were no sparks, and the armor was completely undamaged. "Good defense," exclaimed a jubilant Han Xiao. "Magnetism armor, incomplete. Type, armor, bulletproof. Grade, uncommon green. Base stats, defense, 75. Durability, 1,600 of 1,600. Requirements, magnetism affinity energy, intermediate machinery affinity. Ability, can be controlled by magnetism to move across the user's body and transform into armor. Costs 10 energy/min to maintain shape. Additional effect, high resistance. This armor is capable of withstanding high temperatures and is not easily penetrated or damaged. Additional effect, magnetic repulsion. Damage inflicted on the user is partially negated. Reduces damage by 20 to 30 points. Additional effect, unique magnetic field. When worn, envelopes the user in a magnetic field that attracts electricity. Tooltip, a friendly reminder, don't use this on a rainy day. In Galaxy, equipment that required energy to use was known as superhuman equipment. The material used to make the metallic scales of the magnetism armor was an exceedingly rare, naturally occurring metal. Not even Division 13 possessed much of it in their inventory, and $250,000 was only enough for Han Xiao to make a partial version that could at best cover his entire back. Nevertheless, although the theory behind the magnetic armor was simple, crafting it was an entirely different matter. Even if Han Xiao did possess enough resources, he would still not be able to craft the complete version, not with his current level of expertise in both knowledge and skill. In spite of that, crafting the incomplete version earned Han Xiao 40,000 experience, even more than when he had crafted Rover 1. Han Xiao proceeded to test his control over the armor. While such high-level superhuman equipment would usually take a low-level player quite some time to get used to, Han Xiao, with his years of experience, was able to quickly get the hang of it. With this armor, Han Xiao now felt much safer than before. It was both inconspicuous and highly portable, and Han Xiao thought of it as a trump card. He planned to keep the armor a secret from everyone, including his allies. After all, who could say for sure that today's friend wouldn't become tomorrow's enemy? freewebnovel.com. Now that he had addressed the issues of mobility, defense, as well as both melee and ranged combat, all that was left for Han Xiao to do was to prepare some art. As Han Xiao was already quite satisfied with the bombs provided by Division 13, he only planned to make some simple modifications, nothing too fancy. Chapter 68, Upgrades, Part 3. Chapter 68, Upgrades, Part 3. Translator, MJ_ Chocolian Editor, Millman 97. 60 black, glossy, round-shaped objects lay neatly within the two cases before Han Xiao. These were the highly explosive delay-action shrapnel bombs, known as time bombs for short, that he had purchased from Division 13, and their unnecessarily long name, if anything, was telling of their destructive capabilities. Each bomb costs $800, so 60 of them amount to $48,000. Yep, this calculation should be right. Although the bombs were ready to use, Han Xiao decided to perform some modifications on them. With basic mechanical engineering, he made them flight-capable by installing mini-propellers on them, along with power supplies. This greatly improved their range of attack. The only downside to this modification was that it made them look rather comical. They now almost seemed like the kind of gadget that a certain likable blue robotic cat, a Doraemon reference, would pull out from his pouch. With the additions of the enhanced facial simulator, Desert Eagle, lightweight mechanical arm, foldable machete, sky swallow gliders, magnetically controlled armor, and last but not least, these flight-capable bombs to his arsenal, Han Xiao had finally finished with all his upgrades. Although Division 13 would definitely still provide them with more equipment, at Han Xiao's current level, his gear could be said to be semi-godly already. He was currently, without a doubt, the strongest person in his level range. This equipment will suffice. Han Xiao crossed out personal upgrades on his to-do list. The next line read, transport vehicles. Creating an entire vehicle from scratch would take too much time, so it was better for Han Xiao to directly purchase one from Division 13 and then perform modifications on it. Quality-wise, Division 13 would definitely not disappoint. After spending some time looking at the available options, Han Xiao decided that a detachable cargo truck would best suit their needs. It would act as a mobile warehouse and a workshop, a logistics vehicle for the team. Han Xiao could buy the truck with either money or exchange reputation points for it, which was essentially requesting that Division 13 give him the truck. Currently, he had a whopping $2.8 million to spare. Already, the money-spending ability of the mechanic class was starting to shine through. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Han Xiao's prior experience that helped him in accumulating money. Without happily spending all their money and getting used to living paycheck to paycheck, one could never become an excellent mechanic. Nonetheless, he decided to pay with reputation points. That's what they were meant for, after all. In comparison, paying with money would set him back an unnecessary $800,000. Han Xiao rang Feng Jun up. "Give me the vehicle. How long will it take for you to deliver it to my place? I will need to pick it up from the military factory. About 2 hours. Feng Jun's punctuality was proven time and again. Exactly 2 hours later, Feng Jun arrived at Han Xiao's doorstep in the very truck. A problem immediately presented itself. The truck was too big to enter the garage. Han Xiao and Feng Jun stared at each other, dumbfounded. They had carefully accounted for every single detail except for this issue. What now? How about you guys expand the garage for me? Come on. Do you think that engineering department staff have that much free time to spare? As Han Xiao rubbed his chin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't you bring in an undercover squad to watch over this district? Where are they now? Be more rational, jackass. Don't you think we are grabbing too much attention? Han Xiao looked away from Feng Jun and began to size up the military truck. It was 4 meters tall, 3.5 meters wide, and attached with an 11 meters long container that extended beyond the width of the front of the truck itself. What attention-grabbing? I don't think so. Han Xiao was not at all flustered when bullshitting. Only the blind would not see such a huge truck. Feng Jun basically spouted saliva all over Han Xiao's face. What is with the saliva spitting when you speak? Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve, wiped his face, and said with a look of disdain, "Not that I am criticizing you, but the volume of saliva that came out of your mouth is huge." Old Man Lu walked out at this moment and exclaimed, "What a huge truck! Why don't we just demolish the whole garage?" Han Xiao's eyes glittered. "Get lost?" Old Man Lu scolded sulkily. He then rubbed the bald area on his head and pondered for a moment before he dug out a key from his pocket and threw it to Han Xiao. "I have a garage a few blocks away. I will lend it to you." Han Xiao was utterly shocked. "So generous. Old Man Lu, are you on wrong medicine today? Get lost." Old Man Lu was swearing again. He then pushed them away as they were blocking his way, and he walked out for a leisurely stroll. Han Xiao drove the truck and arrived at the garage 10 minutes later. "Blurg. Hello. Do you really have to do that?" Feng Jun's face was as pale as a sheet as he leaned out the car window. He waved his hands hysterically while he continued vomiting. Han Xiao could not understand what Feng Jun was trying to convey. Does he mean that he will not sit in my car ever again? Or is he saying that I don't have to care how he feels? Han Xiao shook his head and threw the unimportant question to the back of his head. After he sent the nauseated Feng Jun away, he began modifying the heavy military truck. He checked every inch of the truck and found no hidden cameras or bugs. Products made by the military factory were of excellent quality. The truck was equipped with numerous parts, including 10 cylinders and turbochargers, which enhanced its horsepower. It could move at a top speed of 135 kilometers per hour. The truck had 5 heavy-duty, slip-free tires on each side. The cargo compartment was large, and it could contain quite a few pieces of equipment. Han Xiao wanted to modify it into a small workshop, so he needed to move the workshop equipment up. The base plate of the truck was modified for multi-terrain use, with parts like spring suspension and air damping suspension, which allowed the truck to move smoothly on bad terrain. The truck was also equipped with an anti-sliding gadget, which would prevent small vehicles from sliding under the truck. The movie scenes of protagonists driving sports car under the villain's car to fight would never happen with this truck. Hold on. Why am I naturally picturing myself as the villain? The driving cabin was not at all small. It could easily fit 6 people. It was equipped with a 10-gear gearshift, so there was a suitable gear for any type of movement. Han Xiao checked the airbags. There were 8 of them. As long as the passenger did not fly out of the vehicle upon collision, they would definitely not be injured. Plus, this passenger could enjoy the pleasure of being squashed in between a big chest. Speaking of car collisions, the front of the truck was not strengthened with a front bumper. Han Xiao needed to add it himself. He then looked at the truck windows. They were bulletproof. Division 13 did not cut corners. Overall, the truck was up to standard. It did not need any major modification. Han Xiao decided to add a few nitro boost cylinders to the truck for additional thrust. The thought of having a nitro boost for the truck already excited Han Xiao greatly. His truck could be the ultimate king of the road. Han Xiao started modifying the truck. The inside of the cargo compartment was made into a small-scale workshop. Han Xiao also strengthened the base plate and the front bumper. The thick and heavy armor looked rather sturdy. 4 nitro boost cylinders were installed in the truck for additional thrust during crucial moments. Furthermore, Han Xiao bought spare tires, and he installed a radar with an antenna for receiving radio signals and sending Wi-Fi signals. With these numerous upgrades, Han Xiao spent more than $10,000. He could not help but shake his head. Upgrades sure were costly. Gazing upon the black truck before him, he rubbed his chin as the idea of giving it a name suddenly occurred to him. Han Xiao decided to go with the simplest and most obvious one. Big Black. Not a bad name at all. Chapter 69 Before Move Out. Chapter 69 Before Move Out. Translator. Chicken Pow Editor. Milman 97. Oh my god. Xiao Han, you bought a heavy truck. The 4 teammates were invited to the garage, and Lia Lin and Lin Ya's faces were soon filled with surprise and excitement. They climbed all over the heavy truck. As Lambert was particularly interested in the engine, he opened the car hood to admire it. Thank you, said Zhang Wei solemnly to Xiao Han. A logistical vehicle was a very luxurious item for a team like them. Zhang Wei felt embarrassed that Xiao Han had bought it with his own money. Xiao Han laughed it off. Hee, just treat it as my way of helping impoverished teammates. Zhang Wei's mouth started twitching as he was lost for words. Although Xiao Han was saying the truth, it was still agitating for Zhang Wei. I racked my brain to come up with a name for this truck. Zhang Wei listened expectantly. Xiao Han cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, Big Black. Zhang Wei's body jerked upon hearing the ridiculous name. He gave an unwilling half-smile. Nice. What a nice name. Oh, you think so too? This name is very catchy and concise. I am quite proud of myself for coming up with this name, Xiao Han said in a satisfied tone. I'm glad you are happy with the name. Wow, the driving space is huge. Lia Lin was having a lot of fun when she suddenly thought of something. Who is going to drive the car? This is my truck. Obviously, I will be driving it, Xiao Han said. Immediately, Lia Lin's face paled, and her body started trembling. Can I not travel in the car? Zhang Wei frowned and reprimanded her. Xiao Han spent so much money to let us enjoy some comfort and convenience. How can you reject this? Lia Lin's face was now as pale as a sheet. She felt that nothing was more horrifying than this. You guys will regret this, she mumbled. Regret? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Is Xiao Han a terrible driver? Then it's nothing serious. How bad can his driving be? Everyone here is a well-trained agent in excellent physical condition. Nobody gets dizzy on roller coasters. There's nothing to fear about this, Zhang Wei thought to himself. Oh yeah, our boss told us that we will be moving out in 4 days, Lin Yao said suddenly. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He had spent about 10 days giving the truck an overhaul. He still wanted to install heavy firepower on truck. He had already mastered the knowledge required, but there was simply not enough time. He thought for a while and said to Zhang Wei, Bring the combatant armored suit to me. I will help you improve it. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He had confidence in Xiao Han's mechanic skills. Lia Lin overheard their conversation. She jumped at Xiao Han and nudged his shoulder. What about me? What about me? You promised to customize some equipment for me. You have to wait till I have some inspiration. As a pugilist, you should focus on using your fists to punch people. Why are you always eyeing my mechanic equipment? Xiao Han pushed the noisy Lin Yalin aside. The original combatant armored suit was brought out right away by a staff member from the logistics department. Just like the armor exhibited in museums, it was propped up with a plastic skeleton and stored in a human-height metal box. Since time is running out, I will have to focus on the most essential modification. Firstly, I will increase the energy capacity. Then, work on the structure will begin to reduce the weight and upgrade the skeleton of the mechanical parts. This will help to improve your overall movement. That will be great. Zhang Wei's face brightened with happiness. The suit was extremely heavy for him. After every use, his whole body would ache badly, worse than after running 10 kilometers. Next, I will modify the sensing system. I will fit a simple chip onto the suit to survey the situation outside, and I will personally donate a firepower control system, which will give your long-range weapons an auto-aiming ability. Lastly, if time permits, I will also add a simple close combat weapon. Sounds great. Zhang Wei was exhilarated, but suddenly Xiao Han changed his tone. And, of course, all of these things are chargeable. The total cost will be $360,000. How much? Zhang Wei stared him, his mouth agape in disbelief. His total saving had not even reached $1 million. Do you think this is too pricey? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes at Zhang Wei. Are your parents still alive? Why are you asking about them? They have already passed on. Zhang Wei was startled by the strange question. Do you have any siblings? No. I'm their only child. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend? No. I'm all alone. Xiao Han shook his head with a perplexed expression. Then what's the point in saving so much money? The comment shot right to his heart. Fine. Stop talking. I will pay. Zhang Wei gripped his chest in pain. He felt like his heart was being stomped on by 1,000 rhinos. Like an unscrupulous businessman, Xiao Han received the payment from Zhang Wei's trembling hand before he commenced the modification of the suit. Basic Energy Theory LV3 had given Xiao Han the ability to strengthen energy mechanics. However, he didn't want to give Zhang Wei's suit a mighty modification, so there was no need for a new energy blueprint. Good stuff had to be kept for personal use. To build in a weight-bearing mechanical skeleton and a sensing chip, one could actually use blueprints. These two were rather common. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV. 1 basic spatial sensing plus LV. 1 basic virtual electrical engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV. 2 basic dynamics principle plus LV. 4 basic mechanical engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered low-level smart chip. Fusion success. Congratulations. You have discovered K600 type mechanical skeletal system. These two were common mechanical blueprints, so most mechanics would have them. Xiao Han achieved fusion success on his first try without any hiccups. Low-level smart chip was also sold on the market. However, by unlocking the blueprint, Xiao Han could tweak it by writing his own code. The words low-level indicated that there would be more advanced versions of it, such as highly intelligent AL for large robots or even intelligent system control for huge space vehicles and war machines. On the other hand, K600 type mechanical skeletal system was one of the basic models of inner mechanical skeletal systems. The outer mechanical skeletal systems were worn directly on the body, while the inner type fitted the whole body seamlessly, hidden inside of the external armor. It retained the same functions as the external skeletal system but provided extra mechanical power. The inner skeletal system was a must for making a mechanical armored suit. Needless to say, the more advanced versions were applied to small, medium, large, and extremely large armored suits. Xiao Han removed the exterior of the combat suit, exposing the intricate parts in the interior. Xiao Han observed for a moment before he began his work. First, he increased the energy capacity, Then he added in the skeletal system and the smart chip, and lastly, he purchased some imaging devices, cameras, and infrared sensor for the sensing equipment. On dawn of the fourth day, he finally finished upgrading the combatant armored suit. Despite the same old, black, and heavy primitive suit exterior, the inside of the suit had been changed tremendously. It finally resembled a powerful and advanced mechanical armored suit. But time constraints did not allow Xiao Han to add a close combat weapon. Xiao Han was not bothered by it. Not delivering the promised product after payment was not new to him. He had already delayed the delivery of a high-explosive gunpowder for more than half a month. Xiao Han yawned and looked at his interface. Combatant armored suit. Deriving progress 2%. Retroderivation of equipment was one of the methods for mechanics to obtain blueprints. The requirements were very stringent because the progress would usually halt when they could not fulfill the preset conditions. Sometimes, just as the progress reached 30%, it would sometimes ask for INT to reach XX before it could continue the derivation. Furthermore, even when the progress reached 100%, a huge amount of EXP would have to be consumed in order to officially master the blueprint. The core of the combatant armored suit was part of the advanced mechanic knowledge, heavy machine modification. When the progress bar reached 50%, it looked like this knowledge would be required. Since the blueprint for the suit was not essential for Xiao Han, he was not bothered with that. It was move-out day. The team of 4 gathered in the garage. Lin Yao looked at the computer screen and said suddenly, "The department has gathered. The gathering point is the East Sentry Post. Okay, let's board the truck," Zhang Wei said solemnly. As soon as he gave the instruction, Li Yilin moved rapidly onto the driver's seat and stared at Xiao Han anxiously. Can I drive the truck?" Xiao Han rubbed his eyes. He had been burning the midnight oil for the past few days, so he was sleepy beyond measure. Thus, he did not insist on driving. He told her to drive steadily before moving to the back of the truck. He used a few backpacks as blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. Li Yilin sighed in relief at once. She felt as if she had just escaped death narrowly. She didn't even have the energy to point out the irony in Xiao Han's words, "Drive steadily." Upon seeing that Xiao Han wanted a good sleep, the rest all sat in the driving space to avoid disturbing him. West Capital, East Sentry Post, military train station. The superiors highly valued this attack on the base at Dark Crow Valley. Division 13 sent 3 covert ops teams to take part in this large-scale mission. The first was Zhang Wei's team, and the other was Ma Qingyang's team, the one that saved Zhang Wei's team. The last team was Covert Ops Ace Team, led by the team leader, Di Su. The 2 ops teams were waiting at the train station, accompanied by an officer from the staff department. His role was to give advice and supervise the operations in order to keep the agents in check. There were instances in the past where every team had a strong opinionated elite agent, resulting in many differing opinions that led to poor teamwork and caused many hiccups to their missions. To counter this problem, Division 13 had modified their mission procedure. When there were multiple teams working together, a staff officer would be the overall brain of the mission. Officers from the staff department learned how to command on various battle situations all year round. Before the mission, they would study each and every agent from the respective teams to better evaluate mission plans. Although the agents all believed that the staff officers only knew how to write mission report and take responsibility, they had to obey orders from the superior. As long as the staff officer didn't control them too much, everyone would be at peace with him. Why is Zhang Wei still not here? He's very late. Ma Qingyang looked at the sun and took a puff on his cigarette. He was quite good friends with Zhang Wei, and their teammates had friendly relationships too. Di Su and her team waited on the other side. She was playing with a coin in her hand. The coin, reflecting beams of sunlight, was turning and moving rapidly under her agile hand. She was eager and excited to meet Li Yilin because it meant that she would get to bully and tease her again. Plus, she was quite intrigued by her new teammate, Xiao Han. The leading staff officer, Qi Baijia, rubbed his good-looking brows. His eyes were irritated by the flickering reflections of sunlight from the coin. He had no choice but to turn his face toward the other side. A loud engine sound traveled from afar. Everyone could hear the huge horsepower of the incoming vehicle. They felt the floor shaking as the vehicle got closer. Qi Baijia looked up at the source of the sound and saw a gigantic and ferocious military truck approaching. Ma Qingyang flicked his cigarette butt off and crushed it with his heel. Di Su clenched her fingers tight, gripping the coin in her palm. Qi Baijia adjusted his collar. They are here. Chapter 70 on the train. Chapter 70 on the train. Translator. Chicken Pow Editor. Milman 97. Big Black slowly came to halt. Zhang Wei and his team alighted from the front of the vehicle. Qi Baijia saluted and introduced himself. I am Qi Baijia, the staff officer who will be leading this mission. Greetings. Happy to be working with you. Zhang Wei nodded. Then he turned his head and smiled at Ma Qingyang heartily while giving Ma Qingyang a big hug. On the other side, Lin Yao's eyes glittered upon seeing Di Su. His gaze tightly locked onto her. He waved his arm shyly. Hello, Su Jie. Little Lin. Di Su just ignored Lin Yao and walked past him toward Li Yilin while he was still mesmerized by her. She pinched Li Yilin's cheeks. TSK. You have grown prettier since the last time I saw you. Screw off. We are not that close. Li Yilin frowned and shoved Di Su's annoying hand away. Di Su was not bothered by it. She scanned around and asked curiously, Where's your mechanic? Where is he hiding? Li Yilin crossed her arms in front of her chest. She gave a cold look and refused to answer. Zhang Wei answered, He's a little tired, so he is still sleeping on the truck. This truck is? Zhang Wei stood upright and said with a face full of pride, Our logistical support vehicle. Jealousy filled Ma Qingyang and Di Su's teams. They gave their team leaders a bitter look. We want our own logistical support vehicle, too. Qi Baijia clapped his hand. Okay, time is running out. Let's move out. A military-use train was parked at the station. Instead of transporting the items using airplanes or regular cars, 40 well-trained field personnel are loading boxes of firearms and ammunition onto the train. Since the major expressways were destroyed, the 6 nations had focused on the development of railway to connect various destinations. Military-use trains ran designated military railways, which made them faster than civilian trains. 3 days was all that was required for the train to reach its destination. The first 5 carriages comprised of the driving cabin, 2 bedrooms, the restaurant and firearm storage, respectively. The last few carriages were open air, specially made for carrying other vehicles. Li Yilin drove Big Black up onto the carriage. The field personnel locked it in place tightly and covered the truck with a dust sheet. Once everyone had boarded the train, it moved off. The train radiated under the fierce sunlight and drove into the dangerous and treacherous forested fields. Han Xiao woke up soon after he felt the vibration of the train. The ceiling of the carriage was installed with lamps that illuminated the room under a soft white light. The carriage was filled with lifeless, ice-cold machines and mechanical weapons, but they actually gave him a sense of security. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes forcefully before he got his full concentration back. He opened the carriage door only to realize that he was on a high-speed train that was already on the move. The wild wind gushed toward his face, blowing his messy hair all around. The floor was vibrating non-stop and the riotous sound of the train movement rushed into his ears. The train moved smoothly along the rail toward their destination. A galaxy of stars illuminated the dark sky. Mountains could be seen on the distant horizon. Have I slept for the entire day? For a while, Han Xiao was slightly startled. He then put on his facial simulator and adjusted his face to that of a regular man from his memory. After which, he placed a mask over the facial simulator. He had always been this careful. Afterwards, he followed the trail of light and entered the carriage from the front. The sound from the wind disappeared the moment he entered the carriage. Noisy chatter filled his ears instead. He felt as if he had just transmigrated from the Stone Age to a modern civilization. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, everyone stopped talking. Every pair of eyes was fixated on Han Xiao. They scanned him with curiosity. Di Su was the first person to stand up. She moved her beautiful waist and moved seductively toward Han Xiao. So, you are Han Xiao? She asked curiously. I think you've got the wrong person. Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Han Xiao knew that he would lose a lot of face if he answered all the questions directed at him truthfully. Everyone's face stiffened. What a blatant lie. Everyone was here in the cabin. Who else could he be? Li Yilin was instantly delighted as she saw the scheming Di Su Su getting rejected. She waved at Han Xiao. Xiao Gu, come here and sit. Han Xiao nodded and moved beside Zhang Wei and the others. Li Yilin whispered to Han Xiao, "Great job. You just embarrassed that scheming Di Su Su." Scheming? Han Xiao was surprised by her description. That's right. Di Su Su is a scheming, cunning, and sly snake, Li Yilin said with a mouth full of detest. Han Xiao squinted. Are you describing yourself? Lin Yao could not agree more. However, he dared not add anything for fear being beaten up by Li Yilin. He secretly looked at Han Xiao with respect. That's my Xiao Gu, full of balls. A courageous man who never filters his words. When Di Su Su saw Li Yilin and Han Xiao's intimate gestures, her face turned black. Traces of anger flashed in her eyes. On the other side, Ma Qingyang extended his hand and smiled. Hey brother, nice to meet you. I'm Ma Qingyang. Han Xiao shook his hand as he held back the enraged Lin Yilin, unflustered. Technically, we never met. Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. He surveyed around Han Xiao's mask, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh, you are right. Qi Baijia clapped his hand. Since everyone is here, I will now explain the details of this mission. Field personnel, please take your leave. Field personnel knew that this was the rule, so they left this carriage without hesitation. The place immediately quieted, as only the 3 covert ops teams and Qi Baijia were left inside. This is a joint mission between Hesla's intelligence department and us. Hesla's troops are stationed at the border, and they could move out at any moment. Our job here is to infiltrate the enemy base to gather information about their defenses so that we can provide the troops with intelligence support. Hesla has sent us a map of the Dark Crow Valley. This place is easy to hold but hard to attack, and with deep forests we will not be able to locate the coordinates of the base with our satellites. We have 0 information about their troop number and location. We can only attack from land. Everyone was very serious when it came to their mission. Di Su Su scratched her forehead and frowned. This sounds like a heavily guarded best. Is it possible for Hesla's troops to storm the base on the ground? They refused. Qi Baijia shook his head. Everyone understood the reason. As long as Hesla could take down the enemy with 2/3 of their effort, they would never deploy their full strength. Furthermore, when there was too little information about enemies' power and location, Hesla would not allow its troops to go in prematurely for fear of suffering too many casualties. The covert ops department would be brought in to do the dirty work like such an infiltration. Li Yilin grumbled. Then where is the infiltrating point? Qi Baijia pointed at a spot on the map. On the west side of the valley, there is a large town called Crow's Forest. The fact that they have the courage to build a town near a base of the Germinal Organization suggests that the 2 parties are colluding. Therefore, there must be a few scouts from the valley base stationed in the town. This is our opportunity to obtain crucial intelligence. And according to intelligence from the higher-ups, there are 3 noteworthy enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base. Qi Baijia gave out a folder of information sheets to everyone. As everyone was reading through the sheets, he summarized the gist of the information. Pan Kuang, head of the base, 35 years old, Asian, E+ pugilist, is one of the Germinal Organization's executive officers. His weapon is a blade, nicknamed Bladesoul. His last recorded feat was 3 years ago, when he defeated 12 Theseus agents at the border alone. 4 of them were superhumans. The page showed an emotionless man. He looked like any ordinary man but gave off an extremely fierce vibe. Ji Jie, deputy head, male, 29 years old, mixed Asian and Caucasian, limited information. We only know that he seems to be a relative of the leader of the Wind Eye Organization, Ji Nuo. Dormand, captain of the security force, 43, from Raylan. He specializes in different firearms, and he is an extremely elite special agent. He used to lead a whole night owl squad. Doubt filled Ma Qingyang's face. I thought we did not have much information regarding the internal situation of the base. Where did all this detailed information come from? Everyone was wondering the same thing. Qi Baijia shook his head. Not sure. The higher-ups said it was classified. Everybody stopped their questioning. Han Xiao pricked up his ears slightly. The source of this intel is sitting right beside you guys. Qi Baijia added more pointers for everyone to take note. Suddenly, his tone changed. For this combined exercise, Hesla will be sending teams of agents from the intelligence department. They will move with us when we meet at the rendezvous point. Zhang Wei's expression became unnatural, and he questioned, agents from 2 countries working on this mission together? Qi Baijia was feeling embarrassed and coughed. Yes, that was just courting trouble. Hesla was unsatisfied with the intel from Star Dragon. Also, they didn't want to expend much of their own force, so they requested that Division 13 deploy manpower for this mission. The agents looked at one another with unease. The relationship between the 2 countries were rather stale. The agents even seemed hostile toward one another. It seemed like the mission would turn out to be a flop. None of this intel was useful for Han Xiao. He yawned and looked out of the window. He squinted after he caught sight of something. He immediately interrupted the discussion and shouted, "We are under attack by beasts!" Everyone was stunned and could not react. The train vibrated violently, causing the agent to almost fall. At the same time, there was a loud and horrible cry from the field personnel in the back carriage. Chapter 71, Burn the Damn Creature. Chapter 71, Burn the Damn Creature. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. The train rocked violently. The shaking came from the last carriage of the train. The covert ops agents, who were trying hard to maintain their footings, peeked out of the windows, and the sight in front of them was shocking. Under the cover of darkness, a gargantuan black worm was coiled up around the last carriage. The worm's body spanned over tens of meters, and it had a glossy, black exoskeleton that was composed of chitin, reflecting the moonlight. The creature looked hideous. The head of the worm housed its gigantic mouth, with sharp teeth that continued way down into its throat. The worm was chewing on the metallic exterior of the train carriage, perforating the carriage's exterior. An unfortunate agent ended up in the worm's mouth, and in a brief moment, the screaming ended as the victim turned into minced meat. Xiao felt a cold shiver. The bold ideas he previously had vanished instantly. It is the dark, earthly worm. One could see the fear on Qi Baijia's face. Xiao drew his berserk eagle out from the holster and fired a shot at the worm. He tensed up the moment the stats of the worm flashed on the screen before his eyes. The dark, earthly worm. Level 48. Infant stage LV 10. Adolescent stage LV 10. Adult stage LV 10. Mating stage LV 10. LV. Age 71 years old. Stats STR 80. DEX. END. INT. Mystery 1. Luck 2. Energy 0. Energy rank. HP. Abilities. Thick chitin exoskeleton. Def plus 20. Dark. Plus 15% darkness attributes. Large body. HP plus 1000. Reduction of shock by 20%. Metal chewing. Additional 25% damage to metallic elements. Rare blood of the earthly dragon. HP plus 2000. Plus 10% defense against supernatural elements. Skills. Kill by strangling LV. 7. Slither LV. 10. Rotating incisors LV. 6. Acid spit LV. 5. Xiao felt it was really unfair that even the monster had more luck than him. Fire! The agents fired their pistols. The gunshots were deafening. However, the bullets merely grazed the thick exoskeleton of the worm, causing almost no harm to it. The wilderness of Aquamarine was especially dangerous. All sorts of ghastly creatures roamed in it. There were many cases from the past where these creatures brutally slaughtered towns and cities. Humans had to rely on their collective intelligence and wisdom to counter these creatures in order to stay at the top of the food chain. The dark earthly worm had a long lifespan. Its length increased proportionately with its age. Under normal circumstances, it peacefully resided in darkness with little activity. However, it would be awakened by violent vibrations in the ground. It became clear to the folks that the worm had been woken up by the noise of the passing train. To prevent encounters with wild creatures, every rail line had maintenance personnel who would inspect the infrastructure and survey the traffic, which also included surveying the underground for signs of life. If the worm had come before the last survey, it meant that the personnel in charge had slacked and failed to inspect the ground thoroughly. The agents, who were considered prey by the worm, reacted to the situation with shock by firing their pistols. However, the smaller bullets formed the pistol dealt almost zero damage to the worm, whose defense points were way above 100. All the explosives and Gatling guns were in the store carriage. However, the agents were unable to obtain these weapons. Their access to the store carriage was blocked by the worm. The situation was not optimistic for the agents. Amidst the chaos, a strong gust of wind buffeted the carriage. Random items fell out and started drifting in the wind. The train tilted at an angle of 15 degrees as sparks flew out from the base of the train screeching against the track. The carriage looked as if it would be flipped by the massive body of the worm at any moment. "Move aside," Leah Lin shouted as she leapt forward with the foldable machete in her hand. She channeled the flames of yellow energy and hacked hard into the worm's exoskeleton. A crack was heard, and a distinct cut appeared on the worm's body. It was useful. Pugilists could channel their internal energy to deal astonishing damage. In this case, the punches and kicks had immense power and worked effectively. After a quick glance, Di Su also went forward. With the foldable machete in her hand, channeling the flames of green energy, she hacked hard and fast, like streaks of lightning. A small piece of exoskeleton fell off the worm, and a faint glow of green could be seen. The worm showed no signs of apprehension. It had its thick flesh and armor for protection and was, therefore, especially calm. It subsequently shrank its body to give the carriage a harder squeeze. The monsters on Aquamarine were ferocious, and many had stacked abilities that made them especially hardy. The worm was evidently a wild boss-level creature, and without the firepower of the modern military, it would be difficult to slaughter the monster. The worm was a creature that required at least 50 players of the same level to defeat. However, there were some instances where the monster was defeated by solo players. In 2 gulps, another 2 agents were swallowed by the worm. The flesh of humans tasted much better than that of the sandworms underground. The dark earthly worm ground its teeth as if it had enjoyed the meal. The agents were shivering, and the brutality of the predator caused many to almost collapse to the ground. At that instant, it seemed like humans had lost their intelligence and had been reduced to prey waiting for their fateful moments to arrive. "Use fire. The worm is afraid of fire," Di Su yelled. The worm had poor eyesight and was especially sensitive to heat and sparkles of ember, which had a similar effect on the worm to flashbangs on humans. The agents realized that if the situation remained stagnant for much longer, the train would be destroyed. The only solution was to use flames to push the worm back. Zhang Wei immediately took out the magazine housing the high-explosive ammunition. Bang! Instantly, the impregnable exoskeleton of the worm started burning. The worm lost its composure and started wriggling violently. The flames and the temperature made it especially uncomfortable. It became as agitated as a restless baboon. Xiao Han stood there steadily like a nail in a plank. The increasing magnitude of the jolts made him worry about the carriage flipping. Almost all of Division 13's agents had purchased the high-explosive rounds, so he was confident that they could handle the situation effectively without him getting involved. The fire started growing on the worm, and in less than a moment's time, the worm could no longer withstand the glaring ember. It gave a shriek and loosened its grip on the carriage. Following that, it tunneled into the ground. In a matter of seconds, it was deep in the ground, leaving only piles of dirt. The agents that managed to escape the wrath of the monster were still feeling shocked and fearful. They collapsed onto the ground. "We are saved," We are not dead yet, not dead yet. Mama, I miss you. Although the worm only appeared for a few minutes, the damage it had caused was immense. There were holes everywhere on the carriage. It was in a shambles. If the worm had not been chased away, the train along with its passengers would have. Well, maybe not all of the passengers would have perished, but the train was definitely going to have been delayed. Luckily, there was the high explosive ammunition. The folk all looked toward Xiao Han. One could sense the appreciation in their eyes. Zhang Wei patted on Xiao Han's shoulder. No words could describe his gratitude. If you want to thank me, just say it. I can't really read minds. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Han's words completely destroyed the atmosphere. The agents rested for a moment and started clearing up the mess. The attack by the dark earthly worm was ultimately a one-time incident, and the fact that only one of such accidents had occurred proved that the military rail line was safest. The scenery outside the train's windows was mainly mountains, dense forests, and lush plains, which gradually became boring. Along the way, Xiao Han stationed himself in the large black carriage, practicing his energy training technique and machine manufacturing skill. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Hesla border station. Chapter 72, The Camp Destroyer Mission. Chapter 72, The Camp Destroyer Mission. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. Hesla and Stardragon belonged to the same continent. The more liberal culture on Hesla was perhaps due to the hot and humid climate. Even outside of the beaches, bikini girls and topless guys could be seen walking on the streets. The train pulled in to the military train station. Looking through the window, a man in shades wearing a loose-fitting flowery shirt could be seen standing on the platform. He was probably the next point of contact. Han Xiao alighted from the train together with the rest as Qi Baijia led the way. Qi Baijia walked up to the man and introduced himself. I am Qi Baijia from the Stardragon's Division 13. The man laughed and removed his shades. He had unshaven stubble and looked unkempt, as if he was a fishmonger from the market. I am Yi Fan from the Hesla Intelligence Department. Han Xiao was in disbelief. Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan was he? What exactly happened? The man looked nothing like the dashing and cool Yi Fan that Han Xiao pictured in his mind. Yi Fan saw the whole studded train carriage and immediately asked, You guys encountered a monster? It was just a small worm, no real threat. Qi Baijia gave a dry cough. Despite of the danger caused by the worm, there was no way he would admit that the situation had been greatly perilous. He needed to maintain the reputation of the Stardragon agents and wanted the folks on Hesla to believe that they were strong. It must have been really fortunate for you guys to arrive safely. Yi Fan laughed. He did not further probe into Qi Baijia's words. Freeobnovel.com. Yi Fan put his shades back on and said, Let us quickly head to the command center and report in. Our administrative procedures here are less complicated than those in Maple, at least 90% less. Some agents chuckled to themselves. Maple was known for its inflexible system. Apparently when the Shaniks from Theseus and Maple collaborated to wipe out the vagrant warlords, the short-tempered Shaniks were so frustrated with the elaborate reporting procedures of Maple that they almost fought with the officials at the Maple Intelligence Unit's Kuroma headquarters. The administrative prerequisite for this joint operation required the commanders to submit their operation plans before the actual execution of the mission. For this operation, the Hesla military was delegated to be the offensive force. The agents were in charge of reconnaissance missions to uncover the enemy's defense blueprints at the Dark Crow Valley base. Along the way, one could see the brand-new bulletproof jeeps and small tanks parked in garages. There were also honeycomb missile launchers and groups of soldiers transporting ammunition. Zhang Wei, Di Su, and Ma Qingyang became really quiet, a stark contrast from their usual chatty behavior. It was their nationalistic sentiments affecting them. Han Xiao realized that he should not do anything overboard at that point in time. The commanding officer was a muscular Caucasian man by the name of Colonel Carl. Colonel Carl was studying the operation plan hanging on the wall. Upon hearing the door creak, Colonel Carl, who thought that it was his assistant officer entering the room, blurted out, Do not disturb me when I am thinking. Yi Fan coughed and said, Colonel, the agents from Stardragon are here to submit their report. Colonel Carl turned his head to face Yifan. The tension on his face relieved immediately. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at the Star Dragon agents with distrust. He took out a document from his drawer. "Take them down to rest, we will set off together in an hour," he ordered. Carl seemed unfriendly to the agents of Division 13. Yifan took the agents to a room and asked them to stay put at the location since they would be moving out shortly. After Yifan left, the agents were left alone. Lin Yao finally dared to speak and asked softly, "Why do I get the feeling that the Hesla soldiers, especially the commanding officer, seem to not like us?" Ma Qingyang gave a sarcastic grin and said, "In the past, there were wars between Star Dragon and Hesla. Therefore, the people of Hesla are unfriendly toward us. It is really frustrating that we have to face such situations even when we are on a collaborative mission with them." Colonel Carl definitely doesn't look like an easy figure to appease. The different cliques within Division 13 was not unique to Star Dragon. In fact, many countries faced such situations. Maple and Ordina were more conservative. Raylan and Theseus were more assertive. Star Dragon and Hesla were more neutral. Lin Yao remarked in disbelief, "Why did the department send us to Hesla then? What if they make us the sacrificial objects for the mission? Nobody knows what the higher-ups have in mind. I guess we have to count on ourselves to stay safe." Ma Qingyang, being a seasoned member of the department, was no longer surprised or shocked by such arrangements. Qi Baijiao explained, "Don't worry, every command given to you guys has to gain my approval." The agents fell silent after a series of discussions to get into the mode for the mission. "I am going out to take a puff." Han Xiao stood up and walked out of the room. He lighted his cigarette and took a deep puff, which went all the way down to his lungs, then out of his nostrils in 2 trails of smoke. He felt a sense of relief. He ignored the unfriendly stares from the Hesla soldiers and diverted his attention to the mission plan on the screen of the tablet. "You have activated Operation Dark Crow Valley Base. Mission brief. This is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Division 13 and participant of the operation, look out for what you can do. Hint: the mission is a part of the Camp Destroyer series and you can claim these rewards upon completion of the mission. Reconnaissance 1, Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Crow's Forest Town. 3,000 EXP rewarded. Reconnaissance 2, Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Dark Crow Valley Camp. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Logistics Member, Solo Mission. Complete 20 tool repairs for your teammates. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Assassin Solo Mission. Kill 8 sentries. 18,000 EXP rewarded. Direct Conflict, Solo Mission. Kill 50 Germinal Organization soldiers. 35,000 EXP rewarded. Assassination 1. Kill Dormant. Rewards based on contribution. Assassination 2. Kill Jijia. Reward based on contribution. Assassination 3. Kill Panquang. Rewards based on contribution. Destroy the Dark Crow Valley Camp. Rewards based on the level of completion of mission and individual contribution. At the end of the mission, rewards will be issued based on individual stats and performance. Initially, Han Xiao thought that it was going to be a normal mission, but instead, the operation was part of the Camp Destroyer series, which allowed for a varied and outstanding performance. There were many types of missions, and for those belonging to the Camp Destroyer series, as long as one completed most of the objectives, the rewards would be generous. There were also additional rewards based on one's individual performance. As Han Xiao was smoking, a lady with short red hair approached him and asked, "Are you from Star Dragon?" Staring at her in the eye, Han Xiao nodded. "I suppose so." Immediately, the lady drew a knife from her waist and stabbed toward the neck of Han Xiao. Chapter 73, Acing the Test. Chapter 73, Acing the Test. Translator, Chicken Pow Editor, Milman 97. Han Xiao stared at the red-haired woman without flinching. The knife was only 3 centimeters from his main artery when it stopped and turned away, displaying the woman's strong skill wielding her weapon. The woman gave a fierce look. "Why aren't you dodging? Why should I dodge? So, you think I do not dare stab you? You can try." Han Xiao's face did not change one bit. Somewhere beneath his clothes, the magnetic-controlled extendable suit had already inched near his collar. He could protect his neck at a moment's notice, and therefore he was fearless. Furthermore, since she was able to move freely in the military campsite, she had to be a Hesla agent. She would not really harm him like this. This would most likely be a test of his ability or to instill fear in him. However, how dare they picked him as the target? Han Xiao was slightly irritated. His eyes turned ice-cold. The red-haired woman suddenly felt a shiver down her back and did not realize where it came from. She collected her mind and harumphed. Winna, agent from Hesla Intelligence Department. She had just finished talking when she felt something pushing onto her stomach. She looked down. A large-caliber pistol was pointing right at her stomach. Only then did Han Xiao laugh and say, "Han Xiao, that was fast. I didn't even see how he drew his gun." Her pupil constricted. She put away her knife. Han Xiao withdrew his gun, too. "I will remember that." Winna turned around and left. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Hesla personnel sure are hostile toward us. They'd better not drag me down. After Winna walked some distance away, she gave a sigh of relief. She realized cold sweat was dripping down her hairline and became serious. That Star Dragon agent gave her an extremely dangerous vibe. Winna returned to the lounge to look for the rest of the Hesla agents. Yifan smiled and asked, "Discover anything?" Winna took a sip of water to soothe her parched throat and replied in a serious tone, "That Han Xiao is likely very dangerous." Han Xiao. Yifan thought of something based on the physical description of him. That guy had been very low profile ever since they alighted the train. He only gave a weird look when someone called his name. A strange person, Yifan concluded. Han Xiao finished smoking and stepped on the cigarette butt. He walked back into the lounge. Qi Baijia looked over and asked abruptly, "Nothing happened, right?" "Something happened. I saw a female pig falling into a ditch." Qi Baijia felt slightly awkward. "Can you be more serious?" "In that case, there was nothing," replied Han Xiao nonchalantly. Since it was only a test meant to scare him, he did not want everyone to hear about it. Firstly, it was to protect the mission. And secondly, he didn't think he wanted to be strayed by emotions. In his mind, they were three types of enemies. The first type pissed him off or violated his interests. The second type wanted him dead or endangered his life. The last type was his nemesis. There was also the type that not only had mutual hatred but also conflicting interests. One example would be the Germinal Organization. This was the enemy that was top priority for Han Xiao. The first kind was too mild for him to care about. Qi Baijia gave Han Xiao a complicated look. He was sitting by the window and had seen the whole incident unfold. He had gone on a lot of field missions before, and he knew that the other country's agents would surely test their ability and show off their own prowess. This was a covert rule. All the agents were proud and arrogant. They would not get respect and power without showing off their ability. If anyone were to complain to their superior, they would actually be laughed at. Qi Baijia greatly approved of what Han Xiao had done. He did not let Star Dragon's reputation down, and he was glad that Han Xiao had kept his mouth shut. This guy's ability is good, and he understands the bigger picture. They didn't fight? Carl nodded his head in satisfaction after he heard his deputy's report. Good. Seems like those Star Dragon people know their place on our territory. Soon it was time for them to depart. Everyone gathered at the border exit. Yifan, together with Winna, brought a dozen agents, armed and ready to go. The first stop of the mission was a position far away from the Crow Valley town. There was an abandoned secret hideout of Hesla's. They would be using it as their temporary base. Division 13 transported the Land Rovers using the train. They were just regular all-terrain cars. Only Han Xiao's Big Black was unique. He drove his team off amid loud revving of the engine. This time, he drove steadily and comfortably. Li Yilin was almost moved to tears. The other three teammates, cramped in the other seats, were puzzled. They didn't understand Li Yilin's big reaction to all this. It was half a day's ride. Hesla's motorcade was leading, and Division 13 followed. Suddenly, Hesla's motorcade sped up, gradually increasing the distance between the two parties. Di Su and Ma Qingyang accelerated when they realized it. Only Han Xiao, driving Big Black, followed slowly at the back. Xiao Ge, we need to catch up with them, Lin Yao said anxiously. Han Xiao's had one hand on the steering wheel, while the other one was out of the window and enjoying the wind. Why do we need to catch up? No matter how fast they drive now, they will have to wait for us later. Well, you are right when you put it that way. Suddenly, Di Su's laughter came from the radio. Little Lin, how come you guys are so slow? Hurry and catch up with us. Unless Han Xiao's skills are not up to par. I do not want to waste my petrol, Han Xiao replied briefly. Di Su was instantly stunned. This was the first time she heard such a unique excuse. Agents like us need to worry about paying for petrol? Ma Qingyang chimed in on the radio. Zhang Wei, this is Hesla's agents showing off. We must not lose to them. Zhang Wei pondered for a few seconds, and he patted on Han Xiao's shoulder. Let's catch up with them. Li Yalin's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Zhang Wei's sleeve hurriedly and urged, Please don't. This speed is great. What exactly do you fear? Zhang Wei was really puzzled. Captain, is it not good to be alive? Li Yalin said in a trembling and sobbing tone. Zhang Wei was extremely baffled. Han Xiao raised his eyebrow. You really want to pursue them? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded his head. Han Xiao sighed and changed the gear with ease. Okay then, you guys had better hold on tight. Li Yalin was deeply fearful. She held onto the car door as tightly as she could and clenched her jaw. You guys will definitely regret this. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the destination. As soon as they alighted their vehicles, they all looked at the big black truck with shock, horror, and disbelief. Cold chills ran down their spine whenever they thought of the scene from before. FRUUBnovel.com. Even though they were experienced agents who had seen many things, such as S and Z shape movements, this was the first time they had seen an N shape movement, and it was faster than anyone else. This could not even be counted as drifting. More like flying. The truck driver must have been heavily under the influence. Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Li Yalin fumbled out of the vehicle, held onto a tree at the side, and started vomiting everything they had inside them. At that moment, they felt like they'd be better off dead. Blarg! Oh my God! I feel like I'm dying. Blarg! Told you that you would regret this. Blarg! Han Xiao strolled down from the car and clamped a cigarette comfortably in his mouth. He smirked and said, Well, you guys told me to chase. Do you specialize in driving bumper cars? Han Xiao curled his lips. Bumper cars? Don't look down on me. I used to drive mechas. Lambert got out of the car with sturdy steps, as if nothing had happened to him. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed. See? There is someone normal enough to enjoy my driving. Just as Lambert opened his mouth to speak, vomit came out like waterfall. Only after everything was vomited out did Lambert commented with a poker face. If you ever touch the steering wheel again, I will just jump out of the car. Chapter 74, Separate Operations. Chapter 74, Separate Operations. Translator, Chicken Pow Editor, Milman 97. The cars were parked outside. After everyone moved their equipment into the secret base, they began their pre-mission briefing. We have two operations. Firstly, disguise as wanderers and blend into Dark Crow Forest Town to gather intel. Secondly, search for sentry guards from the Germinal Organization that are left alone and force information about their base out of them. We will handle the sentries. Your people can go to the Dark Crow Forest Town, Winna immediately stated. Di Su frowned. There would mostly likely be spies hidden in the town. If they attempted to blend in, they might be exposed and be put in dire danger. If so, they would not achieve anything. Searching for sentries would be much safer and easier to accomplish. Hesla just could not wait to throw all the dangerous and tough jobs to Division 13. This attitude annoyed them greatly, but someone had to do the missions after all. If it was not going to be Hesla, then it had to be Division 13. As such, no one voiced any objection. To infiltrate the town, we must first disguise ourselves as wanderers and then find an opportunity to gather intel covertly. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy, said Qi Baijia. After some discussion, it was decided that some people would stay at the base as backup. 4 people stayed behind: Lin Yao, Qi Baijia, Ma Qingyang, and Han Xiao. Hesla also left some personnel to guard the base. Han Xiao only knew Yi Fan from their group. It was only the afternoon. The Hesla agents decided to take a rest first. They would wait till dawn, when enemy's alertness would be at its lowest, to move off to find enemy sentry guards. They had brought infrared imaging devices, so the darkness actually provided them with an advantage. Also, they secretly wanted Division 13 to be the guinea pig to sweep away some danger first. Freebnovel.cm. Once the mission plan was finalized, those Division 13 agents who were going in mixed together to form a team with Di Su as the leader. They were disguised in wanderers' clothes and looked travel-worn and weary. They hunched their backs to look as if they were being weighed down by stress. They carried giant backpacks and looked exactly like those real wanderers. They then headed toward the Dark Crow forest town on foot. The secret base was equipped with many computer screens that were connected to agents' camera and earphones. Han Xiao, Lin Yao, and Qi Baijia would rotate to monitor the situation. Di Su's team soon arrived at the crowded town, which was displayed on the screens. There were many different types of buildings, and despite the housing being simple and crude, there were many people there, making it look like a marketplace. Although the town was small in area, it had everything, even hotels for guests. Let's look for a place to stay first. Di Su and the gang were questioned by the locals, but she answered perfectly. They were just wanderers that were migrating, and wanted to rest here for a while before moving off. Afterwards, they successfully checked in at one of the hotels in the town. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately swept for monitoring cameras and bugs professionally. They started discussing their next steps after they made sure the room was safe. How should we proceed now? Li Yilin curled her lips and gave Di Su a cold look. Di Su was not in the mood to banter with Li Yilin. Her brows knitted together as she said in a serious tone, "People in the town are still suspicious of our identity. I think we should stay put." Han Xiao suddenly chimed in through the earpieces. "You guys had better act today. Give me a good reason." Di Su was slightly provoked. "You guys are now foreign wanderers, so you should act your part. It is only normal to gather information about this place. It will actually look strange if you purposefully conceal yourselves, making others feel that you have an ulterior motive." Everyone looked at one another. "That seems like a good point. Let's do what Han Xiao suggested." The town had many amenities, including entertainment facilities, casinos, a pharmacy, restaurants, and even places for one to release. As night fell, the team moved out in different groups and pretended to spend money, probe for intel, and gather information. However, they did not achieve any substantial success. The locals there were mostly ordinary wanderers, and they did not spot any people of interest. "Our enemies must be hiding deeply. We probably won't get anything through this method." Qi Baijia's expression was grave. "Actually, I know a way." Han Xiao smiled. He knew the specific spy that was stationed at this town. After real players earned enough reputation from missions, they could choose to join the Germinal Organization through this NPC. By catching this NPC, they could get quite a lot of intel. Han Xiao knew the exact coordinates of the Dark Crow Valley base, but he was unsure of the specific military strength and defenses of the base. After 10 long years, he only remembered a little information about the place. Furthermore, they were at the different point in time, so the changes would be different. It was essential for them to gather intel from the NPC. "You guys should go to the southern part of town, where you will see a casino. There should be a bald-headed dude who knows the intel about the base." Han Xiao was describing the spy from the Germinal Organization stationed at the town. Those real players who were born at Dark Crow Forest Town could only join the Germinal Organization through this guy. Everyone was shocked. Di Su frowned. "Where did you get this information from?" "I have my ways." "What if the information is incorrect?" Di Su was adamant. "Listen to him." Qi Baijia spoke up for Han Xiao. Before the mission, higher-ups had told him to trust his intel. This showed that the higher-ups valued Han Xiao highly. Su had to repress her suspicion and follow to the order. She took some agents to the small casino and looked for the person quietly. Without fail, they found the bald-headed guy who was the banker of the casino. What should we do now? If we act rashly, we could alarm our enemies. He might have companions from the organization around him, asked Su. Han Xiao was speechless. We've already found our target. Can't you just be professional and do what you usually do? Su felt her chest tighten, enraged by his comment. But at the same time, she realized that she had asked a dumb question. She gathered her teammates to secretly surround the guy. Han Xiao looked at the time. He got up and let Lin Yao take over his duty. He did not feel that he needed to supervise the actual execution. If they could not even catch the guy, those agents should just knock themselves out with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Winna and her team of Hesla agents left for their objective after she gave Han Xiao a fierce glare. Han Xiao did not plan to rest at the secret base. He went into the trunk of Big Black and started assessing the situation. Both operations are team-based. They will most likely complete them without any hiccups. I should be more concerned with my personal mission. I will need some handy tools in order to assassinate the sentry guards in the forest. Han Xiao took out some spare parts and began working on his interface. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? Basic spatial sensing plus basic bioengineering plus basic mechanical engineering. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have invented miniature biological sensor. Spider. Winna's team sneaked among the trees silently, as if they were hunters searching for prey in the dark forest. They were wearing camouflage suits and night vision goggles. The sentry guards were stationed right outside the base. One of the team members was a master in investigating trails. He could deduce the number of people that had walked past a location a day before based on the minimal evidence left behind. He was called Magarnu, a tall Sharnak. He was built like a small mountain, which made it hard to believe that he was extremely meticulous. He rubbed the soil between his fingertips, smelt it, and pondered for a few moments. There was a man, weighing around 180 pounds, who walked past here in a northwestern direction 7 hours ago. Winna did not doubt Magarnu's deduction. She and her team walked carefully in that direction. Suddenly, they came to a halt. Night vision goggles showed a living entity on tree 300 meters out. Search the surroundings. Winna kept a cool head and did not act prematurely. She instructed her team to search for any other sentry guards or surveillance devices in the surroundings. After about 20 minutes, they confirmed that they were safe. Yifan gave the order through the radio. Take him down. Winna activated her power, and immediately, a maroon energy trail flashed under her feet. She moved swiftly and quietly within a 100-meter radius from the enemy. She always stayed in the blind spots of the enemy by using the trees to hide her body like a master-level assassin. She hopped onto a tree in a cat-like manner before summoning her maroon-colored energy. The energy allowed her to stick onto the tree branches, and she jumped constantly from tree to tree, quickly approaching the enemy. The Germinal sentry guard felt a sudden gust of wind over his head. He looked up and saw a dark shadow accelerating toward him. Chapter 75 Hacker. Chapter 75 Hacker. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. 10 minutes later. Snap. Magarnu twisted the neck of the sentry guard. They had already secured the information they wanted. Winna's voice blared out from the communication device. From our preliminary reconnaissance activity, we discovered that the base has been divided into 6 high alert regions. The level of defense gradually increases from the innermost to the outermost sectors. We are currently at the outermost region. Every high alert region will have a sentry post manned by an officer and his troops. Based on our previous interrogation, officers have access to the intranet of the military base. Therefore, as long as we can arrive at the sentry post, we will be able to access the intranet and gather intelligence using the officer's computer. This sentry guard revealed the exact position of the post. Let's move out immediately. Yifan knew that even the slightest delay would change the outcome of the operation. There was a series of protocols to follow for the shift changing of the sentry guards in the next few hours. By then, other soldiers would discover the disappearance of the sentry guard who had been killed. However, their first priority was still to gather sufficient intelligence, even if that risked revealing their positions, since ultimately, the enemy would realize the impending invasion by the Hesla military. They needed to find out the military strength and defenses at the Dark Crow Valley base. If Winna managed to succeed, the agents of Division 13 hiding in Dark Crow Forest Town would fall into the precarious situation of revealing their positions to the enemy. The agents might even be caught before they made their moves. Yifan analyzed the situation rationally and made the decision. Operation approved. Immediately head out to the enemy base. Winna nodded and disposed of the sentry guard's body. She then led her teammates into the enemy base. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes moved away from the screen. He glanced at the operations office of Division 13 and shook his head slightly. He did not know what his decision would bring, but he wanted the best for the mission. He would inform the department afterwards. There were times when one had to take a leap of faith. Before twilight, Winna and her team found the sentry post. It was a shed camouflaged deep in the vegetation used by the hunters. Quietly, the team moved closer to their target. Magarnu grabbed the soundwave detector from his haversack and scanned the interior of the shed from outside. The results returned revealed 3 human targets. 1 lying on the sofa and 2 who seemed to be consuming their supper at the table. Winna raised her hand and started the count. 3, 2, 1. Winna leapt forward into the shed through the window. Her teammates followed behind. The 3 enemy soldiers were shocked by the unexpected attack, and before they could retaliate, they were shot with the tranquilizers by the Hesla agents and collapsed onto the ground. The Hesla agents then searched the shed and the clothing of the unconscious soldiers. They uncovered a hidden compartment behind the wall. The agents discovered that out of the 3 soldiers, one of them was an officer based on the identity card he carried. "This is our target." Winna grinned to herself. This officer by the name of Roman seemed to be the one in charge of the sentry post. The agents tied Roman up and gave him an injection to wake him up. Magarnu then slapped Roman repeatedly to speed up the process. "Tell us the password to the safe if you want to live." Roman was scared to death by the troop of heavily armed agents and immediately confessed the password without any sign of hesitance. After entering the password, the safe successfully opened, and a laptop could be seen. After turning on the laptop, a sign-in page appeared on the screen, and both the identity card and a verbal password were required to access the portal. Roman was very cooperative, and the agents managed to access the portal with his account. Following the jingle, the words "Dang dang dang, the Germinal assistant is at your service" flashed on the screen. Startled, Yifan choked on his coffee. All the agents had confused looks on their faces. No one could have imagined that the portal's interface would look like that. Yifan didn't know what to say. What a cute portal. A couple of menus appeared on the server, and due to the low rank of Roman, he could only access a few of them. Winnie found the page that displayed the daily activity log for the military base, and the team became really excited. There must be important information hidden in the daily logs. "Let me do it." Yifan instructed Magarnu to plug the chip into the computer, which allowed Yifan's computer to also access the server. There was a look of seriousness on Yifan's face, and his fingers started to punch the keyboard and input the codes like a butterfly dancing in the air. Level 1 firewall hacked. Level 2 firewall hacked. Level 3 firewall hacked. One-time password hacked. Rights restrictions hacked. Yifan gave a slight smile. He was a seasoned hacker in Hesla with hundreds of viruses and bugs in his arsenal. Except for certain servers on the dark web, there was practically no server that could escape his attacks. In less than 3 minutes, all the encrypted documents were decoded. At that point, the enemy technicians realized what was happening and started deleting the documents frantically while Yifan was copying the files. In a brief moment, all the documents were deleted. Yifan's computer was too slow and only managed to copy 28% of the documents. The more confidential documents were deleted first. However, the copied documents contained sufficient intelligence, including defense blueprints, internal structure information, and the military strength of the base. Yifan felt relieved. Good job and well done. Now it's time to return. The attempt to steal sensitive information about the Dark Crow Valley base would definitely heighten the security of the enemy. However, it was all worth it for the intelligence reports. But despite the success, there was still a sense of unease in Yifan. It seemed a little too easy. A member of staff from the central control room of the Dark Crow Valley base reported, "Sir, our external server was hacked." The assistant director of the military base was Jie. He was a tall, lanky man with a sly appearance. He proceeded calmly to the screen and asked, "What data was stolen?" "The daily activity logs, internal structure of the military base, the coordinates of the base, the sentry logs for the base." Even though so much critical information had been stolen by the hackers, there was no sign of panic within the base. Were the hackers actually from Hesla? The bait is set. Now, we are just waiting for the fish. Jie gave an eerie grin. He was like a hunter, excited to see the prey he had managed to trap. Jie went into the director's office and reported the situation to Pan Kuang. "Our external deceptive server was hacked. I presume the hackers to be from Hesla, and they will probably launch a military invasion soon." Pan Kuang was polishing his dark, long machete with his handkerchief. The machete had an icy cold blade and a thick body with its handle wrapped with strips of cloth. There were clear spots of dried blood on the cloth. The machete had been used to slay many enemies throughout the years. Pan Kuang was fixated on polishing his blade. He then asked calmly, "What do you think we should do?" Jie cleared his throat and said, "Although the information stolen by the enemy is false, we have unfortunately revealed the existence of the base. Therefore, I hope that the chief can evacuate the base and bring along all necessary equipment and information. In addition, I also recommend that we deal a hard and decisive blow to the existing enemy forces." "Okay, just tell me when you need me to fight," Pan Kuang replied. Chapter 76, Abnormalities and Assassinations. Chapter 76, Abnormalities and Assassinations. Translator, Chokolian Editor, Milman 97. Reconnaissance 1 completed. You gained 3000 EXP. Han Xiao was woken up by the pop-up message on the screen. He looked out of the car's window to see it was twilight, and the sky was a grayish-blue hue and was gradually getting brighter. The previous night, Han Xiao had been busy creating new machines and only had 2 hours of sleep. He took out his water bottle and splashed the water onto his face. The cooling splashes refreshed his senses. Then, he went out of the storage and headed for the base. Lin Yao had worked throughout the night, and she was exhausted. Qi Baijia was next in line for the shift, and he woke up from his nap on the couch. "How was last night's operation?" Han Xiao asked. Lin Yao replied with fatigue. "The bald guy revealed the positions of his comrades to us in the forest, and we managed to apprehend them. Also, we discovered the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base from the captive statements. However, our prisoners are low-ranking personnel, and therefore, they do not have the authority to access confidential files." Han Xiao nodded to himself. The outcome was what he expected. "Is the operation team still in action?" "Yes. The agents are all still hidden in the forest, waiting for new orders." "There is no point waiting in the forest. The agents should return," said Han Xiao. Qi Baijia, who was munching on his breakfast rations, blurted out, "Hey, I am supposed to be in charge here. Aren't you in charge because you are supposed to take the blame for all of us?" Han Xiao questioned. Qi Baijia choked on his rations. He wanted to rebut Han Xiao but was interrupted by Yifan. "Fellow agents of Division 13, our guys have successfully obtained critical intelligence of the Dark Crow Valley base." Qi Baijia was puzzled. In less than a day, the Hesla agents had managed to complete the mission. Their efficiency seemed too impressive to be true. "You guys really secured information about the base?" Yifan nodded in affirmation. "Winna captured an enemy officer. Our operation is done, and we are getting our agents back. After which, we will compile the gathered intelligence and pass the critical information to the military." Although it was claimed that the mission was completed, Han Xiao's tablet indicated that reconnaissance 2 was not completed. He frowned and then questioned, "Can you ensure that the information we obtained is accurate and not fake? Also, can you explain the flow of events to us?" Of course. Yifan and Winna briefly described the completed operation. "Don't you think the mission seemed to be too smooth sailing?" muttered Han Xiao. "The mission was indeed easy, but there is nothing especially suspicious. Perhaps it was a result of the enemy letting their guard down. Also, our mission this time was supposed to be a covert assault. I have second thoughts to the reliability of the information obtained. In our line of work, we must not be too trusting, but you must also back your word with evidence." The frustrated Yifan frowned even harder and ordered, "In any case, we will move out at dawn tomorrow." Looking at the Yifan's back as he left, Han Xiao's face dimmed. He could confirm with 100% certainty that there was something wrong with the intelligence gathered by Yifan. Han Xiao started thinking about the events that Yifan had described. Although Winna and her fellow agents were a little too brash with their actions, they had not made any critical mistakes. Therefore, the only possibility was that Dark Crow Valley contained hidden traps that outsiders were unaware of. Han Xiao unfortunately had no evidence, and even if he voiced his opinions, nobody would believe him. A mere speculation was insufficient to convince anybody. "Looks like I have to go and take a look at it myself." In the morning, Di Susu and Winna returned back to the base. Both brought with them their prisoners. Since Roman was an officer, his value exceeded that of all the prisoners brought in by Di Susu. Winna beamed with pride like a victor. In her opinion, the operation was likened to a battle between the two countries of agents. It was exhilarating for her that the agents from Hesla had trumped the agents from Star Dragon. The agents from Division 13 were irritated by the arrogance of the agents from Hesla. Li Yilin remarked, "If we were the ones in charge of your mission, we would have been winners ourselves." Winna smirked. "Accept the sad truth that you guys lost." Han Xiao went forward and said, "The information you guys obtained might be fake." Even if the agents from Hesla did not believe him, Han Xiao still felt the obligation to voice that fact. Winna's face instantly slumped and questioned, "Any evidence?" "My intuition." Everyone was astonished by the answer. Winna laughed. "Then I guess you have to shut up. Who do you think you are?" Han Xiao calmly replied, "Do you have any evidence then?" Winna patted on the shivering Roman and said, "He is my evidence." Han Xiao squatted down and gave Roman a thorough scan. It seemed like the Dark Crow Valley base had a master of deception. Roman did seem to be genuinely frightened, and this showed that he was not providing fake information to the agents on purpose. Therefore, the only reasonable deduction was that the higher-ups of the enemy base had never intended to reveal genuine military information to their lower-ranking officials. The sentry guards on the outer circumference of the base were merely posted as bait. The information obtained by Yifan was highly likely to be deceptive. To uncover the truth, Han Xiao needed to go deeper into the Dark Crow Valley base. A plan started formulating in Han Xiao's mind. However, he needed to wait till nightfall to execute the plan. All the other agents were busy interrogating the prisoners and consolidating the intelligence report. They would leave the next morning. Therefore, he could carry out his plan at night. Night arrived, and the bright moon masked the twinkle of the stars. Han Xiao told his fellow agents that he wanted to be in the truck. Nobody replied. The agents of Hesla could not be bothered with him, and the agents from Division 13 were too lazy to say no. Only Zhang Wei said, "Go if you really want to. Nobody's stopping you." Han Xiao nodded, after which he proceeded out of the camp. He went into the container and equipped himself with Lambert's sniper rifle. He also took other necessary equipment. After a few quick glances, he realized no one was present around the camp. Han Xiao sneaked out into the woods. He did not plan to inform his teammates. Qi Baijia would surely not approve of his actions, and this would only create more trouble. After hours of trekking, he finally reached the stipulated location. Equipped with his thermo-tracking night vision goggles and camouflage suit, after confirming that there were no enemies around him, he started digging a trench deep enough to fit himself. after which Han Xiao took out a small mechanical spider from his toolbox. The mechanical spider was the size of his palm. He flicked the switch, and the mechanical spider immediately stooped up before his eyes as if it was awaiting orders from its master. Miniature biological sensor, spider miniature bug-like sensor. This was the latest creation by Han Xiao. It was a practical tool due to its size, ability to camouflage, and ability to be remotely controlled. It also had thermosensors that enabled it to avoid other animals. It was like a walking surveillance camera. Han Xiao was not required to move up close to the sentry, and therefore he was also less likely to be caught. Han Xiao took out his tablet computer to remotely control the spiders. He was able to locate the positions of several sentries, and most of them were hidden beside trees. Han Xiao pictured the location of the sentries in his mind so that he could come up with an optimal route for the assassination he was going to carry out. Han Xiao carried the heavy sniper rifle and trudged through the condensed vegetation. The target was now within the range of the rifle. Lambert's rifle had a silencer that allowed it to fire out a large beam of energy at a sound that was as light as a finger knocking on wood. In this dark and condensed vegetation, a seasoned agent would able to spot any slight movement within the range of 100 meters. However, Lambert's rifle could be operated from a distance of 800 meters. It was also the main reason that compelled Han Xiao to select this weapon for the mission, which offered greater safety and convenience. Han Xiao looked into the scope with great concentration and held his breath. The distance somehow did not matter, and Han Xiao could feel the adrenaline rushing through him. The target was the enemy's head. The wind was blowing in 8 o'clock direction. Wind speed at 1.3 meters per second with a 43 millimeters inaccuracy. All the corrections and modifications were completed. Han Xiao pulled the trigger. His body absorbed all the recoil coming from the butt of the rifle, and his hands gripped the rifle to stabilize it. Through the thermosensing scope, Han Xiao could see that the bullet had managed to hit the target. The target had instantly lost his head, and blood was spurting out. Chapter 77 Forest Assassin. Chapter 77 Forest Assassin. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Millman 97. The bullet from the heavy sniper pierced through the target's head. Like a watermelon pounded by a hammer, the head disintegrated into bits and pieces. Through the video feed transmitted from the spider, Han Xiao adjusted his position and stabilized himself again, before firing a shot at another sentry guard. One shot after another, the sentry guards were eliminated. The interface flashed with each successful kill made by Han Xiao. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 190 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 201 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. These level 10 sentry guards were merely ordinary troops. Their fighting abilities were similar to those of the guards back at the lab where Han Xiao had once been held captive. Han Xiao had no issues wiping out the lab guards back then. Likewise, he had no problems now. One after another, the sentry guards were killed, and Han Xiao gained 18,000 EXP from the kills. Forest Assassin mission completed. You gained 18,000 EXP. The mission proceeded smoothly. After killing so many sentry guards, reinforcements were bound to arrive. And there they came. The spider detected 3 fully armed quick response teams approaching in their jeeps. After the jeeps pulled up, the team members hopped down and started conducting thorough searches. The sentry guards had their earpieces, which enabled them to connect main communications network. If a sentry guard was killed, their radio channel would fall silent. If a large number of channels operated by the sentry guards fell silent, it would raise suspicions at the Dark Crow Valley base, which would dispatch quick response teams to the field to investigate the situation in response. Han Xiao predicted that once the quick response teams discovered the murdered sentry guards, they would start searching intensely. Through the eyes of the spider, which he shifted up the tree, He could observe that the troopers were equipped with Jackson machine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG rocket launchers. Instantly, Han Xiao called off the plan of challenging these heavily armed troopers. It was the perfect time for Han Xiao to flee. Han Xiao disassembled the heavy sniper and lugged it onto his shoulders. Clad in his camouflage suit, he sneakily shuffled to the trench he had dug. He transferred all the unnecessary accessories into the toolbox and then dumped both his sniper rifle and toolbox into the trench. At that instant, the search teams discovered the headless sentry guards. The armed troopers immediately started searching warily, using the torchlights on their machine guns. The tree beside the trench was Han Xiao's hiding spot. The spot had been carefully selected by Han Xiao. It was at the edge of the high alert sector. The further away from the enemy base, the more dispersed the enemy troopers would be. It was likely that the troopers would search the area alone. The rays of a torchlight flashed beside the tree. Han Xiao gradually lowered his body and held the thin metal wires tightly. He concentrated all the energy in his legs and was preparing to launch himself forward like a mantis. The moment the trooper's foot crossed the tree's body, Han Xiao moved his body like a phantom and instantly went behind the sentry guard. Although the enemy had already detected Han Xiao's movement and had intended to fire at him and call for help, Han Xiao reacted faster and managed to strangle the trooper by coiling the metal cables around the trooper's neck. Han Xiao then kicked the trooper's machine gun to one side, after which he wrestled the trooper to the ground. The trooper's entire upper body was resting beneath his knees. The suffocation caused the trooper's face to turn purple. It was as if the blood was going to burst out of the vessels. At this point in time, the metal cables had already pierced into the flesh of the trooper. The trooper waved his hands hysterically, trying to grab Han Xiao by any means, but it was to no avail. The trooper's eyes also flipped upwards. Han Xiao maintained the tension until the interface indicated that the trooper was dead. Throughout the entire process, he had managed to keep the struggling trooper silent. Han Xiao quickly changed into the trooper's uniform. The trooper was a Caucasian of similar height to himself. He quickly used his pocket knife to trim his hair, after which, he straightened his collar and pulled the sleeves tight to ensure none of his skin was showing, since he was of a different skin tone from the trooper. He then used his finger to tap his forehead to activate the face scanner. A light beam emerged from his forehead and scanned the dead trooper's face. Replicate the scan. Almost immediately, Han Xiao's face morphed into that of the trooper. That was the trump card to be used in his successful infiltration. He dumped the dead trooper's body and the unwanted accessories into a hole and buried the contents. He then marked out the area. Han Xiao, clad in a trooper's uniform, made his way forward blatantly. He could also clearly hear the conversations on the enemy's communication channel. This is H-103 reporting. Everything is fine in the northwest sector. This is H-141 reporting. Everything is fine in the southeast sector. The call sign of the trooper that Han Xiao had killed was H-223. Han Xiao made his report in a similar fashion using his suppressed voice. H-223, what happened to your voice? A man that seemed to be his captain spoke. I have a sore throat. After searching the area for a while, Han Xiao was recalled. More than 20 troopers gathered at the jeep, and Han Xiao had not yet raised any suspicions. The captain asked, "None of you found anything?" "No, sir," the troopers replied. The captain frowned and said, "Get in the car. Let's head back to base." Han Xiao squinted. He had managed to infiltrate the team, and it was all part of his plan to enter the Dark Crow Valley base. The car drove into a cave, and 3 minutes later, an unexpected sight appeared before Han Xiao's eyes. There was something special about the cave. It was actually a mini car park. The jeep pulled over, and the troopers alighted from it. Han Xiao tagged along with the team and came before a wall of rocks. The captain pulled out a rock that was actually a modified metal casing that contained a card scanner. The captain scanned his identity card, and following a boom, the rock wall split open. At this point, Han Xiao realized that the rock wall was a metal gate in disguise. The gate was sprayed with a grayish paint, and it looked very much like a rock. One would be unable to tell the difference if he or she did not examine the wall closely. How strange. This looks exactly like what the agents from Hesla reported. Han Xiao was confused. All of this had actually been detailed in Yi Fan's intelligence reports. It was all accurate information. However, why did the interface claim that Reconnaissance 2 was not yet completed? What was the problem exactly? Could it be something to do with the time? Perhaps the base appeared differently at different times of the day. Han Xiao proceeded together with the rest, and they came upon a gantry. After scanning his identity card, he was finally into the base. The base was hidden deep in the ground. It was supported by metallic structure, which added a cool grayish tone everywhere. There were winding corridors and many rooms. The troopers were busy transporting containers of items. Han Xiao lifted his head, and he could see a surveillance camera positioned at the corner of the ceiling. He retracted his neck instinctively. Going behind enemy lines alone was tough, and Han Xiao prayed for the success of his operation. So, now that I am in the base, what shall I do next? Hang around aimlessly or chat someone up? Better not. Chatting with someone will likely reveal my identity. What information am I hunting for exactly? Since for Reconnaissance 2, I am supposed to uncover critical intelligence with regards to the Dark Crow Valley base, there must be some loopholes here. Since the low-ranking officers serve merely as bait, most of the people are not likely to have access to important information. I need to find someone that looks and acts differently from the rest. Once this thought flashed in Han Xiao's mind, he started wandering about the base, carefully examining every inch. 13 sentry guards were killed? Ji Jie frowned in disbelief. Based on his prediction, since the enemy agents had obtained the necessary intelligence, they would not kill any sentry guards, unless they were suspicious of the information they stole. It appeared that these invaders were indeed meticulous and careful with their actions. Ji Jie shook his head and said proudly, "But they are still greenhorns." The double-server network was the best trap Ji Jie had ever planted during his stint as the assistant officer in charge of the base. Its sole purpose was to prevent invaders from attacking, and now the security network's effect was finally showing. If only false information was planted, it would only raise the suspicions of the invading agents. Therefore, to deceive his enemies, Ji Jie was willing to risk his life and included some true information in the bait. The information included were the exact location of the base, the deployment of the sentry guards, and defense mechanisms in the 3rd and 6th high alert sectors. To successfully trick the enemies, a certain degree of true information needed to be weaved in with the false. The final 2 sectors had defense mechanisms with firepower that was more than 10 times stronger than the rest. There was also another trump card. The chief has approved the path of the retreat. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. That will also be the day for the retreat. For now, let's deliver a huge present to Hesla. The main forces of the Germinal Organization were concentrated on the continent of Andria. The Germinal Organization had also covertly extended its influence to the other continents through setting up secret facilities and bases. These bases remained hidden, and if they were discovered, the Germinal Organization would order the retreat, as it was impossible for a single facility to withstand the raids from the military forces of the 6 nations. Ji Jie was highly confident of his trap. He was not afraid to expose real information and the location of the base. He had one trump card in his hand. All the other troopers and even the base itself could be sacrificed in order to deal a strategic and painful blow to Hesla. Chapter 78 Multiple Hideouts. Chapter 78 Multiple Hideouts. Translator. Chicken Pow Editor. Milman 97. The more nervous he was, the harder it would be for him to infiltrate without being exposed. Han Xiao had many experiences infiltrating enemy bases. Thus, he was very calm and walked as fast as blowing wind, without alarming anyone. He gradually understood more about the base after exploring it for a while. The base was hidden at the hillside, and it was about 5 to 6 times larger than the laboratory that he used to stay in. The base had 2 exits. One was the entrance that he took. The other was a side gate for the individual personnel to access the outside world conveniently. Not knowing why, Han Xiao felt that some places in the base were unusual. However, he could not pinpoint the exact reasons. Most of the personnel had a serious face, as if they were expecting an incoming storm. They were loading up important supplies hurriedly. Have you heard? The higher-ups want us to evacuate the base. It seems like Hesla's agents have found us. They mentioned that the spy stationed at Crow Forest Town lost contact. I think a battle is going to happen soon. Han Xiao heard some voices as he turned a corner. A few armed guards were gathered together and having a discussion. They looked worried. As they saw Han Xiao, one of the guards shouted, "Hey Mandela, did you guys find anything from the search inside?" Mandela was H223's real name. He was a Caucasian. Han Xiao covered his skins fully with his uniform so that the rest would not get suspicious. These few guards seemed to be acquainted with Mandela. The sentry guards outside were all shot in the head by a sniper. We still haven't uncovered the enemy. I bet it was done by the Hesla agents, lied Han Xiao while innocently blinking. The guards looked troubled. They were all armed personnel, so if the enemy were to strike, they had to be at the front line to defend the base. I am so jealous of the non-military personnel. They get to evacuate the base first. One of the guards was disgruntled with his circumstances. Light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Since they were up against an army from Hesla, it was predicted that the enemy was going to evacuate the base. Furthermore, this was only a supplemental base, not a main one. It was impossible for everyone to stay back and fight to their death. However, evacuation was not an easy feat. Too many people leaving at the same time risked leaving trails in the forest for the Hesla army to track. So, it was essential to leave some military personnel to stay behind and cover their tracks, while the officers and non-military personnel leave first with important supplies, which were more valuable than those armed guards. They would only get to leave after the more important personnel had evacuated safely. The final camp destroyer mission was to destroy the entire base, which included their personnel. If they only took hold of an empty base, the completion rating of the mission would be really low. A thought suddenly occurred in Han Xiao's mind. They already know Hesla is going to attack the base. They should have evacuated by now. Yifan's team infiltrated the base last night, which was 24 hours ago. They should have had enough time to leave. This is strange. A muscular-looking guy walked over and shouted, "What are you idling here for? Don't you have things to carry?" The guards apologized in great trepidation. It was the captain of the base's security team, Dormand, a buff Sharnak. A core member like him would definitely know the secrets about this base. Dormand left after some reprimanding, and Han Xiao followed from a distance behind. After turning a few corners, Han Xiao was dumbfounded. He barely looked away for 2 seconds, and Dormand was already missing from his sight. There was no one on the walkway, only a storage room. Han Xiao walked over to the room and turned the knob. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was about 100 square meters, and it was filled with miscellaneous items with no one else inside. The lamp was not switched on, and the light from the walkway shined through gap beneath the door. Han Xiao knitted his brows as he suddenly realized something unusual. The room was spotless, and the floor was clear of any footprints. Normally, very few individuals would go into the storage room. Even 5-star hotels would not send people to clean their storage unit like this, so it was impossible for the Germinal Organization to keep an ordinary storage room as immaculate as this. There must be a secret door somewhere here. Otherwise, Dormand would not have disappeared so quickly. But Han Xiao could not locate the door. What would be behind the secret door? All of a sudden, Han Xiao pretended to cough while bending his back. He took this chance to take out the spider from his pocket. He then threw it into the corner silently before leaving the room immediately. He took out his tablet in a spot that was hidden from the surveillance cameras, switched the spider on, and stared at the storage room. It took Han Xiao 2 hours of high-intensity monitoring, during which he started to become quite weary. Before that was some movement in the storage room. One of the walls creaked open, and a secret metal door was shown. 2 people, unarmed, walked out. They seemed to be technical staff. "There is my secret door." As the 2 personnel left the room hurriedly, Han Xiao followed behind quietly. He suddenly sped up to bump onto the staff from the back. 3 of them almost fell. Sorry. I am really sorry about this." Han Xiao apologized as he stabilized the 2 staff with his hands. They did not make a fuss over it and left. Han Xiao turned around to continue following them. However, this time round he had gotten a white card. It was an access card from the pocket of one of the two staff. His stealing skill had come in really handy. This card had no noticeable difference from the ordinary identity card from the base. However, Han Xiao believed that the chip inside should be different. It should have access to the secret door. He followed the two staff for a while and arrived at the side gate of the base. The two greeted the door guard and left through the gate. All of a sudden, Han Xiao realized what was wrong with the base atmosphere. Although most people were worried sick over the incoming Hesla attack, a small group of personnel still held on to their posts without any anxiety. They seemed to have some backup plans and were as calm as the sea, greatly contrasting the first group of personnel. Han Xiao squinted and soon arrived at a reasonable deduction. However, he still needed some evidence to confirm his thought. He went forth toward the side gate before the door guard stopped him. "You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission." Han Xiao took out the access card he had stolen and said, "I bumped into those two people just now, and they dropped this card. I want to return it to them before they walk away." The door guard nodded his head before allowing Han Xiao to go. Han Xiao walked out of the gate and saw a forested valley. It was already past midnight. The two staff were a few hundred meters away, so one could only see their tiny back view. He chased them up quickly. The staff turned around as they heard footsteps coming from behind and looked guarded. "You dropped your access card." As Han Xiao walked near, they realized that he was the colleague that they bumped into in the base beforehand. They let down their guard. One of the duo searched his pockets and exclaimed, "Where did I drop the card?" "Thank you very much." "You don't have to thank me. We are all comrades of the Germinal Organization, working hard to build a new tomorrow. This is just a part of my job." Han Xiao smiled as he walked closer to them. "You are quite an interesting guy." The person laughed while he moved his hand over to grab the card. Han Xiao's face instantly turned serious, and he launched his attack all of a sudden. His fist punched hard onto the person's stomach, injuring the internal organs with its sheer force. The person stared with astonishment as his vomited. The other person almost screamed before Han Xiao quickly grabbed his neck to choke him. He then slammed his head onto the floor and slapped them as hard as could, knocking them out. Han Xiao took off his belt to tie the two personnel. He dragged them behind him while taking a big detour to avoid all the sentry posts. As soon as he had moved far enough away from the base, he slapped the two awake. They woke up with faces full of horror. You are not from the base." freewebmvl.com. Han Xiao took out his foldable machete and rubbed its blade. He was clearly threatening them. He said in an ice-cold voice, "I know the two of you know something that the ordinary members are kept in the dark about. You'd better tell me honestly now." They gulped in fear and stuttered, "We are just low-ranking members who do not know anything." "Low-ranking?" Han Xiao laughed before he moved his knife swiftly toward one man's crotch. "Oh!" The person screamed as if his soul was tearing apart, like a pig that was being butchered. But he suddenly realized he was not in pain. He looked down and saw the shiny blade had grazed past his inner thigh and cut into the soil beneath. It was only 3 centimeters from his genitalia. His crouch could feel the chill from the cold metal blade. "I know that is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch in the Germinal Organization," Han Xiao said in a murderous tone. Although they did not know what a eunuch was, Han Xiao's action was quite telling. They were badly shaken up immediately. How did you learn about the secret door?" "I am the one asking questions." Han Xiao lifted his machete to brush his genitalia gently, as if he would just lop it off at any moment. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants, and he really peed his pants? Damn. "My machete." The two staff looked crestfallen. Since the secret was out, there was no point in hiding. They spilled the intel as they trembled in fear. After 10 minutes, Han Xiao's brows were knitted tightly together. No wonder. Reconnaissance 2 completed. You gained 8,000 EXP. Chapter 79 Suspicion. Chapter 79 Suspicion. Translator. Chicken Pow Editor. Milman 97. dawn at the secret base. All the agents were busy packing their equipment as it was time for them to evacuate. Brother Xiao, where are you? Lin Yao slapped on the door of the truck's container. He looked frustrated. He had been trying to find Han Xiao for the past 15 minutes, but his efforts had been futile. The rest of the agents from Division 13 were running out of patience. He is not in the truck. Where could he possibly have gone? Li Yilin was puzzled. Everyone looked at one another and did not have a single clue. Last night, Han Xiao had mentioned that he wanted to stay on the truck. But now he was not there. What exactly did he do last night? What is your team's plan? Qi Baijia said to Zhang Wei's team. We are going to stay back to wait for his return, Zhang Wei replied. Is there a need to do so? Di Su was rather surprised. Because the truck key is with him. Zhang Wei was gnashing his teeth in great anger, and the vein on his forehead was about to pop at any moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky to have such a member on their team. Qi Baijia was very displeased as he hated any unexpected changes during a mission. Just when he thought Han Xiao had a clear understanding of the big picture, he caused trouble like this. I must be blind. Any team member who acts on their own accord without following any order is a rascal. If something went haywire, Qi Baijia would have to assume the responsibility. Han Xiao was such a jackass. The Hesla agents stationed on the other side discovered Division 13's unusual behavior, and they started discussing secretly. Some of the Division 13's agents are intending to stay behind. I thought we agreed to move together? Yifan frowned. He went to find Qi Baijia to get an answer on this, after which he came back and explained the reason to the Hesla agents. Who is the agent missing? It was the agent that was wearing the mask. His name is Han Xiao. It's him. Winna's face suddenly tensed up and said, Last night, when we received the intel, Han Xiao rejected it without any supporting evidence, and then he was gone for the whole night without leaving a message. This seems quite suspicious. Is it possible that he is a spy? All the Hesla agents startled. Be careful of your words. Yifan frowned. He did not buy that deduction, but Han Xiao's actions definitely aroused his suspicion. We will report all the facts to the commanding officer when we get back to the army camp. After all the other agents left, Zhang Wei and the other 3 teammates stayed back at the base. Lin Yao could not help asking, where did Han Xiao go and what is he going to do exactly? How would I know? He did not say anything to me last night. Li Yilin rolled her eyes. Zhang Wei shook his head as he felt irritated. That guy had zero respect for his team leader. The other agents arrived at the border several hours later. Winna and Yifan went to report to Colonel Carl immediately. A Division 13 agent was missing for the entire night? Colonel Carl walked back and forth, and his brows furrowed. Is this 100% true? He asked. Winna nodded. He left last night without telling anyone, and it was right after we uncovered the intel about the Dark Crow Valley base. Although it seems suspicious, this does not mean that he is a spy, Yifan added. Colonel Carl nodded slowly. I will go and clarify this with Stardragon a while later. Now, tell me more about the intel. The captive that we brought in passed our lie detector test, which means that everything he said was true. Furthermore, Yifan personally hacked their network to gather all this intel. We can guarantee its authenticity, said Winna. Colonel Carl's eyes turned sharp as he said decisively, Then let's attack immediately before anything changes. Yifan was hesitant. The Division 13 agents left at the secret base will be in danger if the army attacks now. To achieve our strategic objective, it is reasonable to sacrifice 1 or 2 people from Stardragon. Since they are not from our country, we need not care so much. Colonel Carl did not give it a second thought. At the same time, after taking a long, indirect route, Han Xiao finally brought the 2 captives to where he had hidden his toolbox, bypassing all the detectors and sentry posts. The whole journey had been arduous and onerous. He was so tired by then that he almost wanted to puke blood. The captives were not wearing camouflage suits, so he'd had to spend hours to bypass the alert areas. Fortunately, they were the technical staff in charge of the testing detectors and landmines, so they provided much valuable information. Otherwise, he would not have left without alerting anyone. However, the captives had tried to lure him into a high-alert area to expose him once, but he'd realized immediately. He had punished them harshly before they cooperated fully with him. The sun was shining brightly above the sky. Han Xiao calculated the time and sighed. Crap, I went beyond the stipulated time. I guess all the other agents have already left. He dug out his toolbox and took out his radio equipment to contact Zhang Wei. Hello. Hello. Yangtze River. Yangtze River. This is Yellow River. Please reply if you can hear me. Yellow your head. Zhang Wei's fury could be heard through the earpiece. Where exactly did you go? You were missing for the whole night and all the other agents left. We could only stay at the base and wait for you. That's right. You'd better make up for this. I want new equipment. Li Yilin chimed in on the radio channel. One could hear the annoyance in her voice and imagine her pouting. It was actually a little cute. Han Xiao shook his head and started acting more seriously. I infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base and discovered top classified intel. Let me get Officer Qi for you, Zhang Wei said with a look of solemnity. Qi Baijia received the radio message at the border army camp. Zhang Wei, what are you calling me for? Is Han Xiao back? He asked. He wants to speak with you. He'd better cook up a good explanation for his actions. Qi Baijia was clearly displeased. After Han Xiao was connected to the channel, he said, I just received the intel saying that the Dark Crow Valley base has two sectors, the outer sector and the inner sector. The outer sector is where all the low-ranking personnel work, while the inner sector is where the core members station themselves. The inner sector is hidden deeper in the mountainous valley, and the low-ranking personnel outside are not even aware of its existence. The information about the inner sector is classified for all the low-ranking personnel, and the path connecting the two sectors is always blocked. The two captives had told him that the base was divided into two sectors. The inner sector was hidden deeper in the mountains, where all the important supplies were stored. It was the real core of the base. The higher-ups in the base did not tell the periphery personnel anything about the inner base. So, it was a secret to many of the Germinal Organization personnel. In their previous lives, the real players did not even know the existence of the inner base. The inner base had many evacuation routes. The core members could leave without leaving a trace. They were very cunning in the sense that each of these roads was classified. Nobody knew which path they would take before the actual evacuation was decided by the top leadership of the base. Qi Baijia understood the importance of this information immediately. If Hesla did not know about the existence of the inner sector of the base and the army went ahead to attack the outer base, they would simply retreat when they took down the outer base, declaring it a military success. In that case, the core force of the enemy would be entirely unharmed, and the inner base would remain safe. The enemy could move back secretly in the future, ensuring that hideout was secure from the enemies. Qi Baijia was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Han Xiao's solo act could bear such critical intel. Cough, cough. Even though it was a move well played, I still have to emphasize that it is unacceptable to act on your own without any orders. Hold on for a while. I will report this to the commanding officer immediately. Qi Baijia was stopped by the deputy officer when he requested to meet Colonel Carl. He waited anxiously for 5 minutes before was allowed to go into the office. He realized Yifan and Winna were there too. Colonel Carl looked at Qi Baijia and asked, What do you have for me? One of my team members just discovered some critical information that needs to be reported to you. Han Xiao. Yes. Qi Baijia nodded, but he did not realize that the other three started having a weird look. Colonel Carl's eyes flickered. Speak. Han Xiao repeated what he said before, and at the end he added, If we attack brashly, we will only take down an empty shell. I hope we can pause the operation until our guys get hold of the enemy's evacuation time, evacuation route, and the detailed structure of the inner base. By doing so, we can directly kill their evacuating troops and prevent a direct attack against their fortification. This will greatly reduce our casualties. Colonel Carl was expressionless after he heard everything. Where did you get this intel from? He suddenly asked. I infiltrated the base by disguising my face, and I managed to capture 2 personnel from the inner base. All of a sudden, Colonel Carl yelled, "You are lying!" To Colonel Carl, it was impossible for Han Xiao to infiltrate, even if he said he could disguise his face. It would take at least tens of minutes to make a legitimate face mask. During that time frame, Han Xiao would have faced all kinds of danger. At the same time, he could not predict which enemy he would encounter next, so it was impossible for him to make the face mask beforehand. So, it was an impossible situation that Han Xiao could never achieve. Han Xiao was startled. He realized that these people did not know the capability of his facial simulator. The function of the facial simulator was his trump card. He would not divulge such information. However, without exposing it, he could not explain the details of his infiltration. I have the capability to do so. Han Xiao had to give an ambiguous answer. Unless you can demonstrate, there is no way we can believe you. Colonel Carl was still expressionless, but he was more untrusting of Han Xiao's words. This person is really suspicious. Chapter 80 Bold Move. Chapter 80 Bold Move. Translator. Chicken Pow Editor. Milman 97. Han Xiao's brows furrowed. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Qi Baijia quickly provided a solution as he trusted Han Xiao. However, Hesla had a different position. Both parties were mutually untrusting toward each other. Han Xiao paused and said, "I have 2 captives with me. You can test them with a lie detector to confirm that I am not lying." Colonel Carl squinted. "Well then, you can bring them over." Qi Baijia heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was skeptical of how Han Xiao had managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Xiao had his own ways. Fortunately, he had captives to prove to them that what he said was true. However, after the radio connection was cut off, Colonel Carl told his deputy, "Order the troops to move out. Our target will be the Dark Crow Valley." Qi Baijia was stunned. It was the complete opposite of what was previously promised. Colonel Carl was reluctant to explain his rationale. It would take Han Xiao a few hours to bring the so-called captives in, and if Han Xiao was to play tricks and delay further, the enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base might seize the opportunity to evacuate completely before his troops could reach the target. As the commanding officer, he would not simply alter his decision based on certain unverified intel. He was more inclined to trust Yi Fan's intel. It had witnesses, evidence, and originated from reliable sources. Colonel Carl believed that he would not risk any damage for moving out earlier even if Han Xiao was right. Han Xiao could still bring the captives to him. The only difference was that the base would be on high alert earlier, and that would cause danger to Han Xiao's team. But he didn't care about the lives of a bunch of Star Dragon agents. Even if they were killed, the Hesla top-level officers would not look into it. Someone from Hesla would naturally block the protests from Division 13. Furthermore, Han Xiao had already provided the information about the inner base. Colonel Carl did not give a hoot whether or not Han Xiao could prove his story. He could verify this information himself after he took down the base. "My men are still stationed near the base. Your rash attack will put them in great danger." Qi Baijia was clearly enraged. "Such a great opportunity may pass at any moment. We cannot risk a delay because of 1 or 2 agents. Since they are agents themselves, I am sure they can understand the bigger picture." Carl replied calmly. "Objection." Qi Baijia's face was filled with anger. "It's not your place to disagree." Carl pressed on an electric bell to summon a section of troopers. They pointed their rifles at Qi Baijia. "Send our friends from Star Dragon to the vehicles. We will move out together later. I do not want them to communicate with anyone else as that may leak our plan. So remove all of their communication devices." Carl emphasized the word friends to stress his point. Qi Baijia was so furious that his body started shaking vigorously. Sigh. How did things come to this stage? Yi Fan was bereft of words. Han Xiao had suggested a conservative method, while Carl was more radical. Neither was wrong, but Carl was the commanding officer, and Han Xiao was only a subordinate. Furthermore, they were not from Hesla. Winna watched coldly from the side. After the connection was cut off, Han Xiao's face blackened. He had a hunch. Carl was a radical commanding officer, so he would most likely attack in advance. This guy is eager for a quick success. Han Xiao was clearly irked. It seemed like he had to complete the mission by himself since time was running out. However, he only knew about the existence of inner base but not the enemy's evacuation route and time. He needed to infiltrate again to gather more information. This time, Han Xiao did not plan to accomplish it himself. To achieve his plan, infiltrating alone was not the optimal option. The best option for a partner was actually Lin Yao, a hacker that could be planted inside the base. Like a computer virus, he could cut the enemy's communication network at the critical junctures, rendering them blind and deaf. Therefore, he had to make 2 facial masks based on the 2 captives. There were molds and makeup tools in the truck storage. Thus, he could craft the masks in an hour or so. Han Xiao forced his mind to focus and used his remaining energy to drag the 2 captives toward their secret base. He reached it in the afternoon, and his teammates came out to welcome him. "Are you all right?" Lin Yao quickly came forward to support the exhausted Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "There is not much time left. We need to make 2 facial masks based on the captives. Lin Yao and Lambert will use their identity cards to infiltrate the inner base. I will explain the details later. Brother Xiao, I have no experience in spying. Can you give the job to another person?" Lin Yao's face turned pale due to the overwhelming fear. "You are our only hacker, so it has got to be you." Lin Yao looked petrified. "I will take the other slot." Li Yilin volunteered herself. Han Xiao peeked at her and shook his head without any hesitation. "What are you trying to imply? Are you looking down on me?" Li Yilin was infuriated. "These things are too big, making them hard to conceal." Han Xiao pointed at her breasts. Li Yilin was speechless. Lin Yao anxiously grabbed onto Han Xiao's sleeve and said in a hopeful voice, "Brother Xiao, are you going in with me then?" "Nah, I won't. This mission is too dangay. Cough. Too simple for me. It is not challenging enough for me. You definitely said something fishy there." Lin Yao and Li Yilin were screaming in their hearts. "I shall do it then," Zhang Wei said. Han Xiao shook his head again. "No, you can't. No one else can operate the armored suit. And you are the team leader." "Oh, so you still know that I'm the team leader?" Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile. Ever since the appearance of Han Xiao, he had become a mere figurehead. There was only one possible candidate left. "It has been decided that it will be you." Han Xiao pointed at Lambert. Lambert. Oh my God. I am definitely going to die." Lin Yao was exasperated. Lambert slapped the back of Lin Yao's head with an expressionless look as he was unhappy with Lin Yao's attitude at the decision. He made it seem so much worse than choosing Han Xiao. One of the team members drove the truck closer toward Dark Crow Valley so that they didn't need to walk so far, while the rest were busy putting on makeup to disguise the 2 unlucky souls. They parked the truck right outside the alert zone. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yao's disguises were completed. They looked exactly like the 2 captives. After putting on micro-earphones, they held the access cards and entered the Dark Crow Valley base from the side gate. "Brother Xiao, how concrete is this plan?" Lin Yao asked Han Xiao softly. "If you dream of its success with sincerity, you will make it." Lin Yao felt a clot of blood stuck in his throat as he was made speechless by that answer. He turned to Lambert for more assurance. "Are you not afraid?" Lin Yao asked Lambert in a quiet voice. "To accomplish the mission, we must try even if there was only a slight possibility of success," Lambert said calmly. "Well said. You seem to be very dedicated to the mission." Lambert. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the gate. Lin Yao was so nervous that his jaw was trembling. "Will we get exposed?" "The more nervous you appear, the easier it will be for you to be exposed." Lambert patted Lin Yao's shoulder and reassured him. Lin Yao took out his access card after he had gathered his senses. The security guards checked the access cards and shortly after they opened the gate for them. They then walked to the storage room under Han Xiao's instruction. They found the access card reader and successfully opened the secret door using the 2 captives' access cards. A metal pathway appeared before them. The pathway was long. It took them 10 minutes to reach the inner base. The defenses were much tighter in the inner base, and many computer screens were seen hung on the walls. The enemy personnel were busy moving supplies and data. Lambert and Lin Yao looked each other in the eye. Now they were really deep inside the enemy's base. All of a sudden, a screeching alarm was heard in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yao was scared to death as he thought that they had been discovered. Lambert frowned slightly and held on to Lin Yao. "Calm down. The alarm was not triggered by us," he said softly. The personnel in the base were whispering to one another. "What is happening? Is the enemy invading us?" Ji Jie walked out calmly and updated everyone. "Be quiet. Hesla's border troops are advancing toward the base. The military personnel in the outer base have already set up the necessary defenses. They will be able to hold our enemy back long enough for us to get ready to evacuate." Lin Yao's expression changed, and he whispered anxiously over the radio, "You guys must leave now." Chapter 81, A Bug Named Gigs. Chapter 81, A Bug Named Gigs. Translator. Chocolian Editor. Millman 97. As expected, Carl did not choose to wait. Instead, he ordered the early deployment of his troops. Zhang Wei violently slammed the table and screamed, "Damn it! It took Han Xiao so much effort to obtain the critical intelligence. But now this lot are going to leave us in the lurch." Such a scenario had been predicted by Han Xiao, and therefore he looked rather calm. The rest were puzzled when they saw Han Xiao being so composed. Through the communication set, he ordered Lin Yao and Lambert, "You guys remain undercover. Always keep your safety at the front of your mind. We are going to retreat soon." "Copy that." There was an air of uneasiness around Zhang Wei and Li Ye. The truck was parked not far away from the Dark Crow Valley base, and once the base entered the battle mode, more enemy troopers would be deployed. The tracks of the truck would definitely be discovered quickly. There was no time to waste. "Li Yelin, you are in charge of driving the truck." Li Yelin was a pugilist, and she would not be able to launch attacks while they were driving anyway. Therefore, she did not disagree with Han Xiao's decision. Han Xiao and Zhang Wei stayed in the container, where they were able to carry out their strikes at the enemy. Li Yelin stepped hard on the accelerator, making no effort to cover their tracks. The engine of the truck blared, and the tires started to spray the mud and soil from the ground. The truck moved forward loudly. In a while, the sounds of approaching vehicles could be heard. The retreating party could feel the heavy beating of their hearts. Through the window, Han Xiao could see a large group of armored jeeps chasing behind their truck. The headlights of these jeeps could be seen flashing around the truck. There were more than 10 jeeps around, and each had a heavy machine gun attached. "We have been discovered." Zhang Wei's heart sank. Han Xiao was not affected by the heavy rocking of the moving truck. He started preparing the weapons to be used for the impending battle. "Drive fast, Yelin," Zhang Wei yelled. "I know," Li Yelin replied, biting her lips. She was trying to change gear to speed up even more. The full power of the truck's engine was unleashed, and it growled like an enraged beast. The anti-slip tires left deep marks in the moist ground. The uneven, hilly terrain and winding paths caused the truck's body to spring away from its tires as a result of the shock absorbance effect created by the vehicle's suspension. Even with the suspension working well, the truck rocked violently. Han Xiao peeked out of the window in the container and saw the enemy's jeeps closing in. "Can't you go faster?" Zhang Wei shouted. "This is a truck, not a sports car." Li Yelin was evidently irritated by Zhang Wei's comments. "The 4 buttons beside the gear lever can be used to activate the nitro boost," Han Xiao said. "You added nitro boost to the truck." Li Yelin was shocked yet excited to try it out. "Do not activate the boost now. We are still traveling through dense vegetation, and you may destroy the truck with it. Use this to pick up more speed once we reach the plains." Da-da-da-da. The enemy troopers from the jeeps started firing their machine guns. Thick smoke emerged from the guns' barrels. Countless enemy bullets were sprayed at them. However, the shots fired from further away were largely inaccurate. The firing encompassed a huge radius, and trees along the way were getting destroyed. Some bullets also managed to scrape the surface of the container, and sparks were created from friction. Li Yilin glanced at the rear mirror, and the next moment, the rear mirror was destroyed by a bullet. She cursed in silence. The heavy truck was difficult to control. It rocked violently as she tried to evade the oncoming trees that were obstructing the path. She could feel the pain in her, but due to all the incessant vibrations of the vehicle, the contents of the truck were flying all around, and Han Xiao had to use locks to fasten the weapons and machinery in place. The two prisoners were sitting at the corner of the container, trembling profusely. The sun was setting, and it looked as if the skies had been stained red with blood. Dozens of armored jeeps were engaged in the intense pursuit of the fleeing truck. The enemy troopers were fast approaching, and bullets were fired everywhere. Gunshots could be heard all over the forest. The blares of the engines sounded like the roars of a wild dragon. The wanderers who were at Crow Forest Town could hear the sounds of battle and started to search for the source of the faint sounds. Closer and closer. Closer and closer. Suddenly, a truck emerged from the forest and entered Crow Forest Town like an uncontrollable rhinoceros. Crashed into a building which instantly crumbled under the huge impact. The shape of the crash barrier at the head of the truck became warped. The truck sped past the streets. The wanderers on the streets were shocked and quickly searched for shelters to hide. Only after confirming that the truck had driven past did they come out of hiding. Many of them were confused and astonished. Before they could even calm down, the armored jeeps entered the town, driving recklessly. Many buildings were destroyed, and it was a complete mess. It was raining bullets, and many wanderers were shot by stray bullets. Screams of pain could be heard all around, and the ground was drenched with blood. The final rays of light from the sun disappeared, and night fell. The truck was finally at the edge of the forest, and the obstacle-free plains appeared before it. The headlights from the armored jeeps illuminated the darkness like a light dragon. There was no obstacle blocking the way on the plains, so it was easier for the armored jeeps to close the gap. Nearer and nearer they came. 600, 500, 400 meters. Zhang Wei, change into your armor. Zhang Wei felt a surge of adrenaline. Even before the command, he had prepared for the moment of his suit up. Upon activating the armor, he noticed an immediate difference. The internal skeletal system provided power for all movements, and therefore, there was no need for his own strength to be used. His vision was also enhanced with the analysis interface. Chains of battle data flashed on the display. There was even an enhanced scope that offered greater shot accuracy. Zhang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. It is so powerful. Han Xiao loaded the high-explosive rounds into his sniper rifle and replied confidently, "This is only a simple modification. It was right to have spent the $36,000 on the suit." Ding ding dang dang. The clanging of the bullets that were crashing against armor became denser. "Retaliate now," Han Xiao growled, and following that, Zhang Wei kicked open the door of the container. He had a clear vision of what was in front of him. The head armor covered the fury in his eyes. He lifted the triple-barrel machine gun and started firing. 2-2-2-2. The high-frequency gunshots created thunderous blasts. Thick ember emerged from the wild firing formed around the gun's barrel. Shells were spat out of the gun and fell to the ground. The large, long bullets coupled with traces of ember were directed at the armored jeeps. Boom! The bulletproof windows of two jeeps were shattered, and the passengers of the jeep were crushed. Zhang Wei held two chains of bullets tightly. The chains extended all the way behind his back and led to a box. The box contained the ammunition that Han Xiao prepared. Zhang Wei had sufficient ammunition to spray to his heart's content. The dozens of armored jeeps dispersed from their formation to evade the shots from Zhang Xiao. The enemy troopers fired back using the machine guns mounted on the jeeps. Zhang Wei was standing right at the opening of the container wearing his armor. The exterior of the suit was made up of the platinum alloy. Zhang Wei mounted the hexagonal shield before his body to shield himself from the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by the thick armor. Han Xiao raised the sniper rifle and started firing the high-explosive rounds. The rounds set the jeeps aflame. The enemy drivers started panicking, and once the flames reached the jeep's engines, they were forced to stop. However, more jeeps were approaching, and bullet holes could be seen on the external armor of the truck. The distance was sufficient. Han Xiao put aside his sniper rifle and grabbed the mechanical dragonfly explosives from the box. He threw them forward as if they were free of charge. The mechanical dragonflies glided close to the ground, and they were detonated once they reached the jeeps. Boom! The armored jeeps were overturned by the explosions, and the momentum from the blast resulted in the jeeps tumbling in midair before landing. Once the flames reached the fuel tanks of the jeeps, it resulted in a second explosion that caused more deaths. The never-ending death toll started flashing on the tablet's interface. Every delayed explosion caused by the mechanical dragonfly could kill 4 to 8 enemy troopers in the jeep. In addition to the kills, EXP was also awarded for the destruction of the vehicle. Therefore, every jeep destroyed generated 5,000 to 7,000 EXP for Han Xiao. The rewards motivated Han Xiao greatly, and he strove to cause greater damage with the explosives. Direct conflict completed. You gained 35,000 EXP. Ah! Hysterical screams were heard. Han Xiao turned back his head only to realize that the 2 enemy troopers who were held captive had been killed by the flying bullets. Instantly, Han Xiao's heart sank. The prisoners are dead. The firepower coming from the jeep started to lessen. The enemy troopers were afraid of the attacking abilities of the truck. A single truck had managed to destroy 20 armored jeeps. It was definitely a scary fact for the enemies. I can see the military forces of Hesla. Li Yilin screamed in excitement. Han Xiao looked ahead and saw the army of vehicles operated by the Hesla military. Commander, there seem to be skirmishes ahead of us. Carl looked at the video feed on the operation vehicle and was thoroughly shocked. More than 20 armored jeeps were chasing after the bullet hole-riddled heavy-duty truck. He then saw the trail of overturned jeeps that had been set ablaze. Carl was suspicious of the situation. These agents from Division 13 really had a substantial and fierce firepower. There were not many operation teams that had such strong fighting abilities that could rival with those of modern militaries. A smaller team enabled greater flexibility in operations. Usually, such operation teams were considered the best of their kind. He suppressed his initial shock. Following that, he squinted and started looking back and forth. Winna and Yifan were also astonished by the sight before their eyes. A single truck had managed to survive the attack of an army of armored jeeps. Also, it had managed to wipe out half of the total enemy count. It's surprising that the truck can still move after withstanding 1,000 shots. Even though the truck was almost wrecked, it could still travel freely like a wild dog on steroids. The truck had undergone some sort of modification. A grenade exploded on the armor of the truck, yet the explosion only caused minor change, barely denting the armor. In the same situation, a normal vehicle would have been blasted into multiple pieces. What sort of metal was it made of? Too strong. Even the agents for Division 13 were confused. Since when did Zhang Wei's team possess such powerful fighting capabilities? Could a mechanic really elevate the firepower of a team so much? Chapter 82, The Unexpected Betrayal. Chapter 82, The Unexpected Betrayal. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. The armored jeeps started to flee from the scene by turning in the opposite direction. Carl's eyes lit up, and he ordered, "Provide fire support and blast everything in the vicinity." Carl's assistant understood the hidden agenda behind Carl's order. He was shocked but still carried out the order. The area of attack was locked in. The team of vehicles equipped with missile launchers moved forward, and in an instant the rockets were launched. The truck fell inside the radius of the missile strike. The agents from Division 13 were sharp-eyed and figured out what Carl was trying to do. They were enraged and astonished. The assistant officer explained, "Damn it, we miscalculated the radius of the attack." Such words were only sufficient to fool little kids. The agents from Division 13 were not convinced, and the enraged Chi Bai Jia shouted, "Carl, what do you think you are doing?" Carl did not reply. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold as ice. "Too bad. You guys do not belong to Hesla." Li Yilin could clearly see the flaming exhaust of the rockets. which also signified the impending destruction their team was going to face. She screamed, "They want to send us up to heaven too." Hesla's commanders did it on purpose. Zhang Wei was furious. Even though tension was bound to occur during joint operations involving different countries, nobody expected the commanding officer from Hesla to make such a brutal move. Also, he could shirk off the responsibility by conveniently claiming that it was an accident. Only radicals would resort to such despicable measures, the killing of their allies and the neglecting of consequences. The Germinal Organization was a common enemy of the Six Nations. All the parties agreed on counterterrorism efforts. However, the different parties involved were not allies, and some even had conflicts with one another. The higher-ups of the nations were pretentious and hypocritical. They were also willing to sacrifice those beneath them to attain their goals. Han Xiao focused and shouted, "Nitro boost!" Li Yilin immediately pressed the button. Blue flames emerged from the exhaust of the truck. The acceleration of the truck was exponentially increased, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. Li Yilin was pressed hard onto her seat by the surging momentum. The rockets began to descend quickly. 300, 200, 100, 50 meters. Boom! Finally, the blast arrived and created a wave of heat that resulted in a mushroom cloud of dust. The flaming smoke rose on the plains. At that instant, everyone lost their senses. The sound of the blast exceeded the audible range of the human ear. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. All that was left was a rising glow, which illuminated the night sky. Everything within the radius of the strike, regardless of vehicles or humans, had been demolished. After 3 seconds, an incessant ringing became audible. Rage and fury were written on the faces of the agents from Division 13. Grief could be observed from the killer eyes of Di Su. A green flame was burning silently in her heart. Whoosh! The wind started howling. The heavy-duty truck emerged out of the thick dark smoke. Only a small section of the container had been blown apart. Some of the machinery and accessories had been reduced to scrap metal. They are still alive. The agents from Division 13 were surprised. Li Yilin was not yet out of her state of shock. It had really just been a matter of a few meters. They were really lucky to have escaped the radius of the strike in time. If not for the nitro boost, all of them would have vanished into thin air. Han Xiao coughed out the blood from his throat. He'd suffered from injuries due to the shockwave of the blast. Almost 200 HP had been lost due to the blast. The second blast had sent him crashing into the hard wall of the container, costing him another 50 HP. Han Xiao was still feeling giddy from the aftershock of the blast. After the nitro boost, the engine was overheating, but it still managed to move forward till it reached the Hesla soldiers. After seeing countless bullet holes on the container, the soldiers of Hesla could feel the chills up their spines. What a tough battle they'd had. What a pity. They managed to survive. Carl frowned in disappointment. After Han Xiao alighted from the truck, the agents from Division 13 started to crowd before him. Qi Baijia, who broke out into cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Xiao was alive and well. Carl walked toward the agents. Instantly, the agents from Division 13 glowered furiously at him. Zhang Wei, clad in his armor, gritted his teeth and moved toward Carl. The soldiers at the side immediately raised their weapon and pointed at the agents. The assistant officer bellowed, "What do you want? Back off. I want an explanation." Zhang Wei yelled, "Explanation? How childish." Carl ignored Zhang Wei and glanced at Han Xiao. He asked flippantly, "Where are the captured enemies?" "Dead." Carl's order to strike ahead of the stipulated time had caused immense danger for them. The 2 captured enemies had also been killed. More importantly, Carl had tried to kill them. It was obvious that he had done these things on purpose. Han Xiao shut his eyes to conceal the ice-cold chill in them. "No more evidence, I suppose?" Carl frowned with a look of discontent. His poor attitude angered the agents from Division 13 even more. However, they were rational enough to keep their cool as they were, ultimately, in a foreign land surrounded by soldiers from Hesla. Qi Baijia could not contain his anger and lashed out. "Prepare to be questioned by Division 13. Carl couldn't care less. Division 13 had no jurisdiction over him. Moreover, what happened just was an accident. There was no evidence to justify that he had done it on purpose. At most, he would be reprimanded by the foreign diplomats. He would not have to face any real punishment. If he managed to destroy the Dark Crow Valley base, it would truly be a great achievement. With the help of his backers, he was highly likely to be promoted to the leading figure for the radicals in the government. No matter how Division 13 complained about him, the higher-ups in Hesla would be there to fend off these complaints. Carl thought to himself, after which he pointed at Han Xiao and said, "Take him to the medic. Let them check his injuries." Han Xiao had no expression on his face. He followed the medic to the logistics vehicle. All his injuries were due to the shock on his soft body. With his endurance, he would recover quickly with a sufficient amount of rest. Therefore, he dismissed the medic. The logistics vehicle started its engine. Hesla's troops continued their advance. Han Xiao shook his head, closed his eyes, and then proceeded to lie on his bed. He had not slept since yesterday. Now was the right time for him to catch up on his sleep. The sounds of gunshots could be heard. Han Xiao was a light sleeper, and he opened his eyes. He alighted from the vehicle and realized it was midnight, around 3 to 4 a.m. At this point of time, Hesla's troops had arrived at the border of the high-alert sectors of the Dark Crow Valley base. The 6 high-alert sectors comprised not only of sentry guards and patrolling troopers, there were also large defense mechanisms put in place like ramparts and guardhouses that were fortified with enemy troops. In the event of war, Hesla's army would have to go past the 6 high-alert sectors before they closed in on the actual base itself. Han Xiao, who was now with the logistics division, was far from the battlefront. Han Xiao asked the 2 soldiers guarding by his side, "What's the situation of the battlefront?" One of the soldiers replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our troops have successfully reached the 4th sector." Han Xiao nodded, and just when he was about to proceed out, the 2 soldiers blocked his path. "The colonel wants you to rest and recover from your injuries here." Upon hearing that, Han Xiao realized that he had been intentionally imprisoned here by the colonel. Han Xiao frowned and asked, "Where are my friends? Your officer also tasked us to look after you and ensure that you have sufficient rest." Han Xiao understood the intentions of Qi Baijia. He did not want Han Xiao to risk his life anymore. Ultimately, Han Xiao had almost been killed by the flaming missiles. Qi Baijia wanted to keep Han Xiao away from the battlefront. Such a move is better for my plan, Han Xiao thought. Han Xiao turned his head and saw the truck being towed away. The escape mission had almost destroyed the entire truck. Without a full repair, the truck would surely be not usable. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up before he proceeded toward the heavy-duty truck. The 2 soldiers guarding him allowed him to do so. Han Xiao was free to go anywhere as long as he stayed away from the battlefront in the logistics zone. He entered the container and discovered that all the important equipment was still around. Only the bodies of the 2 captured soldiers had been disposed of. Han Xiao took out the communication set from the box and adjusted it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Of course I am, but don't jinx it." Lin Yao's unfriendly voice blared out from the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing for the retreat." Apparently, according to the higher-ups in the base, the troops stationed around the base were all deployed to fight Hesla's army. I have yet to discover their path of retreat. Seems like I'll have to follow the order to locate the exact route. Oh, I also managed to find out the false information that Yifan collected. The defense mechanism and deployment between the 3rd and 6th sectors were true. However, the 1st and 2nd sectors were different. If Hesla's troops attack according to the information Yifan provided, they are bound to suffer heavy losses. Have you told them yet? Nope. You are the first guy that contacted me. That's good. Don't tell that to Hesla's people. Lin Yao was confused and asked, "Why so?" Han Xiao told him the series of events that had happened previously. Upon hearing the incident of the misfire of the missiles, Lin Yao's blood started boiling with rage. That is just too much. Carl revealed his intention to wipe out his allies, so it was no longer logical for Division 13 to continue assisting him in the operation and minimize his losses. The intelligence that Han Xiao provided was all aimed at eliminating Pan Kuang and Ji Jie, who were high-value members of the Germinal Organization. Only the successful elimination of them would ensure the mission's success. Carl treated them like they were merely tools. Now it was time for Han Xiao to reciprocate. They wanted his intelligence reports and he wanted their troops. Both parties were merely using each other to their advantage. As long as Hesla's army accomplished the mission using his intelligence, he could not have cared less about the number of troops they lost. What Han Xiao had not expected was Carl's intention to kill them. It is time for a change of plan. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly. Chapter 83, The Superhumans of Aquamarine. Chapter 83, The Superhumans of Aquamarine. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. Morning was always the best time of the day. Likewise, morning was also the best time to fight a battle. The previous night, the Hesla troops had managed to clear the 4th High Alert sector. Carl had ordered his troops to rest for an hour before continuing their advancement at first light. They wanted to reach the base in one final attack. As the sun rose, the Hesla troops were fighting the enemies at the 3rd High Alert sector. Boom, boom, boom. The endless blasts were thunderous, and they enshrouded the battleground in smoke. The entire forest was wrecked by the hail of bullets and artillery strikes, the used shells of which were littered everywhere. The soldiers from Hesla, coupled with the armored vehicles, managed to take down the defense mechanisms in place. One after another, fortresses, sentry posts, and trenches were destroyed. The information Yifan had obtained was of great use. The enemy's defense mechanisms were practically useless against the attacks. The troops managed to secure their objectives with minimal losses. The soldiers were elated because their victories had never been so comfortable before. Continue to advance. Let's take down the 2 remaining high alert sectors in one shot. Carl was overwhelmed with excitement. Once the confident troops entered the 2nd high alert sector, the favorable situation started to turn around. Not long after stepping foot into the 2nd high alert sector, the Hesla troops faced their first enemy ambush. 2 armored vehicles and dozens of soldiers were wiped out by well-hidden mines. And that was, in fact, just an appetizer. The Hesla soldiers were soon completely devastated. The death toll was rising steadily, and there were traps and ambushes everywhere. Yifan's intelligence was practically useless at this stage. Following the false information provided led to even greater losses. The various platoons were at a complete loss. The intelligence about the first 4 high alert selectors had allowed Hesla's military to successfully penetrate deep and eventually enter the ambush zone that Ji Jie had marked out. The casualties were increasing exponentially. Carl experienced a mix of shock and fury. The expression on Winna's face changed. Indeed, the information they had obtained was only bait. Han Xiao's predictions were right. They were indeed responsible for the huge losses. Yifan shook his head and said, "The enemies are too cunning and ruthless. They were willing to sacrifice the lives of their own comrades to lure us in. It was almost impossible to see through their plot. Perhaps that's the advantage of being on the defensive side. The Germinal Organization is not afraid to go all out. However, such a measure is not feasible for our side." Carl's moves were too radical. He should have listened to Han Xiao and been less brash with his deployments. He looked at his remorseful teammates and sighed. At this point, Carl saw his soldiers falling one after another. He had an uncomfortable expression. What was supposed to be a smooth-sailing situation had flipped around. The easy win had reversed, becoming a complete disaster. Even if they managed to prevail in the battle, it was going to be a costly victory. The Hesla troops, who were facing head-on defeats, were suffering heavy losses, and their advancement proceeded at a snail's pace. Suddenly, a grim-looking man who held a long machete in his hand emerged from the enemy side. He was surrounded by cold and transparent waves of energy that bore similarity to flames. The air beside him distorted as he dashed toward Hesla's army. The soldiers immediately started firing their rifles, but the man span as he ran and speedily slashed his machete. The approaching bullets were disintegrated by the slashes and fell to the ground. Pugilist! While the soldiers were still in shock, the man barged into the crowd. Within seconds, the combo of powerful slashes from the shiny machete diced numerous Hesla soldiers into many bits. Blood sprayed everywhere, and broken limbs, heads, and torsos could be seen all over the ground. The man stood with conviction amid the sea of red. Pan Kwang. The agents were all astonished. Pan Kwang was the man in charge of the Dark Crow Valley base and the executive officer of the Germinal Organization. In addition, he had managed to kill many powerful individuals and had a glorious battle record on the Darknet. FGIWebNavuel.com. Based on his battle record on the Darknet, Pan Kwang was highly adept with his machete. His fighting style originated from that of Rue Lan, and he was becoming known as the soul of the blade. The light reflected by his shiny blade was usually the last thing his slain enemies saw. The armored vehicle adjusted its position. Larger bullets were fired out from the readjusted barrel at Pan Kwang. Pan Kwang started leaping with unbelievably fast movements and dodged the incoming shots by ducking behind the trees. It was impossible for ordinary Solider to accurately trace the position of Pan Kwang. More often than not, in the blink of an eye, Pan Kwang would disappear without any trace, and the fired shots would all miss. Pan Kwang was able to move around the battleground with ease and without any substantial obstruction. Like a life-claiming reaper, Pan Kwang slew one soldier after another. He even managed to slash open a couple of heavily armored trucks and kill the soldiers inside the vehicles. As long as there were shelters that offered protection against the bullets, a superhuman could unleash his extensive power and cause immense damage. The energy he possessed protected his body, and ordinary gunpowder and bullets were unable to cause any significant harm. A D-class superhuman could battle a platoon on their own and escape with ease after the fight. A C-class superhuman had colossal strength and an iron body that could withstand the attacks of guns and cannons. They could cause substantial damage on all terrains and could tear down a building with their bare hands easily. A C-class superhuman was of the lowest level in the galaxy. It also had the title of Basic Cosmic Warrior. Different planets in the galaxy had different gravitational fields and atmospheric conditions. A C-class superhuman would be able to set foot on most planets. It was normal for certain species that lived in harsher galactic conditions to possess C-class superhuman bodies from birth. However, there were very few C-class superhumans on Aquamarine. The superhumans on this planet were low-ranked ones. Pan Kwang's superhuman class was E+, one level away from becoming D-class. He was able to easily defeat groups of Hesla soldiers in the complicated forested terrain. A superhuman possessed a powerful solo fighting capability, and they would often swipe in to kill the highest-ranking commander of the troops or infiltrate the enemy to sabotage operations. Soldiers in the way were being killed by the advancing Pan Kwang. It was obvious that Pan Kwang was traveling in the direction of Carl. Carl had made it onto the radar of Pan Kwang's killer instincts, which made Carl feel very uneasy. He had no sense of security even when he was protected tightly by his troops, so he immediately commanded, "Launch the thermotracing rockets." An armored vehicle equipped with missile launchers arrived, and multiple rockets that were locked onto Pan Kwang were fired. Pan Kwang was circling the forest speedily, and the rockets crashed into the trees. The last rocket managed to go through the gaps between the tree trunks and headed for Pan Kwang. With a tight frown, Pan Kwang halted in his steps. He scooped up some soil and held the machete with both of his hands. There was an invisible wave of energy surrounding the blade. He slashed the machete at the rocket. The quick slash managed to hit the side of the rocket at the right time. The force from the strike changed the course of the rocket, and its path was altered. The rocket crashed into a large tree that was 20 meters away and burst into flames. Pan Kwang was slightly disorientated by the shockwave of the explosion. If Han Xiao were there, he would have seen that the damage was more than 20 health points. After realizing that even the rockets were useless against Pan Kwang, Carl looked at his agents. Carl's intention of deploying the agents to protect himself was clear. "Let's go!" Winna yelled, and Hesla's agents moved forward together with her. The agents from Division 13 were observing from one side. The joint operation no longer made sense after what Carl had done. Therefore, they were not going to help. After finding out that the agents from Hesla had entered the battle, Pan Kuang immediately sheathed his machete and retreated. He did not want to be held up by the agents. Gunshots echoed through the forest as bullets were fired out of the agents' guns. The shiny blade slashed past. Light was reflected off the surface of the blade. A bullet fired at Pan Kuang was cut in half. Although Pan Kuang operated at a lower speed than the flying bullet, he had managed to anticipate the path of the bullet and position his machete at the perfect spot. His reflexes were rapid. Pan Kuang remained expressionless as he turned away and disappeared into the forest. In this attack, Pan Kuang had managed to kill hundreds of enemy soldiers and destroy a couple of armored vehicles. The morale of Hesla's soldiers was at its lowest. They had suffered heavy casualties, and the initial fatigue accumulated from the attacks on the previous 4 sectors was beginning to take its toll. The situation forced Carl to slow down the attack even though he was unwilling to do so. Ji Jie was observing the situation at the front line from his monitor. The second high-alert sector was down, and Hesla's troops were moving toward the final sector. Even if Hesla's army suffered great losses, they still had an upper hand over the armed security guards of the base. However, everything was under control. After Pan Kuang returned, Ji Jie locked the doors leading to the base. Even if the enemy managed to take down the external base, they would be unable to locate the internal base. Furthermore, Ji Jie was also preparing to give a big gift to the Hesla soldiers outside the internal base. Assistant Director, when are we going to retreat? Now, Ji Jie said. The staff of the inner base gathered at the doorstep of the third secret passageway. Lin Yao and Lambert were furthest away from the rest. When nobody was looking, they would inform each other of critical intelligence. Strangers would think that they were just making casual conversation. Boom! The final fortress was blasted into pieces by the cannon of a mini-tank. The remaining armed guards only had one choice: retreat into the base. All the defense lines crumbled, and Carl finally loosened up from the tension. The final 2 sectors had cost 70% more losses than expected. Carl's superiors would definitely be less impressed when they saw the battle report. The enemies are left with the final base, and they have nowhere to retreat to. Are we going to let the troops rest for a while? The assistant officer asked. Carl was sat in deep thought, and he suddenly remembered Han Xiao's intelligence report. It mentioned that there was an inner base and also a secret escape passageway. Instantly, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to improve his battle record. He did not want to waste a single moment so as to reduce the enemy's chance of escape. Therefore, he issued an order with conviction. Start the attack immediately. Remember to search thoroughly in the facility, especially the storerooms. There must be some hidden door somewhere that can lead us to the enemy's inner base. The order was confirmed, and the soldiers who had still not yet recovered from the shock of the previous battle regained their spirits and entered the base to wipe out the remaining enemies. The base was very small, and the fighting took place in the narrow alleys. Endless gunshots could be heard throughout the drawn-out battle. We found the storeroom, but no hidden doors can be seen. There are only solid concrete walls. We also tested our explosives on the walls. Maybe there is something wrong with the intelligence report? Carl frowned hard. He summoned his assistant and said, "Bring the agents from Division 13 here. Also, get me Han Xiao. I want to ask them about the intelligence report they submitted." Chapter 84, Self-Detonation. Chapter 84, Self-Detonation. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. While the battle at the front lines was still ongoing, Han Xiao, who was at the logistics zone away from the battlefront, was observing the situation attentively. Han Xiao had seen many high-level battles that involved the destruction of entire planets in the game. Compared to those battles, the current one, a low-level battle fought on the ground, gave Han Xiao a greater adrenaline rush. The sound of gunshots and scent of gunpowder gave a better display of the brutality and the atmosphere of war compared to those battles Han Xiao had previously witnessed, which had only involved silent energy beams and plasma cannons. Han Xiao sat in the container of the truck, while the 2 sentry guards were still guarding the vehicle tightly. They were highly suspicious that Han Xiao was intending to escape. Lin Yao's voice could be heard from Han Xiao's earpiece. "Brother Xiao, we are going to retreat together with the core team of the enemy. I have planted the virus in their system, so we can now jam their communications anytime. Good job. Oh, Uncle Lambert made a new discovery. The internal structure of the base is very strong, and it is probably explosion-proof. Han Xiao frowned, and after piecing together the bits of information, he suddenly realized that the external base was disguised as the bait, or more accurately, a graveyard. There were probably heaps of explosives hidden, and once the invaders stepped into it, the explosives would be triggered to kill all of them. Also, the explosions would be strong enough to demolish the external base and bury everything in it, thereby making the internal base more discreet. What an ingenious plan! Han Xiao sighed. Even if he were to report the situation now, it would be too late. Also, Han Xiao did not have any intention of doing so. He had finally reached the final stage of his plan. Han Xiao rose up and began to pack his belongings. He transferred all the accessories and important mechanical components from the container into his bag. The bag was completely filled. Han Xiao then said to the 2 sentry guards, "Could you guys help me carry some of these items? They are pretty heavy." The 2 troops went up the truck unknowingly to help Han Xiao carry his bag. The moment they bent their bodies, Han Xiao took action. With 2 solid punches to the necks of the soldiers, both of them collapsed to the ground without making a sound. Han Xiao closed the door of the container, and he secretly changed into the trooper's attire and removed the mask he was wearing. After which, he activated the mask and used it to change his appearance. He carried the bag and walked out confidently. He was able to blend into the logistics team without anyone noticing. Carl's assistant soon rushed back. Everyone from Division 13, except for Han Xiao, was present, he said. Carl was shocked. He disappeared. The 2 sentry guards that were supposed to look after him were found unconscious. I asked the logistics team, and nobody saw Han Xiao around. Carl wanted to continue the conversation, but there was a thunderous boom in the air, which made him jump up on reflex. He immediately started scouting for the source of the sound. The mountain was moving, and it was as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was terrified. The Dark Crow Valley base had detonated. The entire base crumbled, and the main entrance was completed sealed by the falling rocks. Hundreds of elite soldiers were buried. The turn of events obviously infuriated Carl. The troops had fallen into the enemy's trap just as victory was in sight. Countless lives were claimed, and the base was also destroyed. This greatly depreciated the value of the victory. Carl knew that, as the commander of the forces, he would face a lot of backlash. Carl had a gloomy look, and he thought of Han Xiao's advice. If he had heeded the advice, he could have prevented the heavy losses. But even if he had the opportunity to choose again, Carl felt that he would still make the same choice. He was completely frustrated and vented that frustration on the wall of the commander's vehicle. The army had suffered heavy losses, and Carl could feel the pain in his heart. He then gave several orders to raise the morale of the dejected troops. After the agents from Division 13 arrived, Carl said with a gloomy face, "Your teammate disappeared. What is going on exactly?" Han Xiao vanished again. One could clearly see the change in expression on the agents' faces. Why the word again? Qi Baijia felt a blank in his mind. God damn it, Han Xiao always did such things. Zhang Wei and Li Yilin were very calm. It was as if they had gotten used to it. It was really the norm for Han Xiao to carry out tasks at his own will without seeking any approval. One just had to get used to it. He was probably on his way to create some new trouble. If Han Xiao did not obtain the critical intelligence, you would have foolishly thought that you have successfully destroyed the base, when in actual fact you have only managed to destroy the outer region. You would not even be aware that the enemies have escaped. Carl pondered, and indeed, he would have thought that his operation was a complete success, and if the Dark Crow Valley base managed to reinstate itself in the future, he would be the first to be held responsible. What other information can you guys offer? Carl asked anxiously. Zhang Wei, who was trying hard to suppress his detest for Carl, bellowed, "2 of our companions retreated together with the enemy. Once they confirm the enemy's path of retreat, they will send it to us." Carl's eyes lit up and said immediately, "Inform me as soon as you receive any news." He had not expected that Han Xiao would accomplish so much in his operation. His troops had suffered way too many losses in the previous battle, so he needed to atone for his mistakes by successfully eliminating the core of the enemy's retreating force. There was a region away from everyone's attention at the outskirts 10 kilometers away from the Dark Crow Valley base. Pan Kuang, Ji Jie, and over 200 corps members were exiting the secret passageway via their vehicles. The vehicles carried huge amounts of logistical items and also contained precious information about the base. I suppose Hesla think that they have won the battle? Ji Jie let out uncontrollable laughter. Pan Kuang looked at him and said, "Don't let your guard down." Ji Jie nodded and ordered the teams to advance faster. They needed to travel for another 2 hours to reach a secret hangar that housed several Black Harrier helicopters and a small cargo plane. Lin Yao and Lambert received Zhang Wei's orders from their earpieces. They looked at each other and knew it was time for them to strike. Lin Yao took out a tablet and activated the dormant virus planted in the enemy communication network. Sheila. Everyone was shocked by the piercing shrieks in their earpieces. They immediately removed them from their ears. Ji Jie was disgruntled. Just as he was about to order the vehicle fleet to stop and inspect on the communication set, he heard a series of engine hums approaching from all directions. Prone. Pan Kuang's expression immediately changed. He pushed Ji Jie, who had yet to react, to the ground. After Pan Kuang completed these actions, there was a wave of gunshots. Bullets rained on the fleet from all directions. The exploding grenades overturned the vehicles of the fleet. Flames and glaring light could be seen. Lambert dragged Lin Yao off the vehicle. They rolled toward the vegetation at the side to avoid the direct attack. Ji Jie could not believe that his trap had been discovered by the invaders. Who had leaked the information? Run! There was no time for any disappointment. Ji Jie was dragged toward the forest swiftly by Pan Kuang. Carl, who was commanding his troops from the forest, felt a great sense of excitement. His troops had encircled the core of the retreating enemy, and he knew it was a golden opportunity for him to turn things around. A distance away, Han Xiao, who had changed his appearance, was driving the jeep alone. He held a thermosensor in his hand and was searching the battle zone. He quickly discovered his targets: Pan Kuang and Ji Jie, who had managed to escape the heavy encirclements. Troops who managed to catch up with Pan Kuang were mercilessly destroyed by his powerful fighting abilities. Han Xiao was tailing both of them from 100 meters away with the help of his thermosensor. A jeep is approaching. Pan Kuang looked behind. He could barely see the jeep that was following them in the dense forest, and the faint sound of the jeep's engine could be heard. Pan Kuang wanted to destroy the jeep. However, every time his distance from the jeep shortened, Han Xiao would change course and increase the distance between them again. The jeep was just like an irritant. Pan Kuang thought Han Xiao was operating a reconnaissance jeep that reported their location back to the enemy. Also, they expected the entire army to be following them, and therefore they were afraid to stop moving. Pan Kuang, who was dragging Ji Jie in his escape, could feel the quick depletion of his energy. "We just need to reach the hangar. The helicopter will help us with the escape." Pan Kuang knew that was his only way to escape. Although Pan Kuang was a superhuman himself, his fear of being surrounded by a gargantuan enemy force prompted him to increase his speed. He failed to realize that Ji Jie was deeply fatigued. After chasing for about 20 minutes, both parties were far from the front line. The time is right. Han Xiao could feel a sense of determination. He changed his course and went in front of his targets with the help of a map he had stolen from the logistics department. The jeep traveled at a very high speed, and Han Xiao drove up a 10-meter high cliff that was 2 kilometers away, which his targets were sure to pass by. The engine stopped, and Han Xiao took out all his gear. He slotted his left arm into the modified lightweight mechanical arm and attached the box housing the magnetically controlled retractable armor to his waist. He stuck his Berserk Eagle into its case and then buried 10 delayed explosion explosives in the shape of a circle with a radius of 5 meters. A thin thread was lined through the safety rings of the delayed explosion explosives, so a slight pull would activate them all. Han Xiao grabbed a sniper rifle he had sourced from the logistics team and lay prone on a rock. He had a clear view of the valley and aimed his rifle in the direction his targets were expected to arrive in. He held his breath and focused hard. Jie was panting heavily. His face was all pale from the running. He was not a superhuman, so he had limited stamina. If it wasn't for Pan Kuang, he would have collapsed long ago. Pan Kuang shouted emotionlessly, "Don't stop. The enemy could approach at any moment. We need to reach the hangar as soon as possible." The two of them came out of the forest quickly. The mountains lay ahead of them. Jie felt his legs wobble before he fell to the ground. Breathlessly, he said, "I can't run anymore." Pan Kuang frowned. He was slightly irritated, but he knew he could not leave Jie behind. Jie's sister was the in charge of the entire intelligence network of the Germinal Organization. "Carry me on your back." "It is." Jie was halfway through his sentence when a gunshot rang in the air. Pan Kuang reacted quickly and ducked backwards. However, he was not the target of the shot. Jie's head was thrust backwards as if a punch had been thrown at him. There was a bloody hole on his left cheek. The hole was so big that it allowed the bullet to tumble in Jie's skull, crushing his left cheek. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Jie's expression froze as he collapsed to the ground. He showed no signs of life anymore. Assassination 2 completed. 100% of energy expended. You gained 4,000 EXP. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. He drew out his machete and dashed toward the source of the shot. Chapter 85, Interception. Chapter 85, Interception. Translator. Chokolian Editor. Milman 97. Pan Kuang was closing in. Han Xiao spammed the trigger of the rifle. Chains of bullets skipped out of the barrel and pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the target. It was as if Pan Kuang had the danger-sensing ability of a beast. He always changed his position before Han Xiao fired the shots. Han Xiao fired a total of 13 shots, and Pan Kuang dodged 9 of them. The remaining 4 bullets lost their momentum after hitting the blade. The bullets were reflected by Pan Kuang's protective energy, and their total damage was merely 80 HP. A high-class superhuman would have a stronger defensive capability. Ordinary weapons and ammunition were useless against Pan Kuang. The firepower of an ordinary weapon from a place indicated the general level of civilization of that place. With the opening up of higher versions and more maps, the upgrading of the ordinary weapons would follow. However, it was evident that such a day had yet come. The distance between Pan Kuang and Han Xiao was shrinking rapid, and Han Xiao could see the deathly chill in Pan Kuang's eyes. "Damn it, he's quick." Han Xiao cursed softly and threw his rifle to the side. He tugged the thread in his hands and activated the delayed explosion explosives, then pretended fleeing. Pan Kuang was much faster and went up the cliff in a few steps. He stepped into the ambush circle and sensed something was off. His face changed, and he leapt into the air. His shiny blade was spinning beneath his torso. It was as if he was riding a hurricane, pushing him up the skies. Boom! The 10 explosives detonated together, and Pan Kuang was engulfed by the flames. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 34 HP to Pan Kuang. Damage protection is taken into account. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 37 HP to Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang is slightly torched. 10 messages appeared on the interface, and after a quick glance, Han Xiao confirmed that the series of explosions had dealt more than 400 HP damage to Pan Kuang. Due to your level, you gained some information about the enemy. Name Pan Kuang. Level 38. Class: Agent LV-10. Amateur Pugilist LV-10. Stormblader LV-10. Attributes: 65 STR. Dex. End. Int. Mice 8 Cha 7 Luck. HP. Energy. Energy rank: 687. Grade: E+. Specialties: Amateur blade wielding technique. Plus 10 attack points when using blades or machetes. Soul of the windy blade. The blade is the extension of our limbs. Listen closely to the breath of the wind. Skills: Defensive blade of the wind LV.6. Wind gliding steps LV.4. Equipment: Wind-slicing blade. Grade green. Damage 44 to 47. Length 0.87 meters. Weight 10.2 pounds. Description: an alloy blade manufactured by a master blacksmith. Very strong. Additional effects: windy breath, smooth texture, plus 3% attack speed. Strong edges, sharp blade, plus 3% additional damage to metallic objects. There was a huge difference in level. Also, much of the information was unknown. However, Han Xiao was not completely reliant on hard statistics. From the performance of Pan Kuang, it was evident that he had high attacking power and agility, and his weak side would be his limited health. It was certain that the explosion had taken away 20% of Pan Kuang's initial health. Furthermore, Pan Kuang had faced tough battles previously and spent an hour on the run from his enemies. Therefore, he was not in his best condition for a fight. I have a higher probability of winning. Han Xiao looked at the experience that he had accumulated on the interface, and it was as high as 520,000 points. He channeled all the experience points into raising his levels. Like a rocket, Han Xiao rapidly gained 4 levels. His HP was raised to 985, almost exceeding 1,000. He had practiced the energy training technique 48 times, and his energy had managed to hit 390 points. He just needed a little more to gain 4 continuous level-ups and raise his energy to 540 points, which exceeded the LV.5 benchmark of 400 points. That would allow for new increases in all his other attributes. His strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence were increased by approximately 10% each. The rest of the experience points were channeled into continuous gliding shots. Level 2. A slight increase in the effect of the ability. Freeobnovel.com. Whoosh! Pan Kuang emerged from the flames, and he was charred from head to toe. He looked battered, and his eyes were locked on to Han Xiao like an exasperated wolf. He growled and shifted his feet as if he was gliding. In the blink of an eye, he slashed his blade with fury in an attempt to disintegrate the scoundrel who had ambushed him. The light from the blade flashed, and Han Xiao retreated 3 steps. Han Xiao's speed shocked Pan Kuang. Han Xiao dodged the slashes from Pan Kuang and took out his berserk eagles. With his increased attack speed, he fired the pistols. The bullets, which had ferrous cores, went straight toward Pan Kuang's chest. Pan Kuang moved his machete back and forth, and the bullets were slashed apart. Only 1 bullet managed to hit his chest, but Pan Kuang's immense energy lowered the bullet's momentum. The bullet was stuck between his muscles. Han Xiao realized that ordinary bullets were of little use. He immediately switched the magazine for high-explosive rounds. Pan Kuang made use of this moment to approach closer. "How dare you switch magazines right before my eyes? Are you tired of living?" Changing magazine in front of a pugilist was a sign of insufficient battle experience. Pan Kuang, with a sinister look on his face, slashed toward Han Xiao's throat. He tried to pierce through Han Xiao's neck as if it just was a piece of meat on the skewer. Pan Kuang could tell that Han Xiao could not dodge his hack. Ding! The edge of the blade managed to touch Han Xiao's throat, but it was blocked by metallic scales. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. When did this armor appear? Han Xiao felt a little suffocated. Although the magnetically controlled retractable armor could withstand the shock, there was still some leftover force that landed on his body. He raised the pistol and started firing continuously. Pan Kuang blocked the bullets with his blade again. This time, the high-explosive rounds detonated the moment the blade touched its tip, and the flames enshrouded Pan Kuang's body and burnt him. What the hell is this bullet? Pan Kuang's heart skipped a beat. He channeled his energy to shake off the flames, but to no avail. The orange flames could not be shaken off, and his skin burned harshly. He could only retract his energy to protect his body. That resulted in a huge amount of energy being expended. The high-explosive rounds were highly adhesive. Therefore, they were able to cause substantial, continuous damage. Pan Kuang had a high defense, so his HP was falling at a very slow rate. However, using the high-explosive rounds was still more effective than normal rounds. At least, the former was causing a decrease in Pan Kuang's HP. The berserk eagles were spitting out rounds from slanted positions. When there was a final bullet left, Han Xiao used it to initiate the continuous gliding shots. At that point in time, Pan Kuang's clothing was burnt completely, and his hair also started burning. The price Han Xiao had to pay was the endurance of the magnetic armor, which fell after the relentless, powerful slashes by Pan Kuang. Han Xiao focused hard. At the cost of taking another powerful blow, he put away the berserk eagles and took out the retractable machete. He held the machete in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left. It was as if a barbarian had taken over his body. He had the courage of a beast that was unafraid of death. He was ready to give Pan Kuang a hard fight, which was also likely to be a bloody one. The 3 items that Han Xiao was equipped with could all be used as shields, and in comparison, Pan Kuang was heavily disadvantaged since he could only use his body to defend Han Xiao's strikes. However, in reality, Pan Kuang was steadily gaining ground. For most of the time, Han Xiao could only make a strike at Pan Kuang after receiving 7 slashes. The fighting abilities of the 2 individuals were too far apart. Pan Kuang was a legitimate pugilist, and his fighting technique was stronger than that of Han Xiao by leaps and bounds. Han Xiao's close-range combat technique was considered a joke by Pan Kuang. If not for the gear he was equipped with, Pan Kuang would be unscathed by Han Xiao's attacks. "You want to fight me up close? Don't you think that you are courting death?" Pan Kuang could not understand how Han Xiao had the courage to challenge a pugilist in close quarters. In his mind, he considered such an act to be extremely arrogant. Han Xiao was challenging Pan Kuang's greatest strength with his greatest weakness. A slash toward Han Xiao's face resulted in a deep cut that bled profusely. Han Xiao had taken off his mask before the battle as he had been afraid that it would be destroyed in the battle. He revealed his genuine appearance, and Pan Kuang recognized him. Han Xiao was the traitor that escaped from the organization not long ago. 0. Why did number 0 attack him here? Pan Kuang did not know, and he did not care. He only knew that the man before him was an enemy, and all Pan Kuang wanted to do was to hack him to death. The force from the slashes shocked Han Xiao's body a few times. His HP decreased, but he remained calm. The reason he dared to fight Pan Kuang close up was because he had faith in himself. The previous shots, explosions, and strikes had managed to lower Pan Kuang's HP by 700 to 800 points. Under the protection of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, his HP only fell by 300 points. The armor managed to prevent a total damage of at least 150 points of HP. The armor was not even meant to be worn by Han Xiao at his current level. The armor had a defense of 75 points. It was strong and useful even until higher levels of 40 to 50. Han Xiao depended greatly on the armor. With the armor, he had the ability to fight opponents of much higher levels. Han Xiao locked his hand and grabbed hard on Pan Kuang's blade-wielding hand. Pan Kuang was not afraid. He twisted his arm flexibly and broke free. At the same time, he gave Han Xiao another slash, which landed on the lightweight mechanical arm. If not for the platinum alloy, the mechanical arm would have long disintegrated into pieces and shards. Han Xiao attentively discovered that Pan Kuang had a brief moment after every strike when he slowed down. Pan Kuang was instinctively trying to conserve his energy. He is starting to feel tired. He used up too much of his energy and lost his additional attributes. He is no longer sharp. Han Xiao's eyes started flashing, and his sharp acumen allowed him to discover Pan Kuang's weakness. The moment that he was waiting for had arrived. He selected an option on his interface. A new character, Norsa Connor. The summon card for character has been used. 1/1 card used. The card has been exhausted and will disappear. Pan Kuang saw a faint shadow at Han Xiao's back. An eerie-eyed individual appeared in rainbow-colored mist. Pan Kuang felt that the individual looked familiar. Who is that? He looks like Norsa. Isn't Norsa long dead? What's going on? Pan Kuang was alarmed and wanted to move back, but it was all too late. He succumbed to the illusion and was paralyzed. Scanning. The scan is complete. The target has an INT of less than 50. The illusion is successful. Chapter 86, A Strike of Philosophy. Chapter 86, A Strike of Philosophy. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. Pan Kuang was a LV.38 pugilist with high agility and attack power. Therefore, it was almost impossible for his intelligence to exceed 50. If Han Xiao was really that unlucky and Pan Kuang did have higher than expected intelligence, Han Xiao would have had choice but to resign to his fate. The illusion confused Pan Kuang, who was totally unprepared for it. All the attacks from the illusion could deal real damage to Pan Kuang, but ultimately Pan Kuang had a relatively high level, so he would not be defeated if Han Xiao relied on the illusion alone. Without hesitation, Han Xiao's lightweight mechanical arm headed for Pan Kuang crotch, which housed his most vulnerable body part. Mega load. The power of the mechanical increased by 30% instantly, and the punch landed right on the target. Pan Kuang's wiener exploded. Han Xiao had learned this move after observing a series of tapes. He had derived this legendary move from the faraway home of the warrior, the third twilight. Once the move was activated, even the skies would tremble. Han Xiao had no time to look at the messages on the interface. He needed to make use of the period when Pan Kuang was distracted by the illusion to deal as much damage as he could. Han Xiao immediately activated the pressure compressor in the palm of the mechanical arm. His palm went through a sudden vibration, and a shockwave was sent out. Blood seeped out of Pan Kuang's skin, and a blood-red triangle could be seen on Pan Kuang's crouch. Of course, Han Xiao's right hand was also put to use. Using the machete held in his right hand, Han Xiao stabbed hard into Pan Kuang's chest without any hesitation. Pan Kuang was still affected by the illusion, and thus the protective energy shielding his body was non-existent. The stab successfully pierced through Pan Kuang. Han Xiao then reached out for his berserk eagles and stuck the barrels of the pistols right where Pan Kuang's heart was. He used his wind-gliding steps to drag Pan Kuang backwards together with him. Han Xiao fired the shots continuously, and all the bullets went into Pan Kuang's body. Blood spurted out. There was a burning sound of the scorching ember sizzling human flesh. Ka, ka, ka. All the bullets in the magazine were expended, and Pan Kuang was finally awake. The sharp pain sent Pan Kuang into thunderous fury, and his face twisted in agony. He slashed hard at Han Xiao's abdomen. It seemed Pan Kuang wanted an eye for an eye. Han Xiao used his energy to control the magnetic retractable armor to shield himself from the strike. Although he was protected, the shock from the strike still made Han Xiao pale. He could sense a chilly wave of energy going all the way up to his forehead via his spine. Enduring the pain, Han Xiao expanded the reach of the mechanical arm to press hard onto Pan Kuang's head. Pan Kuang was hurled to the ground back and forth. The back of Pan Kuang's head, after coming into contact with the ground so many times, started bleeding profusely, forming a puddle of blood on the ground. Coupled with growls of agony, Pan Kuang was desperately trying to retaliate by slashing his machete hysterically. The slashes landed on Han Xiao's armor, and his HP was steadily decreasing. The crack of 100 winds. Pan Kuang yelled manically before his blade suddenly let out a blinding glare. Han Xiao was alarmed and moved backward immediately. At this time, explosions of light emerged from the wind-slicing blade. They surrounded Pan Kuang like a tornado. Countless slash marks could be seen on the surrounding ground. Han Xiao suffered a head-on attack, and his armor was losing endurance. This move had a damage radius that was too large for the armor to offer complete protection. Every part not protected by the armor turned bloody. There was a series of damage inflicted on Han Xiao, and each amounted to 40 points. The light from blade continued to glare for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Han Xiao retreated about 10 meters. He took a deep breath. Droplets containing blood and sweat were dripping down as he stared at Pan Kuang. The previous attack must have consumed much of Pan Kuang's energy. Also, the cooldown period for the move was definitely long. Therefore, Pan Kuang would not be able to use it anytime soon. Pan Kuang supported his body using the blade and stood up. He looked ghastly, and his lower body was in a bloody mess. There were charred bullet marks in his chest, and the ember was still scorching his body, giving out a smell of burnt charcoal. The burning and bleeding were dealing him continuous damage, and one could not imagine how his damaged body looked from the inside. The retractable machete was still stuck in his chest. His face looked even more horrifying. His nose had broken and was dented inward, and his skull was exposed from the back of his head. He looked like a savage ghost. A savage ghost. The savage ghost stared hard at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked alarmed. He was prepared to use all his additional points to increase his endurance. That was another trump card he held. The howling wind brought the sand along while, at the same time, seemingly bringing away the murderous atmosphere. Pan Kuang's head drooped down, and he stopped breathing. The final sign of life was decimated by the scorching burn. Pan Kuang was like a camel that was knocked to the ground by a piece of grass. You killed Pan Kuang, LV-38. 21,000 EXP gained. The enemy killed was 10 levels above you. You gained an additional 280% experience worth 58,800 points. Your individual contribution rate was 99%. You gained an additional 58,212, 99%, points of EXP. Assassination 3 completed. Contribution rate was 99%. You gained 79,200 EXP. A total EXP of 158,500. That was Han Xiao's total gain from the successful killing of Pan Kuang. A victory against opponents of higher levels could generate additional rewards. To activate such additional rewards, the opponent defeated needed to be at least 5 levels higher. The additional EXP was in accordance to the respective contribution rates of the member of a team, since most missions were team challenges. If any member of the team failed to meet the criteria mentioned, the entire team would be deprived of the additional rewards. Such a measure highlighted the importance of good cooperation, and cheating from the players was prevented. It also prevented the occurrence of freeloaders that leached onto the efforts of others. Han Xiao finally relaxed and sat on the ground. He then lay down, allowing the rays of sunlight to hit his face. He closed his eyes in peace and enjoyed the calm and silence after the battle, as if all the damage and destruction did not exist. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and he immediately jumped up and checked his pants. The little Han Xiao in his pants was all good. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the sleeping dragon in his pants had not been damaged at all. After a short rest, Han Xiao started to check on the damage. The endurance levels for all his equipment had dropped drastically. The delayed explosion explosives had all been used. His HP had started to recover, and the overall damage was within his expectations. Han Xiao walked to Pan Kuang's dead body, which was still in an upright position. He searched for any loot and found a hard object in Pan Kuang's pocket. He took it out and discovered that it was a communication device from the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao thought for a moment and decided to activate the device. 10 seconds later, a virtual image of the chief of the Germinal Organization appeared. Jie, have you guys retreated successfully? The chief was halfway through his words when he realized that something was amiss with the image transmitted over from the other side. It was Han Xiao. The chief changed his expression immediately and glared at Han Xiao. Why are you here? Zero was using Jie's communication device, and it was apparent that the base had been completely destroyed. It was also highly likely that Pan Kuang was dead. You have the audacity to contact me? The enraged chief exclaimed. Yo, haven't seen you for a long time. Han Xiao laughed. It felt weird that Han Xiao was talking to him like a long-lost friend. The chief could not think of a reply immediately, so he paused for a moment. The chief then questioned, where did you obtain the confidential information? That was the greatest puzzle in the chief's mind. Why do you think I will tell you the answer? Han Xiao replied snobbishly. Do you think you can damage the power of the organization with such means? What a fool! The chief yelled back. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. I can destroy you easily with my hands. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. There are many executive officers in the organization. You won't be out there for long. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. Too angry. From the tone of the chief's words, it sounded as if he was chewing on metal, and every word was filled with the utmost determination to kill Han Xiao. Don't you think that you will be able to escape from our clutches by pledging your allegiance to Star Dragon? My guys will disintegrate every bone and tendon in you once they catch you. Han Xiao started laughing. Following that, he blew a kiss at the chief. Come and find me if you can? Ha ha ha. The chief was completely enraged upon hearing Han Xiao's words of contempt. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Han Xiao destroyed the communication device. The screen blacked out. The chief's words of fury were stuck in his throat. He was shaking in anger. Increase the bounty on $0 to $5 million. The bounty increased by 5 times. Han Xiao wiped his smile away. Teasing the chief was not just a random act of entertainment. The Germinal Organization was bound to send members to the West Capital to find him. They would not rest until he was dead. The situation seemed disadvantageous to him, but in actual fact it was not, because Han Xiao never wanted to return to Star Dragon. This was his real plan. Chapter 87, The Real Plan. Chapter 87, The Real Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Initially, Han Xiao turned to Star Dragon to seek temporary asylum from the Germinal Organization and had the motive of advancing skills. He had long planned to use his facial simulator as a way to escape. Once he had the facial simulator, it was almost impossible for the Germinal Organization to locate him. He no longer had to worry about being discovered and captured, which meant that he could go anywhere he wanted. He did not want to be restricted to an area where there was always a risk of angering the head of state. Furthermore, he could mislead the Germinal Organization with regards to his whereabouts. For them to focus all their attention on Star Dragon. That was definitely not fun for Han Xiao. Definitely not. Even if he wanted to borrow Star Dragon's strength and resources to crush the Germinal Organization, he no longer needed to put himself under the government's control. Naturally, Star Dragon did not fully trust him despite its amicable treatment of him. They had planted an extremely discreet GPS locator in his encrypted phone, which he had discovered long ago. It was finally the time for him to disarm it. It was last 3 months before the open beta. He needed to level up quickly and accumulate more resources. There were countless missions on the planet, and he treasured every one of them greatly. He had accumulated sufficient resources while working with Division 13. It was now time to drop his pretense of sincerity toward Star Dragon and go solo. He could now go anywhere he wanted on the vast planet. His plans were meticulous and closely linked. In Han Xiao's eyes, his pleasant relationship with Star Dragon was not enough to convince him to stay in a place that lacked the potential to become more powerful. Furthermore, once they reached version 2.0, even the 6 nations and the Germinal Organization would become feeble. These entities were now powerful and stable and could fight with one another through both open and secret means. However, the moment a planetary-grade disaster swept the planet, they would realize that their individual interests were hollow and meaningless compared to the survival of the whole civilization. Their statuses now were like colorful bubbles flying under the sunlight. They could easily burst with a slight poke. Version 1.0 hasn't started. It will last for 7 months in real life, which translates to about 3.5 years in game time. Additionally, the time in-game between the version updates will last for a year. This means that I am still 5 years away from the Undead Crisis. The Undead Crisis was a huge disaster. It will be better for me to avoid the beginning of it at the start of version 2.0, which will be the most dangerous and chaotic period. This means that in these 5 years, I will have to dig out all the things are useful for me on this planet and then find a way to leave this planet for a while. Han Xiao was in deep thought. Suddenly, a new message was shown on the interface. Camp Mission. Destroy Dark Crow Valley Base, completion rate 100%. Contribution rate 72%. You gained 36,000 EXP. Mission ended. It seemed that the Heslian army just finished the battle. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with the result. He would only have gotten a completion rate of 40 to 50% if he did not kill Pan Kuang and gang. It had been worth the trouble to infiltrate alone and plant 2 spies in the base, which allowed him to monitor the enemy's movements the whole time. This was the reason he had received such a high contribution rate and reward. Camp Destroyer Mission Dark Crow Valley Base has been completed. You completed Reconnaissance I. Reconnaissance 2. Dark Crow Forest Assassin. Direct conflict. Assassination 2. Assassination 3. Destroy Dark Crow Valley base. Calculating mission stats. Calculation completed. Performance rating, excellent. Reputation with Star Dragon Strategic Defense Department increased by 1,120. Current relationship, friendly, 1370/3000. Reputation with the Germinal Organization decreased by 500. Current relationship, hatred, -1500/3000. You received an excellent performance rating. Additional 50% EXP, 18,000. Random reward X1. Random reward type is being decided. Can't believe there is a random reward. Seems like I'm quite lucky this time. Han Xiao was delighted. Large-scale missions and serial missions would release performance ratings upon completion. The probability of an excellent rating triggering a random award was only 30%, so it was rather uncommon. The system would decide first which type of random reward the player would receive. It could be anything such as EXP, equipment, skills, stat points, or talent points. Then, the player could select the choices provided under the reward. You received the random reward type. Innate ability. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please choose one option from the following. Strengthened body. HP plus 400. Abnormality resistance plus 4%. Quick pace. Agility plus 6. Attack speed plus 5%. Strengthened spirit. Mystery plus 5. Willpower resistance plus 8%. Han Xiao held onto his chin and started deliberating. All three abilities had mediocre effects. Strengthened body increased health points, so it was more suited for tank players. Usually, he employed long-range attacks, and he still had a magnetic suit to protect his body, so he did not require the additional HP for now. Quick pace seemed decent. Agility affected many different aspects of a long-range attacks, including accuracy, critical rate, and movement speed, etc. This ability could potentially increase his attack output by 8 to 10%. Strengthened spirit was only useful for mages and psychics. Han Xiao thus opted for quick pace. You gained an innate ability, quick pace. Han Xiao looked at his interface. He still had 12 unassigned stats that he had gained from leveling up. He then added them all into intelligence. His intelligence was now his highest stat, standing at 88 points. There was an increase of 1.8% on the A-class quest, Fall of the Germinal. Although it did not look like a significant increase for now, Xiao Han knew that the future potential gains would be much greater, at least 10 to 15% more, because Dark Crow Valley Base was the nearest point of contact for future players to join the Germinal Organization. Without it, many real players would join a camp that was nearer and more convenient for them. This would greatly contain the rate of expansion of the Germinal Organization in the near future. The head of Germinal still did not realize the importance of this base. He was only dismayed by the loss of an ordinary large base. Intel from Han Xiao allowed other powers an opportunity to attack the Germinal Organization. The mission progress he received from such events was less than a direct assault by himself based on the calculation of contribution rating. But if he were to insist on attacking the organization personally, the individual damage he could deal would not be sufficient to keep up with organization's rate of expansion. Naturally, his best option was to mass distribute intel that could harm the organization. The minimum progress needed for the Camp Destroyer mission was only 20%. It was not required for him to chase after perfection lest he risked losing out on other missions. It is time to change the method of supplying intel. Han Xiao squinted. After completing the mission, it was time for him to work on other important things. Han Xiao went onto the radio and spoke to Lin Yao. How is the situation now? Brother Xiao, the Heslian army has seized all the supplies in Dark Crow Valley Base. They also captured a few hundred of their members, including Dormand. Unfortunately, the two directors, Pan Kuang and Ji Jie, got away. Where is the army now? They are still sweeping the battleground. They will probably retreat to the border tomorrow. Okay. Message received. After the Heslian army finished sweeping the battleground, they set up camp on site and prepared for a withdrawal the next day. Lin Yao and Lambert went on to meet up with the rest, and the Division 13 agents gathered to commend them for their excellent intel work. The younger generation of agents is very capable, Ma Qingyang commented. Xiao Lin, your teammates have done a great job, said Di Susu. The rest chimed in. You guys did an excellent job. Really commendable. We acted under the directions given by Brother Xiao. Lin Yao was feeling slightly uneasy with all the praise. The fellow Division 13 agents realized that it was Han Xiao who deserved all the recognition. Qi Baijia decided to praise Han Xiao's contribution strongly in his report. However, he realized that Han Xiao was still not back. Hey, where is he? He is probably delayed by certain things. As the sky turned dark, Han Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. How is he still not back? Li Yilin was puzzled, so she nudged Lin Yao to prompt him to contact Han Xiao. I tried to communicate with him more than 40 times, but he still hasn't answered. Lin Yao was out of options. It was dawn. The Heslian army was ready to move back to the border, but Han Xiao was still missing. Division 13 agents started imagining the possibilities for such an odd happening. Zhang Wei had a sudden thought. Is it possible that Han Xiao has already moved back to the border? This is possible. Han Xiao has always moved around on his own. He may think that it is not necessary for him to meet up with them now. Everyone pondered over this possibility. All the agents followed the army back while this worry lingered in their minds. The Hesla troops looked relaxed and were rather undisciplined on the way back. In the middle of the troops, Colonel Karl was sitting in the command vehicle. He was deliberating over a very grave problem. In this mission, he did not have an outstanding performance. Instead, he made a critical error in his decision, which resulted in unnecessary casualties. This would most definitely lead to a poor evaluation of his ability by the higher-ups. He had to artificially raise his significance in this mission to obtain more merits for this attack. If I could take credit for Division 13's contribution. Karl had an idea. He could perhaps write on the report that it was him who instructed Han Xiao to take his 2 teammates to spy in the base that gave them critical intel. In this scenario, his significance as a commanding office would be greatly elevated. This can work. Division 13 will leave as soon as the mission is completed. They can't possibly come to Hesla and expose me. Furthermore, my report to the higher-ups will be kept secret from everyone else. All of a sudden, there was a commotion coming from the outside of the vehicle, and Karl realized that the troops had stopped moving. Colonel, there are 2 corpses in front of us. They seem to be Pan Kuang and Ji Jie. Karl was in shock. He left the vehicle quickly to check out the bodies. It was really the 2 directors of the base. The troops were astonished, and they started chattering. They remembered how strong these 2 directors had been just few days ago, but they had been killed just like this. Who did this? Who left the bodies here? Karl shouted. Nobody had an answer as the troops looked at one another. They had just discovered the bodies. Division 13 soon arrived at the scene upon hearing the commotion. They were too dumbfounded. It must be Han Xiao's doing. It's unbelievable that he actually succeeded. But why did he place the bodies on the road? This is just giving free credit to the Heslians. Karl was beaming joyously. He could claim credit for killing the directors. He waved at his troops to wrap up the bodies and take them back to camp. Just as the troops moved the bodies, the sound of landmines being activated was heard. The troops were terrified, and they quickly jumped away in different directions. Karl was caught off guard. He only had the time to drop on the floor. However, there was no explosion after seconds had passed. A brave soldier stood up and went to dig out the landmines. He weighed it in his hand and realized that it was very light. This is not a real mine. They are all empty. The troops were infuriated by the prank. This is not funny at all. What a wretched move. I just peed in my pants. Division 13 agents had a weird look their faces. They did not know whether to laugh at what they saw. This seems like something Han Xiao would do, Li Yilin mumbled. Karl stood up with a flustered look on his face. His clean and well-pressed officer uniform was now covered in mud and grass. He was now livid. He knew it was Xiao Han who did it. He wanted to ruffle him with a prank like this. "What a childish play," he said in anger. Bang! A faint gunshot was heard far away. The bullet pierced through Carl's temple, and it brought a dash of blood out of his head. Carl's eyes were still wide open. He was unable to comprehend what had just transpired, totally caught unaware. His eyes were filled with the longing for life and a pinch of disbelief. His body wobbled before it landed flat on the floor. Just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of his military success and his bright future. He could not believe that he had been killed on the way back to claim credit for his success in the mission. At this moment, everyone, including the Division 13 agents and the troops, was shell-shocked. They could not believe what had just happened before their eyes. On a faraway cliff top, Han Xiao raised his head from the scope of a sniper. He was looking relaxed. What goes around comes around. Chapter 88 Influence. Chapter 88 Influence. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao had gone to the road the night before when the troops were camping at the battleground. He had planted a trap using the corpses of Pan Kuang and Ji Jie to lure Colonel Carl out of his vehicle. The moment Carl stepped out of his command vehicle, Han Xiao had the opportunity to snipe him down. Additionally, he had placed a blank landmine beneath the bodies to scare the troops out of their formation, so that he could get a better shot at Colonel Carl from the distant cliff. Killing a high-ranking Hesla officer in front of everybody was bound to raise suspicion from the Heslians. They could probably deduce that it was Han Xiao who did it based on the use of the two bodies, but Han Xiao was not at all worried. They had no concrete evidence to prove that he was guilty. As long as Division 13 denied it, all Hesla could do was protest diplomatically. They could never hold Han Xiao accountable. Just like Carl did not care if the enemy killed them, Zhang Wei's team could also push the blame to the escaped personnel from the Dark Crow Valley base. "I can be just as devious as you, Carl." Han Xiao cocked the barrel, and the smoky bullet cartridge fell out. He conveniently tossed it into his pocket, leaving no trace behind. Carl's order had almost taken his life. He was bound to take revenge after the mission was completed. Han Xiao had once been a real player who had always taken revenge when someone, regardless of who they were, harmed him. And he would avenge himself in all sorts of ways without saying much. Han Xiao saw that the Hesla troops were in a mess through his scope. Some of the troops were furious. They boarded their vehicles and moved rapidly toward the source of the fire. He calmly stowed the dissembled sniper into his backpack. He had handpicked the position for an easy escape after the assassination. After turning around, he jumped off the cliff, and a feeling of freefall hit him immediately. He smacked the button on his back, and two fine, foldable metal wings expanded. He was then gliding in the air toward the forest beneath the cliff. Sky Swallow gliders. When the Hesla troops arrived at the cliff, all they could see was a nimble shadow rapidly disappearing before their eyes. Division 13 agents were still dumbfounded. They could not believe that Han Xiao had the guts to kill a commanding officer from Hesla. It was definitely a good way to vent one's anger, but there would be dire consequences. Nothing was worse than killing a Hesla high-ranking military officer right on their land. It seemed that Han Xiao had the balls of steel. Qi Baijia was greatly anxious, but when he saw that the Hesla troops had not caught anyone, he was relieved. Thank goodness he got away. In this case, they cannot prove that he is guilty. We can still argue our case. Wait, if Han Xiao disappears, are we going to take his place in the trials? Everyone's eyes were wide open. They felt it was something that Han Xiao would definitely do. How can he just push all the troubles to us? He is such a master at shirking responsibility. The surrounding Hesla troops raised their rifles in anger and pointed them at the Division 13 agents. They were arrested, locked up in the cars, and escorted back to the border camp. As soon as Deputy Officer reported the incident, Hesla's government was furious. Hesla's agents had to interrogate Division 13 as they were the prime suspect. However, they soon became frustrated. Division 13 insisted that they did not know anything about the incident. Winna felt a sense of defeat. Everyone knew that Han Xiao had done it, but no one had any evidence to prove that it was him. They could not even find the cartridge, which meant the only thing they could do was interrogate Division 13 over and over again. since they could not use torturous methods to extort information because they were up against the Star Dragon agents, their efforts were in vain. Moreover, the condemnation from the higher-ups of Hesla was met with empty excuses from Division 13. The head of intelligence in Division 13 took a private jet to quickly arrive at the Hesla border in order to rescue his agents. Without any concrete evidence, Hesla had to release the Division 13 agents. The head of intelligence brought everyone out of the interrogation room and back to the jet. He ordered Chi Baijia to report on the details of the incident after he was certain that there was no Hesla personnel around. He is such a troublemaker. Fortunately, he did not leave any trace. Otherwise, Hesla would not have rested until they found him, he said. Chi Baijia was feeling embarrassed and dared not reply. Ultimately, he had to take the full responsibility as the Star Dragon leader of this mission. The head of intelligence looked at him without saying a word. He reflected on the reaction of the higher-ups in Division 13 upon hearing this news. They believed that Karl's orders were authorized by the high-ranking officials in Hesla. It was the only reasonable conclusion to explain why Hesla purposefully sent a radical officer to helm this mission. They were displeased with Hesla's insidious acts. It was actually quite a good ending. After all, Hesla failed in causing any harm to Star Dragon agents, and yet they lost a high-ranking officer. They even had to swallow the loss without catching the culprit. This fellow did an excellent job. The head of intelligence nodded quietly. This time, even the hawks in the department had nothing critical to say about this incident. In fact, they loved what Han Xiao did. If one had the audacity to plot against Star Dragon, the retaliation would be swift and deadly. Despite the appreciation, the heads of the department unanimously agreed in the previous internal meeting that they had to impose greater control on Han Xiao and not let him escape their surveillance. As their source of valuable intel, Han Xiao was far too important to warrant any accidents or mishaps. Because of Han Xiao's cooperative attitude, they had been too lenient with his actions. But since the incident from the joint mission, they became deeply alarmed. They came to the consensus to reject any of Han Xiao's future mission requests. This motion was passed without any objection, even from the conservatives in the Division 13. The department was still willing to cooperate with Han Xiao, but before divulging all the intel he would not leave the headquarters surveillance. The head of intelligence finished contemplating and looked at the team of agents. He then looked at his watch and said in a puzzled tone, "Why is Han Xiao still not back?" "I have no idea." Chi Baijia shook his head. "Han Xiao just contacted me." Lin Yao suddenly pressed his headphone as he became overly excited. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. "What did he say?" The head of intelligence had a bad hunch. Brother Xiao said, "He is going to lie low until the dust settles." Lin Yao stammered. "Lie low until the dust settles? This means..." The head of intelligence was slow to process the meaning of this message. Then he quickly realized what it meant. "He is not coming back." His expression turned ghastly. Zhang Wei looked shell-shocked. Li Yilin was wide-eyed. Lambert was in disbelief. Everyone was utterly shocked. It looked as if he was really going solo. There was really nothing he was afraid to do. 20 minutes later, in Division 13's headquarters, Gu Hui called for an emergency meeting. The directors who were not stationed at the headquarters joined the video conference. Everyone had a solemn look. "Han Xiao ran away," Gu Hui said in a sobering tone. Everyone gasped. "Is he defecting?" "Unclear. Before this, he sniped a Heslian military officer. It is possible that he is afraid of the consequences, so he escaped. But this possibility is not high," the head of intelligence replied. The other heads were irritated. That reason was highly improbable, unless Han Xiao believed that Star Dragon was incapable of protecting him, which also meant that Han Xiao looked down at their abilities. "What about the GPS tracker that we planted in his phone?" "The tracker has not moved in the last 24 hours. Han Xiao discovered and removed it. He is going to defect. He must be still near us and heading toward the wilderness. We have to bring him back." The head of internal affairs thundered. "We cannot be certain that he is defecting." Gu Hui waved his hands disapprovingly. All the heads simmered silently. They had been planning to restrict him in the West Capital the moment he was back. But his sudden escape had ruined all their plans. Was it a premeditated move? Or was it just a spur-of-the-moment decision? Was it defection? Or was it something else? Standard protocol indicated that when an agent broke contact, and when the exact cause behind the disappearance was inconclusive, the first thing they needed to do was send people to track the agent down. Then, they would contact the agent to make a judgment based on their reaction for the subsequent course of actions. If the agent resisted the capture or continued to run, they would have no choice but to hunt the agent down globally. If the agent had a good reason, the protocol ensured that a misunderstanding and manslaughter were avoided. This is just in. The Germinal Organization has increased the reward for capturing or killing Han Xiao by 5 times to 5 million on the dark net. The head of intelligence said all of a sudden. Everyone was utterly surprised. This mission had been announced as a joint exercise between the two countries. How did the Germinal Organization know that Han Xiao was the main catalyst? Was there a mole within them? The increase in reward implied that the Germinal Organization was determined to kill Han Xiao more than ever. Furthermore, the organization had already located Han Xiao to be in the West Capital. Could that have been the reason for Han Xiao's departure? Was he not afraid of being located by the organization in the wilderness and slaughtered? The Germinal Organization was way more unhinged in the wilderness. They could very well fire missiles to bombard the whole area. He came to Star Dragon to seek protection in the first place. How did he suddenly have the guts to leave? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Gu Hui knocked on table and concluded the meeting. We will continue to keep his identity as our agent and file him under missing personnel. The intelligence department will collect the surveillance tapes, migration records, and transport records from everywhere to try and contact him. We will also send out search teams to find him. We must get hold of him first before any subsequent action. Seconded. 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 On the private jet back, the Division 13 agents constantly peeked at the corner, where Zhang Wei's team was. It was like the center of a high-pressure vortex. Zhang Wei pinched the bridge of his nose with a look of seriousness. The veins on his forehead were showing clearly. Lambert was wiping his knife in silence. Li Yilin was constantly shaking her legs with a look of indignation and anxiousness. Her tight black bodysuit outlined her beautiful and seductive long legs. Lin Yao was sitting at the side, frightened. He wanted to get away from his raging teammates but was afraid of doing so. He trembled in fear. This is too much. He just left without saying anything to us. He clearly does not treat us as his teammates. Li Yilin slammed hard on the table. The thundery sound spooked all the other agents that were eavesdropping in the surrounding. Zhang Wei's hands held onto half of his face, and he looked as if he had nothing to live for. He modified my armored suit, and no one else knows how to repair it, he mumbled. It was such a tragedy. The other agents did not know how to console Zhang Wei. He asked me to take business orders for him, and he already collected the deposit for a few dozen orders. What do I do now? Li Yilin clenched her teeth in rage. The other agents were startled. They realized that they had also made some orders. Crap. Our deposits. I used my reputation to guarantee to his business. He totally ruined my reputation. Li Yilin now sounded like a grudging wife who was being cheated on. She pinched Lin Yao's arm in an attempt to release her anger. Lin Yao felt an immense pain. He immediately jumped far away and said hastily, "Calm down. Calm down. Do you know his real identity?" Lambert suddenly commented. The three of them were startled. They were unaware of his real identity even after being on the same team for so long. Han Xiao had always been rather mysterious, and he had never divulged any information related to his real identity. Even the higher-ups had refused to tell the team. At this moment, everyone was dispirited. When I find him, I will definitely beat the crap out of him, Li Yilin said in an infuriated voice as she cracked her knuckles loudly. Chapter 89 3 months to open beta. Chapter 89 3 months to open beta. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 2 days later in Hesla's Morning Wind City. A coastal city near the border. Morning Wind City had a massive seaport that handled a massive volume of transcontinental ships. The city was a metropolis with many high-rise buildings. Hesla had the strongest maritime force among the 6 nations. It focused on developing its navy to protect its numerous coastal cities. There were 4 continents on Aquamarine. They were separated from one another by the massive oceans. There was an old saying, "He who controls the sea controls everything." There were tons of resources beneath the seafloor, including petroleum and natural gases. Extraction of fossil fuels from the sea was the main pillar of Hesla's economy. Han Xiao remembered that Hesla had a secret military strategy called the 4th Contingency Plan against Great Crisis. The plan was to produce many thousand-meter-long motherships in preparation for the scenario that the country suffered from massive calamities, such as nuclear world war. They could transition into a drifting nation on the sea and preserve their population. Although this strategy eventually paved way for others, their spirit of preparing for the worst in times of peace was worth emulating. As the saying went, "One who prospers in worries and hardships perishes in ease and comfort." It meant that if one did not create some sort of trouble, one might as well not live. Wait, that does not sound right. Well, it's not important. Now, Han Xiao, with a new face, was waiting at the branch of Fabian Company in the city. He had used the black gold card from Matthews to receive VIP treatment at the place. It was his temporary rest stop. There were 3 months to open beta, and moving around on his own would yield him the greatest amount of benefits. He could use Fabian Company's channels to purchase mechanical parts with the huge amount of cash that he had accumulated to make more machinery. He could then earn a lot of EXP from this and even sell his products for more cash. Old Man Lu's secret quest would only be triggered after the open beta. He had established a good relationship with him, so he was in no rush to continue this mission. Han Xiao wrote down the key points for personal development for this last period of time before the open beta. Trigger all the high-reward quests, and subsequently obtain rare skills and abilities to improve my power. Obtain stable supply channels for mechanical parts so as to allow myself to make machinery during the course of my quests and earn more EXP. Continue to cause destruction for the Germinal Organization. Increase my personal mission issuances reward limit in preparation for the open beta. These are roughly the points of focus. Han Xiao put down his pen and began thinking carefully. The first point was easy since he remembered many large-scale quests. Also, supply channels could simply be obtained from the Fabian Company with the help of the Black Gold VIP card. Destroying the Germinal Organization was his A-class quest. He had some initial thoughts on how he could maximize his large reservoir of intel. He could utilize the help from all the powers that were hostile toward the organization. As for his personal mission reward limit, Han Xiao's goal was to increase his universal reputation. Because there were 2 types of reward limits, daily limit and individual quest limit, he could increase both by improving his universal reputation. This was the most cost-effective method. His universal reputation was now 0, but that was okay. Han Xiao would definitely increase it in due time. There were 3 ways to obtain universal reputation. The first method was by achieving high contribution ratings in advanced and rare quests. Normally, only a planet's main quest line would reward universal reputation. His A-class quest, Fall of the Germinal, was one of them. Every planet, not only limited to novice planets, had at least 1 or more major storylines that linked to the respective main quests. For example, in Planet Aquamarine version 1.0, there were 2 main storylines and 1 hidden storyline. The conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal Organization was one of the main storylines. The others would only appear in the open beta. On the other hand, the hidden storyline could only be discovered by luck. That method of obtaining universal reputation was highly difficult and time-consuming. He could not achieve it in a short time frame. The second method was rather random. It involved doing things related to one's reputation with a camp that could potentially become well-known. The things could be very varied and circumstantial. Nobody had a clear idea of how to do it, and it was quite unreliable. Han Xiao was keen on applying the third method, getting on top of some ranking lists, the easiest way to obtain universal reputation. Some factions had created publicly recognized rankings. By climbing to the top of rankings, he could easily obtain universal reputation. However, if some new guys were to push him down the ranking, his universal reputation would decrease, making this method unreliable. That was the method employed by most real players. Universal reputation quickly helped one accumulated camp reputation, which in turn gave players discounts on NPC items and provided opportunities to trigger rare quests. Han Xiao's fingers on one hand tapped the table surface as he continued to contemplate on this, and with his other hand, he picked his nose. Well, before I make a move, let me get rid all the burdens EXP I have now. He looked at his character interface, which showed a grand total of 720,000 EXP. He directly channeled all the EXP into leveling his character to 30. His stats consequently increased. Mechanic Novice reached the maximum level. The last level up always gave players the greatest stats increase. This time he received a 90-point increase in his energy between levels 9 and 10. He then threw all 6 unassigned stats into his intelligence, making it 100. His mind instantly became much clearer, and he felt more at ease controlling all the machinery. Intelligence affected many different areas of a mechanic, including production speed, production quality, and the damage bonuses when using mechanic weapons. For example, when a mechanic used a pistol that normally dealt 20 damage points, the pistol would deal more damage due to the mechanic's damage bonus. As such, even though other classes of players could still use mechanic weapons, the damage would be lower. Mechanic Novice has reached the maximum level. To advance, learn 20 blueprints. This randomized requirement for advancing class is quite simple. Han Xiao was delighted, and he counted the blueprints that he had learned so far. He was only short of 8. He did not want to produce useless blueprints through random fusions. I should make full use of the EXP I have. Anyway, all the EXP is stored in the interface, so there is no rush to advance my class. At Fabian Company's Morning Wind City branch, the man in charge, Antonio, was smoking a cigar. He was built like a mountain, filling the entire space on the sofa. He exhaled a puff out and looked Han Xiao, who was sitting at the sofa across, up and down to size him up. Han Xiao was wearing a black jacket, and his facial simulator simulated an ordinary unemployed, middle-aged male who looked rather unassuming. This was the face that he had prepared for his new identity. Han Xiao took out a shopping list for supplies and said slowly, "I want all the items on this list." Antonio took the list and looked over it. The total cost will be $100,000. After the 20% discount from your black gold card, it will cost $80,000. Also, I want to buy an entry pass for the Darknet's Blood Pact Society. $20,000. Antonio's eyes narrowed. The Darknet was the hub of all intelligence related to the underworld. It was fully controlled by the Darknet Organization, a neutral faction that strictly followed the principles of not getting involved in conflicts and developing peacefully. Many factions were business partners with the Darknet Organization. They provided people from the underworld many kinds of services, including, but not limited to, smuggled firearms, package transfers, safe houses, hired assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence. The Blood Pact Society was the organization for hired assassins under the Darknet Organization. Using the entry pass, Han Xiao could become a contracted assassin under the organization and enjoy all the services provided by the Darknet. This meant that Han Xiao could unlock his relationship with the Darknet just from using the pass. Although Blood Pact Society was a lousy name, it had another world-famous name, the Assassin Union. Of course, one could also call it the Assassin Social Club, which instantly degraded its class. A player had to go through a series of complicated quests to join the Darknet Organization. However, time was of the essence for Han Xiao, so he would rather use extra money to buy the pass instead of spending a few dozen days fulfilling the entry requirement. Although $20,000 was a big sum of money to real players, it was considered peanuts to him. "Who says money can't buy happiness?" Han Xiao muttered. When he was still a real player, he had needed to be stingy and calculative about every single purchase. He had never felt the pleasure of having so much money to spend before this. The mechanical supplies were soon transported to the private workshop that Antonio arranged for him. Han Xiao went on to repair all the equipment that was damaged during the fight against Pan Kuang. The mechanical parts left were meant for the new machinery. "I will be moving alone without any team support. Thus, my fighting style should focus more on minimizing danger. Sniping better suits me temporarily. I need to develop more powerful snipers and new types of bullets. Also, I will need some explosives, booby traps, and anti-vehicle weapons. Lastly, I will probably need machinery that enables me to engage in close-quarter fights, such as tiny and covert weapons that can deal maximum damage. Han Xiao contemplated for a while before he drew out his interface to start his talent fusion. He decided to start with new bullets. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV 3 basic weaponry plus LV 3 basic material science plus LV.2 basic dynamics principle. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations! You have discovered spindle-shaped penetration bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV 3 basic weaponry plus LV 3 basic material science plus LV.1 basic biology. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations! You have discovered Haim bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? freewebnov.com. LV 3 basic weaponry plus LV 3 basic material science plus LV 2 basic optics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations! You have discovered Flash bullet. I still have over 20,000 EXP left, and my sniping capability is not yet up to standard. Let's continue. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before he decided to raise the core skill, Snipe, to LV.5, which increased his accuracy and sniping range. He had stolen the sniper rifle named Red Falcon from the Hesla Army Logistics team. The rifle was black and only a gray-grade weapon. It had mediocre quality. He soon started upgrading the weapon. Han Xiao focused on increasing the power of the sniper rifle during this series of upgrades. The damage was increased to 92-103. The rate of fire was 2 rounds per second. The range was 600 meters. But with machinery affinity and sniping, his range could reach up to 750 meters, which was sufficient for his use. Han Xiao was still left with tens of thousands of EXP, but he decided to hold on to it first. He started the production of the 3 bullets that he had previously discovered. Soon, batches of new bullets were produced. Fabian Company's private workshop was primarily adapted for making firearms and ammunition, which saved Han Xiao a fair bit of time for the whole production. This also reminded Han Xiao of something. Should I make some robot assistants to help me with the production of mechanical parts? He already had the blueprint for smart chips and other necessary parts for the robot. All he needed to do was upgrade his basic programming before he could produce a simple robot rover that could act as his assistant. However, since he did not have a fixed base for now, it was not appropriate for him to produce the robots yet. Antonio's footsteps were heard. Soon, he entered the workshop. He placed an intricately designed dark gold coin onto the table and said, "This is your membership pass." Han Xiao was delighted. "You have unlocked a new camp reputation, Blood Pact Society. Cold 0/300. Reserve Level Assassin. Chapter 90 First Assignment. Chapter 90 First Assignment. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hotel Victoria was a 43-floor tall luxurious hotel, and it had branches in every major city of the 6 nations. It was owned by the Darknet Organization, and it only permitted members of the organization to stay. The hotel would use the excuse of no available rooms to deny normal people from staying in the place. While it acted as a safe house for the members, it was also the transaction hall for people from different camps. No fighting was allowed in this place, and anyone who broke the rule would receive endless assassinations. After obtaining the pass, Han Xiao went to Hotel Victoria. It had a classic interior, with various types of aged dark brown wooden furniture, which had a beautiful luster. A sense of serenity was overflowing in every corner of the hotel. Han Xiao came forward to the front desk before revealing his Blood Pact Society coin. Then he was brought to the 23rd floor by a servant. 23rd to 25th floors belonged to the Blood Pact Society. The 23rd floor was the resting and transaction areas for all the assassins, they would get employed or paid here. The floor also had numerous entertainment facilities such as a bar, cafe, and restaurants. After he handed his dark golden coin to the receptionist on the 23rd floor, another server wearing a white glove came to receive Han Xiao. They sat down at a semi-private table in the corner. The server took out a notebook with black leather covers and started recording the personal information of this new member. "What will your code name be?" Han Xiao thought for a moment, and he decided to use an enchanting name which might help his universal reputation in some ways. Apostle-level observer number 9527 from the Crimson Dynasty stationed in Kutun Group. The server was stupefied. Assassins usually had minimalist names like Silver Fox, Devil Snake, or Ghost, the kind that was more appreciated in the age when reduced attention spans were the norm. Such a unique name would really intrigue employers, but it way too long. The server coughed. "Can you shorten the name?" "What? I've only ever heard of others complaining about short names. I didn't know people would dislike name for being too long." Han Xiao pondered for a while before he came up with another name. Black. The server was briefly rendered speechless. "Your name is too short now. A single world code name is permissible, but code names that are just colors have long been taken by other assassins. All the names like Red, Blue, Orange, and so on were mostly names of the honored assassins of the previous generation who have passed away. The organization will not allow someone else to reuse their code names." Han Xiao smacked his lips in irritation. It seemed to him that naming was a troublesome affair anywhere he went. He then came up with the final name. Mr. Black. Mr. Black. All right. This name was much more ordinary. The server quickly recorded it. "You are now a reserve-level assassin with a blank resume. You can only rise to Scorpion level upon the completion of your first assignment. Employers will usually pick from our whole list of assassins. If someone chooses you, we will contact you. Until then, you can take up assignments that are open to everybody on the market or assassinate wanted personnel. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. We do not have any hard requirements for our assassins, but we will take 5% of the reward as our commission. If you have any questions in the future, you can always call up our reception at Hotel Victoria." "Sounds reasonable." Han Xiao nodded his head. There were two reasons for him joining the Blood Pact Society. First, he wanted to take on all the wanted personnel that warranted high bounties, and these missions would trigger high-reward quests. Secondly, he could earn some universal reputation by becoming one of the top 10 ranked assassins on the darknet. There were only 3 months till the open beta. He needed to accumulate a large base of resources using the remaining time he had. All of these are wanted assignments. The servant took out a tablet and opened a page on the darknet before passing it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao instantly saw the most popular personnel on the list himself. 0. $5 million reward. Dead or alive. Location. West Capital, Star Dragon. All the best. If he had returned to the West Capital, his movements would have been heavily restrained. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Han Xiao sniggered. It would take a long time for the Germinal Organization to realize their efforts were all in vain. He was the most popular target on the wanted list as the Germinal Organization had spent a lot of effort in chasing him down and hunting him recently, but he was not the most wanted. Some of the accumulated prices had even reached tens of millions. They were mostly impossible assignments such as stealing top-secret intelligence from a certain country. Based on the security and defense around Division 13's underground database, this mission's success rate could go as low as 0.001%, with the probability of death being 99.999%. This assignment only looked good on the list. No one would really attempt to do it. Han Xiao scanned further down the list. He soon settled on a wanted assignment. Take down the Rose Militant, a group of mercenaries active in the Samar Desert, in the Southern Land. The Southern Land was where Hesla was located, and it was also called the South Continent. It had a vast land area and tropical climate. The other continents were the North Continent, West Continent, and the Andrea Continent, which located in the middle of the other three. Han Xiao picked this mission due its close proximity. Just as he was about to accept the assignment, the server suddenly jolted and said, "Mr. Black, you have a new personal assignment." Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He received an assignment within 5 minutes of uploading his particulars onto the net. This organization's business is really thriving, Han Xiao remarked sincerely. The server was puzzled himself. Such happenings are actually quite rare. The employer hopes to speak with you personally. The server looked at the screen and continued. Take a seat first. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Han Xiao complied. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in hastily. He had a head full of white hair, which made him look much older than his real age, and his expression was one of exasperation. He walked into the hall and looked left and right before he came forward to Han Xiao. I am Chung Shan Shui. Before an assignment was officially accepted, the employer would not divulge the target's real name. Assassins could only ask for other basic information. What will the bounty for this assignment be? And tell me more about the target's protection and location. 12 to 20 bodyguards. The location is right in this city. The remuneration will be $10,000. Freeobnovel.com. Only $10,000? Han Xiao frowned slightly. That price was insufficient to employ an assassin. Chung Shan Shui nodded anxiously. He had immediately been turned down by other assassins when they heard the price. He lacked enough money to pay for the usual price, so he had decided to try his luck on new assassins like Han Xiao. I will take it, Han Xiao agreed. Chung Shan Shui cheered inwardly. He took out a stack of documents and passed them to Han Xiao. Yu Zhu, located right in Morning Wing City. Yu Zhu was a mafioso in Hesla who was always accompanied by 12 to 16 bodyguards that were made up of retired army reconnaissance soldiers. Recently, he had expanded his influence into the territory of Morning Wind City, which belonged to the local mafia head, Chung Shan Shui. He could not guard against Yu Zhu's invasion, and so his mafia gang had disbanded. He was now left all alone and wanted to hire an assassin to avenge him. Han Xiao signed the contract after he finished reading the information. You have triggered an E-level quest, assassination assignment, Chang Shan Shui. Han Xiao already knew the quest requirement. He went on to look at the reward of the quest, and it was not much, only 5,000 EXP. I'm leaving. Han Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Chung Shan Shui quickly stopped Han Xiao from going and asked, How long will you need to finish this job? Han Xiao paused. He looked out the window and saw that it just reached noon. I'm guessing you haven't had lunch, right? Chung Shan Shui was startled, not understanding what Han Xiao was trying to say. Han Xiao turned his head and gave him an aloof look. He will be gone by the time you finish your lunch. Chung Shan Shui's heart skipped a beat. Based on his impression, assassins would normally do some pre-assignment preparations, such as reconnaissance and escape route planning. Was this Mr. Black really that powerful, or was he just being arrogant? We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.